a deviation of the light. That's why if you take a glass of water, you put a pencil in it or anything, and then you look inside the glass, well, anything in the air, like the top of the pencil or the spoon or whatever you put, you can see that directly. But once you look at it through those two different isotropic media, the glass and the water, it's going to deviate. It's going to shift. And so you're going to have a deviation of that light at a greater degree depending on the light, the angle, the distance, all that stuff. So that's typically what refraction means. Now, the type of refraction that the globetards invoke is called atmospheric or terrestrial refraction, which is based on an R value, meaning the curvature of the air, which there is no such thing. So they're invoking something that doesn't exist unless they can prove that the air is curving with the Earth, which is also not curving.
Okay, and when they say it curves around the Earth, like what does it do if it does curve around the Earth, the light?
Well, what they're essentially saying is that there is a rate of deviation of the light, meaning they would say it bends, but it has to be a deviation, like an angle, like a sharp angle. Now, if there's a zillion different little particles of air, then each little particle of air or humidity or whatever you want to call it is deviating the path of light collectively or at a rate conforming to the Earth curve, and apparently it makes everything look flat. So what they're saying is that the refraction makes everything look flat. Even though it's curving, you have to trust us.
What the fuck? Or the gravitational waves are curving the light.
Well, that's another thing, totally unrelated. But yeah, gravitational waves.
That was just a joke of mine.
No, that's a real thing. I wish it was a joke, but that's another claim.
They actually, it was a mocking joke of their ideology.
No, that's the claim, that gravitational waves curve
the light
as it goes around a geodesic in space-time. So yeah, that's a real thing. That's a real claim.
I've never seen any proof of gravity. The only thing that they can say is satellites. And even then, I've never seen a heavy object attract a lighter object.
Sure. Yep. No, it's all pseudoscience and affirming the consequent, and begging the question, and just altogether making shit up. And if you want to believe it, I guess you can. Like, no one's going to stop you. But any reasonable individual would look at it and go, okay, well, is there any evidence empirically to support this? No, not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Not one bit.
Yeah, gravity is just buoyancy at the end of the day. Or how you explain gravity is buoyancy.
So I would agree with you, except for buoyancy has gravity baked into it. So specific gravity would be really the only thing that you could appeal to that describes what we observe every day. So I know what you mean, buoyancy, relative density, whatever. Specific gravity meaning essentially specific weights in specific mediums and the differentiation and what will happen to those items in that medium is about all we can appeal to. So I know what you mean, and that's correct.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I mean, maybe the gravity makes the buoyancy, but I still don't see that, or I don't know. I haven't heard a valid claim.
Well, in buoyancy, the idea is that gravity. So let's take, for instance, like an air bubble in water. Okay, so the claim is that gravity is pulling the water down underneath the bubble and forcing it up. So there's still this claim of a downward vector for the water, which is forcing the air bubble up. So it begs the question of gravity in the first place.
Yeah, so that's one theory, or it's just like the normal theory, which Everything that's lighter goes up, and everything that's heavier goes down.
Sure, respective to the medium.
It has
Yeah.
no gravity in it.
Nope.
Helium and water, you know?
Yeah, so the air doesn't support a 2x4, but water does. So if you take a 2x4, a block of wood that's floating at equilibrium on top of water, you can lift that piece of wood out of the water, take it from its position of equilibrium, and then you can let it go. And the air will not support it, right? So it falls. We call that falling. You take that same block of wood that's floating on the top of the water and you remove it from its equilibrium and you take it down to the bottom of the pool and you let it go, well, it's going to go up to find equilibrium again. There's no forces involved. It's just the air doesn't support the block of wood, but the water does. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. I don't have any more questions about globe Earth because there's no one who's actually made a valid point yet. But I do have plenty of questions on flat Earth, or just not flat Earth. But what are we living on? That's my question. Or what is this world? And I don't know if anyone knows that for sure.
Yeah, some things can't be answered, in a way that would, like, what kind of answer would you expect from that question? That's like a totally existential question. What is the Earth?
Well, there's people that believe it's like an infinite plane. There's people that believe there's like a lot of theories, right? There's like one that says like it's infinite plane. There's one that says there's 18 different suns on this place, and they all have their local suns with I remember there's like a map of the Earth, which is basically 18 suns or 24 suns, all in different areas.
Yeah.
There's other theories where it's like it's hollow Earth, or like we're inside the Earth and not. And then there's another one where it's like the firmament, where it's like we're living in a glass globe, those snow globes. We're kind of living in like a dome thing. It's hard to know which one is ours, or is our reality.
They could all be wrong, right? They could all be wrong because nobody has that view. So
the view you said,
nobody has that view, right? The God's eye view. So we call it the God's eye view, where you could see the whole thing in totality. If the whole thing in totality, essentially has a limit, and we could define that limit. So it's all just speculation, which I suppose human nature is just to speculate, right? If you don't know something, we like to speculate. But in this case, the speculation gets you into a whole heap of trouble because people start asking, okay, well, how do you prove that? Now, the only thing I could say is that there seems to be a limit to this particular existence that we have. What makes me say that? Okay, well, the water level doesn't seem to change all that much. Okay, so it seems to be contained, or there seems to be a limit to how much water is input to the system. The other thing would be the air. If we have air pressure, then we must have some sort of containment. So that would be something that you could probably not speculate about, but the nature of the container, the height of it, what it's made of, who the hell knows?
Yeah. I heard somewhere something about rainbows can only be seen when you're in a glass, when you're near glass, right? So when you see a rainbow, it means that we're in a globe, like we're in a glass container. And I don't know. What do you think of that claim?
Yeah, there's. I wish I was a little bit better versed on rainbows and what is necessary to create them. There does seem to be something, if I remember correctly, something to do with like the polarity of the light. And so if you try to create a rainbow, oh man, I can't remember, like indoors. I wish I could tell you.
It's basically the corner of a glass panel. If you make the light go through it, it makes the rainbow. And then also,
when I was a kid, we had like a rainbow sprinkler. And when you're like standing in the sprinkler,
well, that's outdoors.
Right.
I'm talking about the outdoors.
Right.
Yeah. So if you can do it indoors with a glass panel, and then basically means that when you're outside, there's a glass overhead. There's a glass somewhere above us that's reflecting the sun's light with the glass from whatever globe, whatever you want to fucking call it, firmament. That's what the claim is.
Right.
There is no
something to the effect of you need to have two polar, two, either a panel of glass or a panel of a lens, at least one to create a rainbow. Now, listen, I'm not going to make any claims. I don't remember that much about rainbows and what it requires to make them. So I don't know if that's proof of anything. Yeah. Because then you have to start asking the question, well, is the light source for the Earth, is it outside this panel of glass and I'm going to assume is there, or is it inside? And I ain't going to start making claims like that. So who knows?
Yeah, it's a hard one. You can find the video. I'm going to send it.
I mean, you can make like rainbows indoors if you have like a flashlight, like a diffraction grating or something like that.
Yeah, with glass usually. Yeah.
I don't think it has to be glass. I mean, it just has to be something that splits up the light, right? I don't think it has to be glass.
I don't know if you can if you do raindrops or like when you do the sprinkler. If you do the sprinkler indoors, would it do the rainbow indoors? Not too sure.
I mean, I didn't bring the sprinkler inside for obvious
but
reasons.
But you do have glass windows.
I think it
so
would.
Technically, maybe that's doing it. What were you saying?
Well, I just said I didn't bring the sprinkler indoors for obvious reasons. But I would think it would.
If you had a room with no glass in it, no windows, and then you did the sprinkler, I don't think that would be.
I don't know. There's nothing like special about glass. I don't think it just needs to be a material that bends the light or splits it up. Like
water.
The reason why a corner of glass works is because it's like very like jagged around there. So like, how do I explain it? It's like a wedge, right? So like light going on one side of the wedge goes one way, and light going on the other side of the wedge goes the other way, right?
So here's the video. Link. It's an Instagram thing. Yeah, I just posted it. Tell me what you guys think. I'm gonna look at it too because I forgot. Does this logic make sense though? You guys watch it?
Yeah, I mean, I watched it. Like, I mean, I don't know that it's definitely glass is certainly something that can make a rainbow. I don't know that's the only thing that can do it though.
The thing is, like the water molecules are reflecting light, but I don't think it means that there's a firmament though. Maybe it's the water molecules are just bouncing off the light, therefore creating a rainbow of the sun. I don't know. I don't think that he's making a valid point. Or I don't think it logically makes sense. For a lot of people, but no Globers.
I mean, I'm a Glober, but
Cool. Any questions? Any
I'm just listening.
proof of
I
globe?
mean, I had a question for the guy who was talking about buoyancy. I don't know if he's still here.
I brought it up.
No, the other guy you were talking to.
Says who? That's his name.
Oh, it says who? Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Yeah. So you said something about, like if you put a 2x4 underwater, the water supports the 2x4, so it will go up, but like the air cannot support it, so that's why it doesn't like float up in the air. And there's no force involved. I'm a bit confused what you mean by like supports, I guess. Like usually we just define force as like a change in acceleration. So like if there's a change in acceleration, there's kind of a force by definition, right?
Okay.
Or how are you defining force, I guess?
Well, let's just. So this is the thing that probably bothers people who. But keep in mind, let me just preface this with something. Keep in mind that I went to all the public schooling that you did, and I learned all the same things.
I was homeschooled, dude. I was fucking homeschooled.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Because like, don't even like. I like homeschoolers, and I know you're probably like, I don't know, it kind of sucked, and you know, I didn't have a lot of friends, and blah blah blah. But whatever.
I actually liked it.
Okay, good. So there's this thing called a normal force.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So there's all these conventions out there, and this is the thing I think that bothers people the most, because it's like, are you saying that all the conventions that we were given in our education system are bullshit? And I'm saying to you, not all, but some. Okay. It's begging the question to say that everything has an acceleration downward. What do I mean by that? Well, it's assuming from the very beginning, that's the thing you're trying to prove, is that everything is accelerating downward. When gas debunks this whole idea, because gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. Okay?
Yeah.
So there is no exclusive downward bias for matter. There just isn't. So this idea of a normal, okay, well, what's going down all the time? Because gas is going
down all the time.
Oh shit! Here we go. Okay, so gas is going down all the time. So it's on the floor, and we have to sip it up in puddles.
That's why we
rises.
Yeah, that's why we have. Hey, that's why we have weight.
Okay, so how much does gas weigh? Praise the Lord, somebody muted his dumbass. So anyways, one of our favorite trolls trying to divert. Anyway.
Okay, yeah,
There-
so here's the thing. I actually like kind of agree with that conventions are bullshit. The reason why we use them is because they like simplify calculations, right? Like it's obviously like certain like we assume, for example, in physics, we assume that like something is rolling down a frictionless surface. Like obviously in real world there's friction, right? But like we assume there's no friction to simplify calculations, or we assume that there's no like air resistance, right? Like if you've ever gone like skydiving, you know, you start accelerating downward, but eventually you hit a point where you stop accelerating and you reach terminal velocity. However, in like physics all the time, we assume that there's no air resistance. We assume that you're accelerating constant the entire time, even though we know that's kind of bullshit, but it makes the calculations a lot easier. So like I
Right.
kind of agree with you there. I don't think it's like nefarious necessarily though. I just think like if they tried to teach like every exception to the rule and everything, it would overwhelm people and be like overly complicated, like over people's.
Well, maybe I can see what you're saying, and I agree. But we create conventions, but the conventions sometimes leave out the exceptions, right?
Yes, I agree.
So
yeah,
right. So in the case of gas, which is material, right, and has apparently mass, which is very ambiguously defined, then we have an exception, and therefore the convention is not true. So this idea of the normal force down, because when I was in physics and science, when I was in like middle school, my teacher told me that, see, it's not a matter of rigidity. Like, let's take a table. You have a table and you put a fork on it, right? He was telling me that the table is actually pushing up against the frickin' fork.
yes.
Okay? You've heard this, right? I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a normal
And
force. Yeah, I have a physics degree, so yeah.
Right.
Familiar.
That normal force. Well, is that how you would describe that table? Or in reality, do we just go, well, I know the air is not supporting the fork, but the table's rigid and it's going to support the fork because it's rigid and it's solid, and that's how shit works. Is the table pushing up against the fork? No.
I would say it is pushing up against the fork, but then you also have gravity pushing down against it, and so you get.
See, there you go. You went right back into the paradigm, which there is no gravity.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess if you don't believe that there's gravity, then sure, you wouldn't
Okay.
believe that there's a normal force. Sure.
No problem. I'm going to let you support gravity as a claim. So what is it?
It's an inherent attraction between mass, I would say, that's proportional to, what is it? I guess the amount of mass and then the inverse square of distance, I would say.
Yeah, well, if you have a physics degree, certainly they told you that the mass attracting mass was debunked in 1915 or superseded by Einstein, right?
Are you talking about like general relativity?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but like that's not. I don't know that it's contradicted by relativity. I think like relativity provides a deeper explanation of it.
Okay, a deeper explanation of spooky action at a distance.
Spooky action at a distance is like quantum stuff. It's not really relativity, from my understanding.
No, that's Newtonian gravity, which is spooky action at a distance.
When Einstein talked about spooky action at a distance, he was talking about quantum entanglement.
Okay, can you provide a citation for me?
Yeah, I can look it up. Hang on.
Okay.
So mass attracts other mass, or heavier mass attracts. So everything is attracting itself, to other things. That's weird.
That's the claim.
So,
That's the claim, right? So we would just need an experiment. Actually, what we would need is an observed phenomena naturally of that happening.
But technically, you can't do that here on Earth because the Earth is always pulling things in like 1,000 different directions because it's fucking massive. If it
Whoa.
was, so you'd have to go up in the sky and do it, like up in the satellites, to get less gravity waves up there. So,
Wow.
it's hard to do that experiment, but I think basically you get like a super heavy, I don't know, like the heaviest material, and you make a big bunch of it, and then you throw a little like bead next to it, and then you throw a bead in the same area but without the heavy object there. And if the bead gets closer to the heavy object, then technically that means gravity exists.
Okay. First of all, what is the naturally observed phenomenon without all of the pre-assumption and hypothetical?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question. The natural phenomenon would be the bead being thrown, or like going through the air, with no air resistance, no, like in a room with no air resistance, and basically if it goes and he keeps being thrown in the exact same spot and has no deviation, then that means that that means that it's whatever. That would be the first test. The second test would be
hold on, bro. Wait. Holy cow,
throwing the bead.
Holy cow.
Next to the heavy object.
Okay.
And if the bead deviates towards the heavy object,
I really don't want to.
That's my test.
Want to have. That's not a test. I'm asking you for a naturally observed phenomenon.
I'm just saying
something that occurs in nature. What occurs in nature that you're observing that would give you any idea about this idea of gravity? What would that be?
I have no idea, but
okay.
This is just my test. This would be my idea to test the gravity theory.
You can't test a gravity theory unless you have a naturally observed phenomena to begin with.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm just trying to help out these Globers with their gravity thing.
Well, why would you want to help them?
I'm pretty sure the only scientific experiment they've done is with the Earth, which is the satellite going around the Earth. That's the only proven gravity.
Holy fuck. Okay. What? So, can you what satellites? What are you talking about?
Well, basically, whenever they bring up gravity, they always say the only way they prove it is the gravity waves of the Earth.
Don't help them out.
Seen or is proven by satellites.
They don't need your help,
right? I know
they don't need your help.
But if you can disprove gravity, you can just get the fuck out of here with your gravity bullshit theory, you know?
Well, I'm saying no one would risk all that money firing a satellite into space if they didn't understand how gravity already worked, right? We're not
there's no satellites in space. What satellites in space?
The satellites that we fired in space that's how networks work.
There's no satellites in space. What are you talking about?
Okay.
What is
I think it's considered space. I thought that's what. Maybe it's not far enough. Hang on.
There's no satellites. What is a satellite?
I'd have to look it up.
What's a satellite? Satellite, I think, is the definition is something that revolves around something else. I think.
It might be like the troposphere or something. I don't know if that's considered outer space or not.
Are you under the impression that there are machines that orbit? Okay. That they fall around a sphere Earth in a vacuous area that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Is that what? Are you under that impression?
I'm under the impression that there's satellites orbiting Earth. Yeah.
Okay, and you think a satellite is a machine or a piece of electronics with a bunch of solar panels on it that was apparently put there by a rocket and falls around a sphere Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Imagine?
So no worries, no worries. So if
Alright.
something is falling around the Earth, all we would need is a sphere Earth for these things to fall around. So where is this sphere Earth? Where's the curvature of the Earth that we can measure?
Well, I mean, I think the Earth is curved. I mean,
No, I'm not I'm asking you if you think it is. I'm asking you where I can measure it.
okay. I mean, let's start with. I think we should start with like gravity first before we get into like the Earth being spherical.
Well,
I mean,
if you're going to invoke gravity, then gravity would require, according to you, because you're going to go with the mass attracting mass gravity, which has been superseded by Einstein, the bending and warping of the pseudo-Riemannian force space, right? We'd have to have a mass of Earth, which is a sphere, bending and warping that space-time, or in your idea, creating a force to the center of said ball. So where is the curvature of the Earth that I can measure?
I would say you can measure it by measuring the lengths of shadows in different places. I talked about this a little bit last night.
Okay, so you want to beg the question, number one, that the sun. No, you don't want to beg the question. Okay, so then we're not going to make any assumptions about the sun.
Oh no, we have to assume that the rays of light are
Okay.
parallel. Yeah.
So we're going to beg the question that the sun is a ball, and that the sun is a very long ways away, and that the rays, which is a reification, and they don't exist, of the sun are hitting the Earth at parallel angles. So no angle, parallel. We're gonna assume all that at the beginning.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I was actually thinking about this like last night. Like, how would you demonstrate that the rays are parallel? I think the way you can demonstrate this is if the rays are parallel, then the length of the shadow would have like or no, hang on. If the Earth was flat, then the shadows should have the length of the shadow should have a linear relationship to the distance. But then if it's curved, I think it should be like a trigonometric relationship.
Hold on, bro. Why?
Demonstrate it.
Why? No, don't draw it out. Are you assuming in this scenario that the sun is a physical object?
No, I don't think so.
So why would you presume that you would have to have a linear relationship with the angles to the sun, which we're not even sure is a physical object in this scenario?
I'm assuming that rays of light travel in a straight line, I guess.
Okay, can you show me a ray?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at them right now to see my computer screen, to see the room. Yeah.
That's just light. There's no such thing as a ray. You realize that's a reification fallacy.
We call them rays of light. I mean, we could use a different label.
I know you call them rays, but there's no such thing as a ray of light unless you can show me one in reality. It's just a reification.
It's just a label. We could use a different label.
Okay, so if the label is just a label, then the ray doesn't exist. You just decided to make a name for something that doesn't exist in reality.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well then show me a ray in reality.
I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
See, this goes back to the convention. You've been given a convention that doesn't exist in reality. And there are many examples of this. In fact, most of the conversation that we've had tonight is you falling back on all the conventions and all the lore that you've been told, even though in reality they don't exist. They're reifications, or just begging the question.
When you say show me a ray, what do you mean by that?
I'm asking you to show me a ray in reality because this is your claim. I claim no rays, but you do, so I want to see a ray in reality.
Okay, I think rays are just like a geometric description of what's happening. Like
a geometric description of what's happening. So in reality, we're describing something in reality with a geometric term. Show me in reality that thing.
I mean, so you could look at, like, you could shine a flashlight at a mirror or a laser at a mirror and, like, look how it, like, reflects or bends off it, and it bends, like, the way a ray would.
No, not the way a ray would. Are you saying that the light is the ray?
I don't know that a ray is, like, a physical thing. It's, like, a geometric thing.
So it's not a real thing in reality. It's a geometric description of something that doesn't exist, like a convention that's just begging the question,
Yeah,
but
like
never really was proven in reality. Right, so like negative 9 apples doesn't exist in reality, but I can tell you that there's negative 9 apples. Like, how would you show me negative 9?
Negative. I mean, I could show you a negative bank account. Well, I could.
Right,
Apparently.
so that's just totally doesn't exist, right? It's just a description of something that doesn't exist.
We use math to describe what does exist. Yeah, I don't know if like the math itself exists or not. That's kind of like a philosophical question. But like, yeah, we use math that doesn't necessarily exist to describe physical things that do exist.
No, I think you got it backwards. You use math to describe things that don't exist in reality, like negative 9.
Negative 9 is a math thing, not a physical thing.
Right, exactly. That's my point. So it doesn't exist in reality, but there's a description for something that doesn't exist in reality, like rays.
Okay.
Yeah. So a geometric term that describes something that doesn't exist in reality. At the end of the day, all we have is light. Just light. No rays. No lines of light coming in at any direction. Just light.
Okay, but it's like a useful model. Like, do you know how like a lot of
Why is it useful if it doesn't exist?
Like in video games, like have you heard of ray tracing? That's like how we
I've
get.
heard of ray tracing.
Yeah, that's how we get like shadows and like reflections that are so realistic, is we like model all the
Right.
individual rays. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a
They
model.
create.
Yeah.
Yep. No, they take a video game, which is not real, and they create a scenario or a simulation. But you can trace a ray in a video game. You can't trace a ray in reality.
Right, you can't, because like that would require like observing an individual light particle, which we can't really do. Yeah.
Light particles aren't rays.
I think they are, yeah. I mean,
So light particles are rays. Do you have a citation for that?
ray is just how we describe the path they take.
Okay, can you show me the path of a light beam or a light ray or a photon or whatever you want to call it, the path, and call that a ray? Are you sticking with that? Is that going to be your claim?
I think so, yeah. Like I could show you like a
Okay.
laser bouncing off of different mirrors and like the line it follows, yeah.
Yeah, that's just light. So it's not a ray, it's light. It's concentrated light. And by the way, all lasers have a really big problem. See, they diverge. The light coming out of the laser, I don't care how expensive it is, if it's $50,000, if it's $1 million, the light coming out of that particular is going to be a divergent, right? Not
Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand. Yeah, so it's an approximation, sure. Like if you go far enough, sure, it's not going to be a perfectly straight line. It's going to diverge a bit. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. So we won't ever have light hitting anything parallel.
Yeah, it's not perfectly parallel. Absolutely not. Yeah.
No, not parallel at all. It's not an approximation unless you can trace the rays to the sun. Can you trace the rays to the sun?
I don't know what that means.
Well, isn't that the whole idea behind Aristophanes? Because they're going to assume it to be parallel, but even all of our examples and photographs and tests of how the sun emits light, it's always divergent.
Right. I don't know what you mean by trace, I guess. Like, do you mean like measuring it like at every individual point along the path? Is that kind of what you mean?
Well, would that even be possible?
I don't think so, no. But is that what
Okay,
you mean?
no.
I mean, it could be possible if you had, I guess, an intense enough light source and you're just measuring a small apart each time. Like, it could be possible. I mean, it is kind of possible. Like, if you ever have, like, like a smoke machine, right? And you shine a laser through it, you can see like the beams of light like going through the smoke, right? So it is kind of possible, but
Do you think that actually, okay, so you call a beam, which, at the end of the day, we're probably going to be still saying ray, right? So
if you
the
have,
beam
if you have
of light,
a word you'd like me to use, I can use it. Like if you don't
no,
ray
it's,
or
it's,
beam, I'm sorry.
it's not about the vocabulary. It's just the fact that this is a convention or a reification that doesn't exist in reality. In reality, we just have light, and we know that every time that we have a light source, the light coming from that source is divergent every time. It never converges, and it's never parallel. In fact, you wouldn't be able to measure that.
Wait, you definitely can measure the divergence. How would you even know it's diverging if you can't measure it? Like with the laser.
It's only apparent. It's only apparent. So this is what we would have to do, especially in the case of the sun. Can we trace or get an idea of the angle of the light coming from the sun? And if we did, do you think it'd be parallel?
I think it'd be. Yeah, I think it'd be parallel for all intents and purposes. Yeah.
Okay. Has this been done?
Probably.
Okay. Just find it for me.
Like that's sort of how. Like I think certain things like in the pyramids work or whatever. Like they lined up the like a hole like right with like the sun or whatever. So it like.
No, it's lined up with Polaris. Anyway,
Okay.
can you get me how they measured the rays, which is reification, of light from the sun are parallel? How was that determined?
You would have to measure. You'd have to have a device that like the light goes through, and then you'd have to like measure the distance between the entry points and the exit points, I guess. And if the distances are the same, then they're parallel.
Right, I'm asking you to get me how they figured this out, because you're appealing to something, and I'm not saying that you're lying to me.
I'm not
I want you to get it for me.
Experiment, sure. But, I mean, that's how you would do it in theory. Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay, in theory. So if rays were a real thing, and we could measure the angle of the photons entering a device, right, in different places and determine that they were parallel, then maybe that would be a true possibility. This has not been done, as far as I know. And no one's brought any evidence in here or anywhere else, as far as I can tell, that that's the case. We have just light, and light, pretty much, as far as I know, is always divergent. So we don't have any parallel light rays coming from the sun. You can even see this when we have a cloudy day. Now, I mean, this is not a great example, but you can see the divergent rays, the corpuscular rays coming from the sun. Is this evidence of anything necessarily? I'm going to say no, just to be safe. But that's what you get on those days where it's partly cloudy, and you can see those sun rays, that we call them, coming from that particular source of light, as far as we can tell. So I don't think that parallel light rays is viable.
I see. I mean, you could test whether they're parallel or not just by using your model to predict what the shadow lengths will be in different places before you measure it. So like you could model the rays as parallel or model the light as going parallel, I guess. And then predict, okay, well, based on my model of the Earth or whatever, the max shadow length should be here at this place, and here at this place, and here at this place. And then you can test it. Like you go out and test it at those different places. And that would be one way to confirm that it's parallel.
So you create a model of what now?
You make predictions. Yeah, you make predictions with the model that are falsifiable. And then you test them.
You can't falsify model predictions.
You falsify the model, yeah. Like
so the model is what?
If your predictions turn out to be false or incorrect, then you falsified it. Yeah.
Is this a scientific model? Because scientific models require an actual experiment to begin with. You're talking about essentially reifications, mathematical reifications that aren't scientific, that may or may not be true, right? Based on your pre-assumptions.
I'm talking about having a hypothesis and then making predictions based on that hypothesis, and then seeing if those predictions are true or not.
Okay, so what are the constituent parts of a hypothesis?
Well, it should be quantifiable, probably.
Holy cow, dude. And you can just say, I don't know. You don't just say probably quantifiable. I'm asking you for the constituent parts of a hypothesis. This is your physics degree. You should know this.
Yeah, I don't know that there's like a universally agreed upon definition. Like, it depends on what you're doing exactly, right?
We're doing natural science. We're creating a hypothesis.
Right. There's still not like it should be a hypothesis should make quantifiable, testable predictions. That's how I would define it.
Quantifiable or qualitative? Because science is not qualitative or quantitative. It's qualifiable.
So yeah, this is why it depends on the area of science, right? Like if you're doing biology, maybe it's not quantifiable, but in like a hard science like physics, then it should be quantifiable usually.
So physics is the study of the physical and natural world. You agree?
That's kind of broad, but sure.
Well, the physical and natural world, I suppose, is broad, but what else would physics, has its in the name, physics, what else would that have to do with other than what's physical?
I'm just trying not to include things like because you could argue like chemistry is part of the physical world too, but chemistry isn't physics, so that's why I think it's a little.
No, yeah, chemistry is not physics. So let's if we're talking about physics, then we would have a naturally observed phenomenon, and we would be able to test that phenomena, cause and effect wise, so that we could get, the cause of the effect. So in physics, what is the effect that we're studying? What's our observed phenomena?
The observed phenomenon would be the shadow lengths. That would be the dependent variable.
Lengths are not phenomena.
I think they are, yeah. Or shadow. The shadows are the phenomenon. Then okay, I see.
The shadow. Okay, so what causes shadow?
Light.
Does light cause shadow, or does things blocking light? Yeah.
Sure, the absence of light. Sure.
Right. So if we have a light shining, and there's something blocking that light from shining, let's say with Eratosthenes, which is what you're appealing to, I'm assuming, on the ground, then we would vary and manipulate. In our hypothesis, the independent variable would be object blocking light, right? So when no object's there, no light is blocked. When we put an object in the way of the light, we have a shadow. So we've confirmed our alternative hypothesis, or our independent variable, which is objects, solid objects especially, block light, right? So we have that.
The alternative hypothesis is that the lengths of the shadows will change depending on geographic location. And then
no, alternative hypothesis, whoa, you're just talking about shadows. Now you're going into a whole nother topic, which is not science at all.
I'm talking about the experiment that Eratosthenes did.
He didn't do any experiment. Okay, what was his naturally observed phenomenon?
The lengths of shadows. The length of shadows being different in different locations.
Length is not a phenomena. Shadow is a phenomena. Length is not.
I said shadows, like the lengths of shadows.
Yeah, so shadows. No. Now you went to lengths. See, you're constantly going to lengths. Length is quantitative.
Here. Sorry.
Okay, the distinction is qualitative versus quantitative. Science deals with qualitative, not quantitative.
Oh, okay. I think that's where we disagree. Yeah, I think science is very often quantitative. Yeah.
So the naturally observed phenomena is -9 apples then.
I don't think -9 apples has like a physical interpretation, but like 2 or 3.
Well, that's quantitative. That's quantitative. I just told you how many apples we have. We have -9.
Right. Not all quantitative descriptions have like a physical interpretation, but I think all physical phenomenon have like a mathematical or quantitative interpretation. Sure.
Okay. So
like, that's like saying, what does it mean? Like, how do imaginary numbers? Can you have an imaginary amount of things, like the square root of -1? Well, like No, maybe not. But then we use imaginary numbers in like electronics to measure like current and stuff like that. So
You use imaginary numbers in
in
electronics?
electricity, yeah.
So give me an example of that.
So for RLC circuits, it's been a while since I did this. Sorry, but basically you have imaginary number representing like the current, or the complex number representing the current, and then for like alternating current, like how the like how most outlets work, right? It's alternating current. It like goes back and forth. You represent this as like a complex number rotating in the complex plane.
You mean like Hertz cycles?
I think so. Yeah, I learned it as phase
Well,
rules, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's a value given to how many times the alteration or alternation between negative and positive, those cycles are counted within, I think, a second, right? So you have a value given to something that is actually measurable. That's a quality or a quantity given to something that we can actually measure. Or you could say it was physical. I mean, electricity will let you know that it has physical properties, especially if you jam some scissors into a light socket. So you're not going to make up a number. That's a real number, representing a real cycle of something that we can measure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We use like imaginary numbers to represent when it's like out of phase, I think.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm not going to pretend to know anything about that. In this case, we're talking about, if you want to talk about lengths of shadows, that is not physics. That is geometry. Length is a description. If you're going to quantify quantify it, that's a number given to a value of a length of something, which is a shadow. So we're not dealing with natural science, cause and effect of natural phenomena. We're dealing with lengths or descriptions of a shadow.
Right. I mean, I think most physics experiments work this way, right? Like there's certain physics experiments that model like how long it takes an object to fall or whatever, right? Like you drop two objects, a light object and a heavy object, and they take the same amount of time to fall. Like, okay, the physical phenomena that you're observing is them falling, but then you're actually like measuring time, right? Which isn't a physical. Well, I mean, I guess time is a physical thing, but like you're measuring like a.
Whoa. Okay, I want you to show me some time.
Okay, sure. Time isn't a physical thing then. Sure, time isn't a physical thing, but that's what you're measuring.
No, you're not measuring time. You're measuring a convention. Okay, so we've taken the zenith of the sun every day, right, and divided that up into equal parts. 24 hours, 60 minutes per hour, 60 seconds per minute, and then of course we divide those seconds into milliseconds or whatever. So we've created a convention out of the zenith angles of the sun every day. But time isn't physical. We've just gone ahead and divided up what we call the zenith of the sun each day into equally divisible parts. Time is not physical.
Okay, sure, but we can still measure it though.
No, you can't measure time. You could just measure where you're at each day. No, you're not measuring time. You're just taking a moment in the day and counting how many, what we've conventioned into seconds and minutes and all that stuff. You can measure those arbitrary conventions, but there's no such thing as time that you're measuring. You can't take a ruler out and measure time. You're just taking a section of the zenith angles of the sun each day and quantifying it and calling that time. It's not a real thing.
Okay, I mean, I could say the same thing about current. Like, you can't take a ruler out and measure current, and then if you use like a voltmeter or an amp meter to measure it, you're not really measuring anything. You're just like looking at numbers on a device or whatever. I don't know.
Bro, current is a real thing. We talked about this a second ago. You stick the scissors in the light socket, you're going to feel the current. Where can you feel time?
I mean, as you get older, or like you buy
some food. That's not time. That's not time.
Why not?
You're giving physical attributes to something that doesn't exist. Days go by, right? We conventionalize all these things, but there's no such thing as time that you can touch, that you can feel, that you can paint. Time doesn't exist.
Your thoughts exist?
In physical reality, no.
Oh,
I mean, this consciousness.
So they don't exist.
So, can you show me a thought of yours in physical reality, Mark?
So it doesn't exist.
Mark, I'm asking you. You agree with me then, right? So your thoughts don't exist in physical reality, yes?
Oh, I think they do. I'm asking what you think.
No, I'm not asking about what you think. I want you to show me one of your thoughts.
No, I'm just applying your rule to what you were saying.
No, I know. So you agree that thoughts don't exist in physical reality unless you can show me one.
So they don't exist. You're reifying your thoughts.
You're correct. So thoughts don't exist in physical reality. Thank you. Anyway, back to time. Can you show me time? Can you paint it red?
I don't think so.
Okay. So no time. Time has no physical effect on anything.
By physical, do you mean like something you can directly observe? Like, would you say the same thing about wind, for example? Like, well, wind doesn't really exist because we can't really see it.
Wind has physical properties. I can measure it.
But you can measure.
Does time have physical properties? Okay, what are the physical properties of time?
I don't know. What are the physical properties of the wind? Well, I guess like.
Okay, well, air has a physical property, right? So if you take air and you can fill a balloon up with air, right? It has even like a force to it, especially if you heat it up, right? It moves faster. We can feel it. We can touch it. We can put it in containers. We can even color it if we want to. We can color gas. Can you color time?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Wind isn't like a fundamental thing then. Like if something's like fundamental, like we can break wind down into like other smaller parts. We can't really do that with time.
No. I've never seen anybody show me time ever. There is no time.
Okay.
It's just a convention. It's just a describing thing that we use. It's like a thought. Totally convention, non-material. Now, do immaterial things have physical, material consequences? Do things that don't exist have effects on things that do exist in physical reality?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay. Well, if that's true, then how is it the bending and warping of pseudo-Riemannian, pseudo meaning spurious, not actual, not material, how does pseudo-Riemannian force space bend space-time? Like, or how does that space-time, that geodesic, that pseudo-geometry, how does it bend if it doesn't exist?
I mean, the matter is what's doing the bending. The pseudo-Riemannian whatever the fuck is like just how we're representing it mathematically. Like the mathematical representation of it doesn't really exist, sure, but like the matter actually does, and it actually like does the thing that the math is predicting it's doing.
You just told me that space or time doesn't exist.
I don't.
So
I mean,
how is the non-existent time?
Like, it exists in the same way that mass exists. Like you said, that mass doesn't really exist either. Which
no, the description of mass, and mass is a very ambiguously described thing. So there's two definitions for mass. One of them is resistance to acceleration, which just happens to be the same thing as inertia. And the other definition for it is the amount of material in a given space, which is awfully close to density. So we have a very ambiguous term, which is mass, which is either resistance to acceleration or the amount of matter in a certain amount of space.
Yeah, it's
which one is
density, it? Yeah, density is mass over volume. So yeah.
Yeah, so density is mass over volume. So what is mass again?
It's like hard to define fundamental quantities. I don't know. Like with time, I
Right.
know that it's really hard to define like what fundamental quantities are.
Right. So we have mass, which is very loosely defined, fairly ambiguous, and has two different meanings, which I wish they would pick one. Both of them have problems. And then we have that is supposed to be bending non-material time, right? And having some sort of physical vector effect. That doesn't make any sense to me.
What part of it doesn't make sense?
The fact that something that is undefined is bending something that doesn't exist.
When you say undefined, it's like you're saying that we can't like break it down into other quantities, like other fundamental.
Okay, fine. No worries. What's mass?
It's a fundamental quantity. Like when you ask me what it is, it's like you're asking me to break it down into something smaller, right?
Please do. I want to know.
But I'm saying that mass is specifically something that we can't really break down. It's like a fundamental thing.
It's fundamental, but we can't break it down. What is it?
Yeah, that's kind of what fundamental means. Yeah.
What is it?
Like I can say it's material, but that's kind of a circular definition, right? Like.
Okay. Material. Mass is material. Do you have anything further than that?
I don't know, like you said, it's a material that fills like a given space or something.
Okay, so do we even need to use the word mass if the amount of matter within a given volume or area, we call that density, and if you pack more in there, it's more dense, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could use density if you want. The problem is that
Okay.
it would change how much space it takes up, right? Like we want some concept that like if we like fill a balloon or something, or like you fill a balloon with like liquid nitrogen or something, and then like the nitrogen evaporates or whatever, there's still the same amount of like mass in there, even though the volume has changed, right? Or like you fill a balloon and you change the temperature of the room, maybe the balloon expands or shrinks, but like the amount of mass of air in the balloon is the same, right? So like the density has changed, but the mass hasn't.
So what is mass? How do you quantify it?
Probably it'd be like the amount of subatomic particles or something.
Bro,
We're not counting
can you like?
individual particles.
I don't want you to guess at it. Can you help me like be solid on something? Because it sounds to me like you're kind of stabbing at stuff. Maybe, possibly, probably. Like I'm not trying to be hard on you, but
No, you're right.
when I need to,
Like it's very philosophical is the problem. Like the questions
No,
you're asking are very
philosophy.
philosophical.
no, I'm not asking philosophical questions. If someone says that mass bends space-time, which is non-material, what am I supposed to do with that?
When you're asking me like show me time or define mass, that's kind of a fundamental quantity. Like I don't know how to answer that. Like it's philosophical.
Okay.
Right? It'd be like asking like define free will. Like it's kind of this fundamental philosophical concept. I
Okay.
don't really know what to
Terrific. So these are conceptions, these are abstracts, these are non-material. So why are we all of a sudden assuming that these abstract, conceptual, non-material things are having any effect on the physical and natural world that we live in?
The same reason that like I would assume that consciousness exists or like that I have free will. Like
So you're saying that gravity is like consciousness?
I would say like the epistemology behind it is similar.
So gravity and consciousness are the same?
No. Sorry, not gravity. Mass with mass. Yeah, not gravity with mass. Gravity isn't like gravity is kind of a fundamental force, but I would say like
Of
fundamental
course.
concepts
Now
like
you're called. Okay. So gravity is a force. Can you show me the force of gravity?
I mean, I would say drop something, but I know you're already gonna have a response to that.
What does drop something have to do with gravity? It's not showing me gravity. You drop something. So you drop something. So what?
Right. It accelerates towards the Earth. Yeah.
So towards the Earth, kind of like that block of wood that I took down to the bottom of the swimming pool, and it accelerates upwards.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you
So
can view that
both of
as,
those are gravity?
as the wood accelerating upwards, but you could also view it as the water accelerating downwards around the wood.
Kind of in the same way that if you drop that block of wood, it's the acceleration of the air above the block of wood,
Yes.
pushing it down. Okay. So there is no force of gravity. That's why it was called relativity. Everything is equal. Things going up and things going down are equal in the eyes of Einstein.
I don't follow. I'm sorry.
You know, that's what relativity was about, right? Even Michio Kaku says it's not actually the Earth forcing you down into the chair. It's the Earth pushing up against you.
That's just, I don't know. I don't think that's relativity. That's just Newton's third law. I mean, that's
Newton's third law is that the Earth is pushing up against you.
Yeah, every force. Yeah, yes. Every force has an equal and opposite reaction. Yeah, so like F from A to B equals negative F from B to A. Yeah.
Okay, so the Earth is pushing up against us.
Yes. If and only if we're pushing down against the Earth. Yeah, or if
Are we?
I would say yeah.
Okay. So can you measure how much the Earth is pushing up against me right now? Or you?
Yeah, you can stand on a scale. Yeah.
Is the Earth pushing up against you the same amount if you are floating in a pool?
Yes.
Okay, show me how that works.
Well, the Earth is pushing up against the pool, and the pool is pushing up against you. So, like, the Earth is like indirectly pushing.
All you have to show me is the vector of the Earth pushing up against things, and we'll be good to go.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
You're telling me that there is an acceleration of the Earth upwards pushing against me, as apparently I'm going down.
Oh,
so
okay.
I just need to see the acceleration of the Earth upwards.
Right. So acceleration is going to be net force, right? So there's a force upwards, but that doesn't mean you're accelerating up because there's also a force downwards, right? The acceleration is going to be the sum of all the forces.
Do you see the problem with any of this yet? I mean, are you seeing how these conventions, none of them make any actual sense because you're not going to be measuring. Someone just said that, in air, if you stand on a scale, that apparently is the amount of acceleration downwards that you have. Or is that the acceleration of the Earth moving upwards underneath your feet? You see how it's bullshit? Because if you get in the pool, where are you going to put the scale and how are you going to weigh yourself?
I mean, people, I don't know how they do it, but people do weigh themselves like underwater. It's like how they measure body fat and stuff. Yeah.
That's BMI. That's it's about volume and density. Once again, we're always back to volume and density. So accelerations have nothing to do with it.
But like, I understand what you're saying. It sounds kind of like bullshit, like especially if you get into like the philosophical underpinnings of everything. But like, if you actually apply it to actual like real world problems, it works. So it's like, yeah, if you're talking about it sort of abstractly, it does sound kind of bullshit.
Whoa! Don't just tell me it works, because that's a pragmatic fallacy. Show me how it works.
Well, I don't have a problem with pragmatism. I guess you do.
No, a pragmatic fallacy is because it works, therefore it's true. Show me it working.
In science, I think that's kind of that is actually how science. Yeah, that is how science.
This is not about your opinions, friend. I know that you think that, but you're going to have to show me how it works. Show me it working.
I mean, like the way, like building roller coasters based on like Newton's laws of physics or whatever, based on the assumptions of gravity, right? Like,
no one's using physics. No one's using Newton's laws when they're building a roller coaster.
I think they are. Yeah.
You just think that they are. I want you to show me. Just show me.
Yeah. Mechanical engineering uses Newton's laws all the time. Yeah.
Just show me.
Or you know it. Can you show something? Or you just
like
going to
keep
babbling?
A blueprint?
Yeah, just going to keep saying words. Can you show it? Something?
When you say show, like, do you want me to show you a blueprint? Like, what do you want me to show exactly? Like, do you want me to show you a curriculum for a mechanical engineering course? Like,
No. I want you to show me what you're talking about in action. Or do people basically build things so that because they work the way that they work?
Because I don't know what you mean because they work the way that they work. That sounds like a tautology.
Okay.
Yeah, they work.
Because it's instinctual, right? Like if you take a convention, let's take 9.8 meters per second squared. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the average descent of an object in a vacuum. Okay? So we can quantify how something will descend in a vacuum. But it changes as soon as you add air. I wonder why that is. Because all of a sudden the density and medium relationships change. So now you have to kind of account for that. Then you're going to have to change that again if you're not building a roller coaster only in, let's say, an amusement park, but now we go to the water park and we're talking about, the inner tubes on the water slide or in the wave pool or so on and so forth. Now we have a totally different medium. Now that 9.8 meters per second is totally thrown out the window because we're not using that shit anymore. No more gravity. No more 9.8 meters per second squared.
You just have to add the other forces involved. Like
what other forces? The gravity's not a force. I don't understand why you're saying this. If you can show me the force of gravity, I'll be pleased.
Okay.
So show me the gravity and show me forcing of things.
Something, but I don't like.
Well, that's not a force.
I don't know what you mean.
That's an effect. That's an effect.
Yeah,
you're not showing me the cause or the force, so we can't show causes for effects. So throw natural science out the window, I guess.
Not usually. No, we usually just show the effects. Yeah.
Oh, so there's no cause and effect relationships in nature. We don't have physics and natural science.
But usually you can't show the cause, you show the effect.
You can certainly show the cause in all kinds of different scenarios.
Well, you model the cause, and then you predict what the effect is going to be based on.
No. You observe the effect first.
Yes.
Then you find the cause, right?
Right.
So what's the cause of things?
The cause can't always be directly observed, is what I'm saying.
Not always. No, that's correct. So in this case, you have a non-existent, non-material force, apparently magic, making things go up and down.
Well, I wouldn't say it's non-existent or magic. I mean, it's non-material, sure, but
non-material.
We don't. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's true. Yeah, non-material.
So
we can observe the effect.
No. You're going to have to concede that saying that something non-material is having an effect on material things at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Sure.
Okay. Fair enough. Like I said, I don't want this to be necessarily combative, but it is fairly absurd. Well, and I was at this point with you, but non-material things having material physical effects. That's not going to work.
I can see how that would sound weird. Yeah, okay.
Right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's the claim. Like once you dig into all this essentially pseudoscience, man, that's the claim. Because there is, I mean, if we have Michio Kaku saying that the Earth is pushing up against your butt, it's not you, actually not the Earth dragging you down. If you have Raman and Einstein saying that this is a pseudo-geometry, space-time warping because of mass, which is fairly ambiguous and not really well defined, if you just start digging around on all this stuff and make it simple, it's like, well, wait a minute. Okay, so instinctually I know that the block of wood falls in air, but it also accelerates upwards in a pool. This is all instinctual. Where's the gravity? There is no gravity. It's just the way things work. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that.
It's just the way things work. Such smart words.
Not the way things work. So you can test and repeat buoyancy density. That's what it's called. Gravity, the theory of gravity, you can't repeat and test the theory. Yes, you can repeat and test buoyancy and density. Yes.
What is it? I'm not even going to address that one. That's just retarded.
Yeah. Insults. Yeah.
Yeah. Cavendish experiment is repeated. Like,
what's the naturally observed phenomena? I'm not even going to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't know what science is. You know, the testable, repeatable kind that you observe in nature. Yeah.
All right. Well, it was good talking. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. You're chill. Keep coming back. I know it all sounds like bullshit. I get it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it's challenging for me like intellectually to try to like defend. I guess something that like I take for granted, right?
Yeah, I mean, it takes time. Like, I think it's healthy just to challenge all of these, things that we just take for granted, I suppose. So, yeah, keep coming back. Glad you're here. Have a good night, bro.
But yeah. Good night.
No. And greetings, everyone. Any evidence for flat Earth? Any evidence for flat Earth? Anyone? I think that's the evidence right there. Pure silence, right? Pure silence is the evidence for flat Earth?
Prove it. Prove it, prove it.
Any evidence for flat Earth? I think flat Earth is simply scared of an ass whooping right now. They're running from me. Hey Luca, it's been a while since you talked. Maybe you can provide the evidence for flat Earth. Or I forget, you're not a flat earther, you're something else. What are you again? What's it called? Concave earther, yeah, you're a concave earther, aren't you? You are a concave earther, or did you change your mind? Mm-hmm. Hey, DMOC. Maybe you have some evidence for flat Earth, huh?
That's all I got.
That's all you got?
That's all we all have. That's all you have. What did you think there was evidence for a globe or something? Silly you.
I'm just looking for evidence of a flat Earth. If there is any, of course.
Oh, it's right there where you can't find 3959 and get 1 foot past it to go anywhere around the ball.
So where's the evidence for flat Earth?
It's the same spot where you can't go around the ball or down below the dirt and water. That spot right there.
So what location is that?
A horizontal line that you can't go below is flat Earth, buddy.
Wait, do you know what
A ball is a curve under your foot that you can always go below a horizontal line. Do you understand the two differences? Or are you okay? Horizontal line, not a ball. Ball, not horizontal. So on flat Earth, you don't go below the water and dirt. You just walk horizontally or fly horizontally. You got dips, you got ups, you got downs, but it's horizontal. A ball is down, 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 back, up, down, back, up, around to where you started. Down. Where's the down spot? Where's that down spot where you can just go down somewhere and fly down below the dirt and water? Where's that at?
That sounds like all of the things you said there. I mean, gotta say, sounds very intelligent. Speaking of horizontal lines, can you tell me?
It sounds like your ball doesn't have any 3959 spot for you guys to fly around it.
Speaking of horizontal lines, can you tell me?
If you can't find the edge of your curve, then you can't fly down past it.
Is this what you do? Is this what you're
at?
going to do now? You're going to start talking because you're unintelligent? Again, and in the chat, I posted you a line. Can you tell me if it's a horizontal line or not?
We're going to try to figure out where 3959 is from your feet, retard. Then we're going to find out where the fucking dirt and water start.
It's okay.
Yeah, where's your globe up here?
Yeah, you're not good at this, buddy.
Globe up here?
Anyway, in the side chat, is there a horizontal line?
No globe.
Is the line horizontal?
Right.
Sure.
Anyway.
Is the line horizontal in the side chat?
Yeah, horizontal. Do you think that's a globe? Retard?
Hey, hold on. Is that line horizontal?
Horizontal is my elevation. Is it yours? Show me your elevation based on that horizontal against it, because it can't be the same thing. Can't be the same thing. Globe elevation has to go below that horizontal, or are you retarded?
So is the line in the side chat horizontal?
Globe elevation, retard. Horizontal.
Yeah, so is the line? Yeah.
Horizontal is my elevation.
Is the side chat line horizontal?
Don't worry about flat elevation, dumb fuck. Show us how globe elevation works. Not a horizontal line.
So you're an expert on horizontal lines?
Hello.
Hey, just quick question. For you.
Low IQ.
Are you an expert?
Are you a low IQ having fucking retard?
Yeah. Dude, your IQ is 40. Your IQ is 40, for fuck's sake.
Your IQ is a fucking
sphere shit is
that you
40.
Can't find.
Your shit is 40, bro.
Yeah, mine's a horizontal line. You got anything other than that? Can you show us globe elevation or not? Crybaby. Quit fucking whining about what you can't prove.
40 IQ DMOC.
Yeah, no IQ fucking retard that doesn't have any evidence for elevation of a globe.
Yeah, so if you're an expert, listen. If you're an expert on horizontal lines,
where is their globe elevation?
Tell me if the line in the side chat is a horizontal line, dumb fuck. Yeah, be scared, bitch.
Put the horizontal on the wall. It's my elevation. Now, where's your globe elevation, bitch? Let's bring it out physical. Come on, let's make it physical, cunt. Pussy. My horizontal line's on the wall, bitch. That's my elevation for everybody, motherfucker.
Great. So, are you an expert?
Grandma, you retard.
I know, you have to keep over talking because you're scared.
What's globe elevation look like?
You're scared.
Kids with your
you're
fucking
scared.
low IQ.
I know, you're scared.
Tell
Quick
a little
question.
kid you know what globe elevation looks like. Show 'em.
Yeah, quick question, buddy.
Show
Is
some
the
fucking
line
idiot
in
what
the
globes
side
look
chat
like.
horizontal, Mr. Expert?
No, a globe is not horizontal, dumb cunt.
I'm asking you, dumbass.
Don't worry about what I'm doing with horizontals. That's my elevation to worry about. You need to figure out what the fuck a globe is, retard.
Wait, this guy is
How
so
is it
fucking
different than that
hilarious.
horizontal?
Sure.
What are you being funny
No.
about? Your low IQ?
Your
Not knowing
IQ's
what a
40,
curve
dude.
is?
I'm telling
So
you,
you
your
don't know
IQ's
what a curve
40.
is either. Let me
Your
guess.
IQ is
You
about
think a
40
curve is a
maximum.
horizontal flat Earth.
Maximum 40 IQ.
Is that what you have? Guy who
That's
can't
you,
show
buddy.
a globe
That's you.
elevation?
That's
I
why you
got
have
a
to keep over
horizontal
talking.
line on
You're like,
the wall. What
because
does
your
your
IQ is so
elevation look
low.
like?
Listen, your IQ is so low you
What
can't even
does
have a
your
conversation.
elevation look like based on a
Yeah.
horizontal
This is the
above
average
it?
flat Earth IQ of about
Yeah,
44.
the average fucking IQ is horizontal elevation.
Oh
You
gosh.
globers, show
The thing
theirs.
is, DMOC is like
Show me your
below
elevation.
normal flat Earth IQ.
Show me
His
how your
IQ is
globe
like 40.
elevation's not a horizontal line. We'll wait.
So are you an
Show us on the wall.
expert? I'm asking you
Are
a
you too
fucking
fucking
question.
retarded to draw a curve?
I'm asking you a
Idiot.
question.
Low IQ boy, draw us your curve of Earth, retard. Use the
Listen,
fucking
just let me ask
horizontal
you a
line as
quick
a
question.
reference.
Quick question, please, sir. Are you an expert on horizontal lines? Yes or no?
I know that's what we live on, is a horizontal reference
Okay,
frame.
are you an
Everything
expert
goes
on
up or down from a
horizontal lines?
horizontal.
Okay.
Now,
Can
what
you
does globe
discern?
elevation
Okay, hold
look
on. I'm
like?
asking you a fucking question.
No,
Okay.
you're not asking anything.
Can
You're
you
supposed to
discern
demonstrate to the
between a
kids,
horizontal line
adults.
and a
No, you're not
curved
a
line?
horizontal, you dumb
Hey,
bitch.
sir.
You're
Can you
supposed to
discern
show a
between a
globe.
horizontal line and a curved line?
Stop fucking worrying about flat Earth elevation, cunt.
Oh my! This is the
Demonstrate
epitome of
globe
flat Earth. This is where it
elevation,
gets to. This guy
fucking
just
retard. Why
talks.
is
He's
it
just
so
like a
hard?
dumb talking like
Yeah,
guy.
it's
Like he
like pulling
talks, and I don't
teeth,
think
you
he's hearing
fucking
himself when he
retard.
talks. It's like his
Pulling
brain.
teeth,
As
you
soon as
fucking
someone like
retard.
it enters like these three stages. Oh my god!
Globe
Like this is
elevation,
flat
what
Earth
does it look
discussion.
like?
Okay, just over talk,
So
so
you
I can
don't
never
know?
actually like have a conversation.
You're
That's
not,
DMOC's
listen, there's
plan.
no conversation to be
DMOC's
had. You have
plan
no
is to
globe
just keep
elevation.
talking, like keep
You
yapping
can't
his fat
demonstrate
mouth,
globe
so he can never
elevation.
have a conversation
All you got
because
to
he
do is
loses
draw
every
globe
debate.
elevation. Draw
So he
globe
just says
elevation.
words. He tells you to
Fuck
draw
up.
lines. He tells you to go like
Stop
do stuff
talking
with
your
balls
fucking self, you
outside.
idiot
You're
bitch.
like this guy just can't have a
You
coherent
fucking
conversation.
loser. Shut up, you fucking low IQ, you low IQ
Low
loser. bitch.
clue? This guy just
Yeah.
said low clue.
Yeah,
What
look,
is low
yeah.
clue? Holy
Yeah,
shit, dude!
it's the
Your
same thing
brain
as your
power,
curved
your brain is
elevation, cunt.
operating at like maximum
I know,
capacity,
it's the same thing as your
you
curved
can't like utter
elevation you
words
don't
correctly.
have. I know globe curve, bitch, you don't have.
Jeez, dude,
No curve.
jeez.
What is globe elevation, cunt? Put it right
Anyway,
underneath my
in the
horizontal.
side chat, is that line
Put globe
horizontal?
elevation underneath my horizontal line.
Sure. In the side
No,
chat,
it's
is
not
that
sure.
line horizontal?
No, we're never sure unless you draw the curve underneath my horizontals, you loser bitch.
See the flat Earth.
Earth
I mean,
curve,
the globe
retard,
Earth just
cunt.
hurts you that much. This is how
Earth
much the
curve is
globe
what
Earth
you're
hurts.
looking for, retard.
The
Do
globe
you know
Earth
what that
hurts you.
means?
I know.
What's a curve look
The
like?
globe Earth hurts you.
I know it's not a horizontal line.
The globe Earth hurts you. Just tell me, is that
I know the
line
horizontal line we use at the
horizontal?
hardware store has nothing to do with the globe. I know
I'm
that
telling you,
much.
look. You're an expert on horizontal lines. Is that
Listen,
line
I'm an
in the side
expert on
chat
you dumb cunts having a low IQ
horizontal?
and you can't even draw the Earth
Here
curve.
we go.
None of you
Here
loser
we
fucking
go. Here he
retards can even
goes.
draw what an Earth curve is.
Here he
You
goes.
fucking minuscule microscopic fucking loser fuck on the big ass Earth, little
Microscopic.
fucking nanobot retard. Get the
Okay. I
fuck
mean,
your
dude, you're
fucking
probably in some
chin out. Hey,
psychiatric hospital
nanobot.
talking to me right now.
Yeah, I know, nanobot fucking Todd.
I think the
know.
only three
Your
things
bitch,
you know how
let
to
me
do
guess, your ink
is
bitch
go to the
too big to
bathroom,
draw a
eat,
curve.
and just over talk people. I think that's the
Yeah,
only thing you
just
know how to
not
do.
just show people. Don't show people shit, retard
Let
glober
me ask you a
cunt.
question. Yeah, did you pass English class?
Are you gonna prove a horizontal?
Did you pass English class?
Yeah, it was the same one where you couldn't draw a fucking curve in.
They made you draw curves in English class? Okay, that makes sense.
No, nobody could. Nobody knew what that meant. Hopefully you could.
Okay.
Hopefully you're not too
You're
retarded
just
to
too
draw a
stupid to
curve.
speak to. You're too stupid. You're too stupid. I'm sorry. You're
So
too
you're
stupid.
too retarded also to draw a
You're
curve,
too
just like
stupid to
the other
speak to,
kids,
D-Mock. I'm sorry. You're too
just
stupid.
like I thought.
You're too
So
stupid,
no
sir.
curve.
You're too stupid to
So the
speak to.
thing you're trying to prove.
Yeah, you're too stupid to speak to. I'm sorry. Can't speak to someone that's too stupid. Anyway, for anyone else who wants to try that's not 40 IQ, like DMOC is, to try to answer the magical question here. Is the line in the chat a horizontal line? All of you guys are experts on level, horizontal, you know? Answer the question.
Brother, I got a horizontal line on the wall at 5 foot. Just go next to the horizontal line and continue the earth curve. Show us what the elevation looks like. Well, how fucking retarded can you guys be? You'd be the 80
Yeah,
billionth
DMOC,
retard that can't do it.
please. DMOC, please. Go to your
Please, globe
psychiatric
elevation,
facility.
please. Globe elevation, please. Please. Put it right next to my horizontal elevation of 5 foot for everybody. Australia, America, Canada, everybody. It's 5 foot tall for everybody from a horizontal baseline of sea level. Now, retard, show its globe curve. I showed you mine, bitch. Now, come on, low IQ motherfucker. I had a fucking blunt in my mouth. Don't make fun of me fucking talking funny when I'm smoking a blunt and arguing with a fucking retard who can't even draw his own fucking elevation on the wall or show any kids or adults or any of the audience or any fucking person in here what globe elevation even exists or fucking contributes or like fucking you don't even have the attribute of it. It's a fucking whim in your imagination, you idiot fucks. So unless you make it physical, shut the fuck up about something that don't exist but horizontal elevation. You dumb fucking loser. Fucking talk about IQ. You can talk about anything you want, but you're dumb, retarded ass not being able to draw a fucking circle underneath the fucking horizontal line, you stupid fuck. Shut the fuck up. You need to go find your fucking big brother, Professor Dave Glober, who can draw that fucking globe elevation for us. Don't stop till you find the fucking low IQ retard who can. And if you're too retarded and your pen's too big, your ink pen dot's too big to show a fucking earth curve elevation to keep putting a dot to show globe elevation, that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. How fucking handicapped you gotta be. Unless you want to go 3959 from your front door and show us there's no earth curve that way from where you stood and where somebody went from where you were. And then there's still earth in front of you for 3959 more. What a fucking sad story. Sad sacks. Can't even get down around the globe. You wouldn't know how. And pardon my French for the other people who weren't being rude. Sorry about that. So anyway, it's real easy to prove flat Earth or a globe. Just show the elevation, flat Earth elevation, based on a horizontal line. You can draw it out. You can use sticks. You can use actual objects. You can draw lines on the wall. As long as it follows a horizontal line, good to go. Good to go. Not hard. Fucking toddler could do it. Now, Glovers are too retarded. The Earth's so fucking big they don't know where to put their fucking ink pen because the Earth's so big. Because 3% of the Earth is fucking mountains and mole and fucking like the most retarded shit I ever heard in my life. So your hand is too big to draw Earth curve. That's what they're telling you. Your hand's so big you're gonna mess up drawing Earth curve because the Earth's so fucking small. No, I thought the Earth was fucking huge. And no matter what you could do as your puny ass fucking, you could draw fucking squiggly lines as tall as you, and it wouldn't even fucking matter. That doesn't even make no sense. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Can't draw an Earth curve. The fuck out of here. Anybody else want to discuss anything? Like actually, without trying to be weird. Act like you have some fucking high IQ gotcha or something. Like, only dumbass people come in and ask about people's IQ, right?
What up, D-Mock?
Hey, what up, Apocryphon? You know, if it's one thing I've learned, if you come in a room and you say, hey, which one of you guys got a high IQ? Like, that person's got to be the dumbest person I've ever met.
They're usually the dumbest ones. Speaking of dumb people, what's up, dogs?
I went on a tour of one of the local mines because where I live, Bendigo, is a gold rush town. It's got this cool thing where Moloch rock was squashed by continental plate tectonics, and that caused a corrugation pattern, and then that was filled up with molten quartz that had a lot of gold in it. So pretty regularly, every 20 meters or so, in this like 20 kilometer by 5 kilometer stretch of land, you can dig down and there's going to be a vein of quartz that has a shit ton of gold in it.
Where at?
Yeah, I went down there and that was cool. And they had a theodolite on display with the old plumb bob sitting underneath, and I thought that was pretty cool.
So they had a pretty cool theodolite and a plumb
Yeah, one of the
bob.
old
What was
ones
the
they
plumb bob
used.
doing? Was the plumb bob pointing towards the gold?
No, it was pointing towards the ground.
Oh, okay. What does that mean? Does it mean horizontally or pointing towards the ground around a curve somewhere? Crazy like.
Well, down is horizontal, isn't it, Denmark?
What? How can you show 3 down references to show your claim of down being not horizontal and being curved
Yeah.
and going down and being other ways? Yeah. How do
I
you prove
thought
that
I
with
thought down
3?
was horizontal. Isn't down horizontal?
Yeah, that's not curving. So you know Earth's not around then, right?
So down is horizontal, so that means the Earth is
Yeah, not
flat.
curving. Yes, horizontal's not curved, idiot. Yes, correct. You're learning.
I believe you.
Evidence for flat Earth is still low, right?
I don't think you
Yeah,
need to
it
believe that
seems to be
horizontal is
if
not
plumb bobs
curving.
point horizontally downwards, then the Earth is flat. That's Demok's proposition.
No, I said they're on a horizontal base pointing down at it. Now, they are lined up vertically, right? Idiot. Shut the fuck
Why'd
up.
you ask me right?
So now what you need to do,
At the end of your
retard,
sentence,
is
you said
find the
right.
2 that match a globe. Find 2 that
So
aren't on flat Earth.
at the end of your sentence, you said right. You said all the verticals match up, right?
Listen,
And that was a question.
listen.
But isn't that the thing
All
we're
the
arguing
straight
about?
line things match up with a straight line. Yeah, meter stick matches itself, fucking idiot. Yeah, retard.
Oh, so
Now,
they
where's your
do
curved
that.
meter
Okay.
stick? Do you have a curved
Why'd you
meter
ask me if they
stick?
do that if you already knew the answer?
Why'd you ask me for a curved meter stick when they don't exist?
What did I ask you for?
Plumb bobs that are different than each other. One that goes sideways
Why would
this
they be
way
different to each
horizontally.
other?
One that's vertical, one that's diagonal, and one that's coming from the fucking horizon this way. Do you happen to have those 3
Oh,
in
I
view
see.
at the same time?
If
Hello?
I have a gun and I point that gun up, is
No,
it
we
no
need
longer the
3
same as another gun
motherfucking.
that's pointed
We need
forwards?
3 plumb bobs showing different orientations, all going to the center of a ball, idiot. God damn
Yeah,
it!
but you said all the plumb
Don't be
bobs are
so
different,
fucking weird.
but they're all the same. They're all
Don't be a
plumb bobs.
fucking weirdo, you dumb son of a bitch. Your weird fucking ass thinks you
What?
live on a ball. So to prove to think your
What's wrong
weird
with my
fucking
ass?
ass lives on a ball, you would need 3 fucking plumb bobs going different
Yep.
ways to the center of something. Dumb fuck. Now on flat
So
Earth, we
what?
don't need to
Why would they
worry
all?
about all
What?
that fucking shit.
What's the difference
Do
between
we,
them? What would the
retard? We
difference
don't
be?
need to worry about all your dumb fucking fairy tale goopy shit, do we, retard? No, we don't,
Yeah.
fairy
So
tale fucking ball boy. So can you
you
demonstrate
say the
any of
3
your
plumb
fucking
bobs
fairy
would
tale
be different.
claims?
How would they be
Fairy
different?
tales. Fairy tales. Do you have a demonstration of 3 plums, 50 or 100 or 500 miles apart from each other at the same time on a ball? Fucking retard.
Yeah, if you could read, it would be in the American Arc of the
No, I'm
Parallel.
not
But
gonna
I'm
read.
sorry, but you
I'm
failed
not
that
gonna
part
read.
before.
No, I'm not gonna read a book. I'm gonna look
There we go.
outside and see where I have plumb bobs from the sun, facing the sun, coming back at me this way, the string facing back at me somehow.
It's
While
fine,
I got a
Demok, buddy.
plum
I
facing
understand
upward,
that you
not
reject ways of
pointed to the
gaining
sun.
knowledge
And then I
as
got
much as you
another one in
can.
between
I'm
those
sorry,
2,
buddy.
diagonal.
Yeah. The truth
We'll need 3
is only
plumb bobs,
true
retard. We'll
if you
need a
don't read it.
fucking vertical one, a diagonal one, and a horizontal one for a globe, idiot. Do you have those handy? Shit dog. Snoop shit.
How old are you, Demok?
I don't know. Quit rubbing your nose in dog shit.
I've got a hypothesis
50-year-old
that
on
people that
government
think,
assistance.
yeah, people that think way too hard about things that really shouldn't need hard thought, they
People
tend to be
need to
kind of
fucking
bald,
have
or at least
3
balding.
plums. People shouldn't be talking
That's
without
why all
3
these
plums.
like professors of really obscure
Professor No
subjects in
Plums.
universities, they're all really bald and
Yeah,
weird
do they
looking.
got any plums? Do they got 3 plums handy at one time? They
Demok,
got
do you have 3
diagonal
plums?
plum
Because
at
that's a pretty
45
amazing
degrees. We'll need
uh,
45. We'll need vertical, and
physiological
we'll need a
issue.
horizontal plum. We'll need a
I wonder
plum
if
that
people
leaves
with
the
a
center
third
and goes back
testicle,
that away.
would they have increased semen production, or would it be decreased because the functionality of all 3 would be lessened?
On a globe, my plum and your plum can't face the same way.
I
Fucking plum
agree, our
Joe.
plums should never
Plum
face.
bob
That is
plum.
true.
Hey, plum bobber. Show us 3 plum bobs that aren't facing the
Ooh,
same
I'm
way.
not a plum bobber. Is that a
Plum bobbers.
proposition?
bump bobber.
Oh, that was lovely, Devok, at the end there. Like you were whispering it into my ear, trying to coerce me into sucking on your balls. Honestly, mate.
No, that sounds a little
Plum
bit gay, doesn't it?
You're the only one that deals with balls. Wouldn't that be fucking familiar for you?
No, I think most human beings do, especially males.
No,
Hey,
no,
hey
we
Denmark,
don't.
I have a. This is something you could actually ask dogs or gods, and it'd be an actual gotcha. Ask him what a woman is.
Oh,
What's
I've
a
got a perfect
woman?
answer for that.
I know already. I'm not gonna
Yes.
ask him.
It'd be a great. I'm just asking you. It'd be a great question for you to ask him.
Oh, well, I mean,
Great
ask
question.
him, young man.
Wait, hold
A
on,
woman
Denmark.
is
Let me
someone
ask you.
who's.
Hold on, Denmark. Let me ask you real quick. What is a woman?
Somebody that's got a Virginia and bleeds and has babies.
I would love to
Anyway,
answer that
dogs or
question
gods?
for you,
Let's.
Matt, in a different server, different VC. I think the
Yeah,
mods have put in
I'm
chat
already
that
in
they
modern
don't want us
database.
to
Let's make
talk
it
about.
happen.
There's a woman.
I'm already
Alright,
in modern database.
let's go
Let's
over
make
there.
it
Go over there, the politics VC.
Go over there where they have robot women.
happen.
Fucking Stephen Hawking girls with wheelchairs on and wheels and pina coladas.
Yo, what's going on? Be in chat.
What's up?
Yo, what's good?
Much. Another night.
Yeah, respect. What do you think? What do you think about flat Earth?
What I think about it?
Yeah,
I think it's an awakening.
yeah,
I think it's about the awakening of pulling everybody out of the falsehoods, the lies.
yeah. Well said. Well said. With you.
Uh,
I came to flat Earth about some books. I have some printings that are now worth a lot of money. Like, pretty amazed at how valuable some things are becoming because of this.
oh, that's cool.
I bought a 1931 August Popular Mechanics, Popular Science, right? No, the August issue 1931, where August Piccard said that he saw a flat circle with upturned edge. That magazine, I got that for $100. It was selling on eBay for like $1,000. I don't know how much it's going for now, but August Piccard, he was the first guy to go into upper the hell would we call it? But they call it the atmosphere, of course, but atmos plane. He went up, 30,000 feet or 60,000 feet. Not sure how high he went, honestly, but he observed the Earth, and it was printed in Popular. I want to say Popular Mechanics. I think it was changed to Popular Science. Let me look this up real quick. But
There was both. There was both Popular Science and Popular Mechanics, but Popular Mechanics was like the really good one. But there was also Popular Science.
Yeah, so there's a. I'll look on eBay actually, see if they're still selling it. But it's the August issue of 1931, where it was actually published. I say it's Popular Mechanic. I think it was. Yeah, it is Popular Mechanics. Yes, that's why I'm confused. Popular Science.
Oh yeah, I'm confused too. It wasn't Popular Science. It was Scientific American. That's the one I used to get both magazines many years ago.
Cool. Well, this issue of Popular Mechanics. This issue of Popular Mechanics from 1931. It's the August. You can even look on Google. It'll show you in the Google images. If you type in Popular Mechanics Flat Earth, that doesn't bring it up. Popular Mechanics, August Piccard, August 1931. Here it is. August 1931, volume 119. That
was Modern Mechanics.
Popular Mechanics.
Oh, that's interesting. It says Modern Mechanics. Yeah.
Oh, it's here you go. It's Popular Science, and it's like it shits around. It's actually
Popular Science Monthly. Yeah. See, it has right here. Look at it. It says Popular Science Monthly, and then at the top there it says Modern Mechanics, October. Maybe Modern Mechanics was a part of the magazine in Popular Science. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but Popular Science, August 1931, extremely valuable because of flat Earth. A lot of people don't know that, but it's an old magazine. I put it in the side chat. Here you go, $1,250. I'm gonna put it in the side chat. You can actually look on eBay. The reason this magazine is worth so much money. Earth. A lot of people don't know that. I linked the eBay listing. It's actually for sale on eBay for $1,250 right now. The reason it's so expensive is because Picard, the first flat Earth, his whole thing is documented in this magazine. That's why it's worth so much money. Pretty amazing. So if you look at that eBay listing, it says Popular Science Monthly, August 1931, volume 119, number 2, featuring August Picard aerial record.
Up into the stratosphere.
Yeah, well, August Picard, big because this is what they did. They did a trailer. They did an advertisement for a liquor where August Picard was in the advertisement because he's famous for being the first man to create like a rocket ship. Basically, he's like the first rocket ship. He created a structure where he could go up into the heights of the Earth, thousands of feet above what planes were doing and everything. And he observed the Earth to be a flat disk with upright edge. That's what he said specifically. He said it appeared to him to be a flat disk with upright edge. And August Picard is actually in a commercial that they recently put out for Hennessy liquor, and they have August Picard, his spacecraft that he created. And when he goes up, he crashes into water, which is really cool. Like the elites are showing you. It's like really, like they know exactly what the deal is. Let me see if I can find this. Hennessy presents the Picards. You gotta watch this, man. Hold on. I'll put this in the side chat, but he did indeed make this thing. And if you're not comfortable clicking links or whatever, you can just go on YouTube and you can type in August Picard Hennessy Ed. And what it shows is going up with the human spacecraft. The first a craft, like almost like a rocket. So in this advertisement, they show you him looking at the horizon, and
Yeah, I remember this one.
horizon excited and extended, and then they make it like he shoots into outer space. As he's shooting into outer space, all of a sudden he hits water.
Yeah, I remember this.
Cool.
This is really cool.
That's exactly what's above us. Like me, science fiction. Personally, I do believe they're showing us in these advertisements and everything that they already know, and I believe that advertisement is showing you that there's actually waters above, like the Bible tells us there are waters above, and that's what they're showing. So they show him crash into the water. It's a very popular advertisement. You know, it was big. It was a famous advertisement when it came out. It's like a professional ad for Hennessy liquor.
Yeah, that's really cool. Like
And
you
how they
said,
show him crash into water. So
like you
isn't
yeah, like you said, they're like kind of just showing like the truth, you know, but it being hid, they call it like hiding in plain sight, right? Pretty interesting. That is also he became the first man to reach the stratosphere, and then his son became the first man to reach the deepest part of the ocean. That's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, Apocryphon, I have to apologize. I was talking. I only unmuted my thing until the past like 15 seconds, but I don't know if you were talking or I was talking over
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I was. No worries, man. It's all good.
I'm so sorry, man. I was muted. I thought I muted the video. I was watching the Hennessy ad, and I muted my laptop, so I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. I've been there, done that. No, I was just saying, like, how his son, he was the first to reach the stratosphere, and his son was the first to reach the deepest part of the ocean.
Yeah, yeah. Isn't that crazy? Like crazy.
Of the time, I guess, because
Yeah, they use the same technology. We're using the same technology, like
which
it was like
reminds me, because NASA, they started out as a ocean exploration company.
right.
So it's interesting that it all kind of just shifted.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hey, are you guys? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, man. I'm good.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you guys are still doing the flat Earth thing.
What do
Yeah,
you
well,
mean
this
by
is
that?
I mean, I guess the room channel is 24/7 flat Earth, so that's on me for asking. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut.
That's all right.
But all right. I'm just glad you guys have a hobby. That's cool. You know, I have different hobbies, but that's it's fine.
Yeah, you know what
no.
hobby I
So
have? I have a hobby
real
of.
quick, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like the condescension in that statement is like off the charts. Dude. So, do you want to share a rebuttal or how you actually feel instead of being condescending, coming into a chat and just being condescending, or do you have
Well,
like an actual?
Sure. I'll tone down the condescension just a smidgen. My opinion is that.
Thanks.
Okay, just a smidgen though, not too much, not too much. I'm not convinced that the Earth is flat, but I'm open to hearing good arguments.
Yeah, but you're convinced that it's a globe?
I'm not convinced that it's flat.
You're convinced that it's a globe?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, so that's the second time you couldn't answer that question.
I know, because I didn't make that argument. My argument was I'm not convinced that it's flat.
You're just not going to say whether or not you're convinced or not it's a globe.
I'm saying I'm not convinced it's flat.
And are you convinced that it's a globe?
I'm open to believing either.
Okay, so what I see here is generally when you talk to people who are in your state of mind is, and I say this respectfully, but
sure.
maybe if you are open to that, the reason I asked you are you convinced it's a globe is kind of ask, are you opening your mind to the possibility that what you have been educated on or what you have been told to believe is also worthy of your personal skepticism. you agree that you should be a skeptic of what you've been taught to believe?
Jeez, how do I address that? That's a good question, I think. I would just say that, how do I type this? I think that what Flat Earth does is actually really good because it makes people challenge their preconceptions. Some people just like assume that this is the way they've always been taught, so therefore that must be true. And I think that what Flat Earth does, this channel in particular, is like it challenges that, makes them think, well, how do I know the things I know? Really challenges their epistemology. I think I really appreciate you guys for that. But I think the conclusions that you come to are not convincing all the time. Some of the arguments I hear are not things that move me. And I have some problems with Flat Earth. I think some of the things they say are unconvincing.
I would say in response to that, you've clearly attached your identity to what you were educated to believe, which is why you diverted from my question and did not answer it directly, which is fine. And I do say this again with respect to you. If you would choose to self-observe that you are not being a skeptic of what you have been taught, you are.
I am a skeptic of. I don't know how to answer it because I don't know for a fact that the Earth is a globe because I haven't personally verified it. But all of the I guess in that sense I'm a skeptic, sure. But if I had to guess, I would say it's probably a globe.
Well, all I'm doing, bro, is positing to you the position that if you are to ridicule others or take a stance against others and say that they are being skeptical of something, that you yourself need to look and see what are you doing as far as your beliefs, as far as your substantiation of fact that you are declaring for yourself. I mean, that's imperative. For me personally, that's imperative. I do that with everything. I say, am I looking at something and declaring it to be fact when I don't really know? And then somebody else comes along with some other crazy idea out of the blue that I'm not used to, that I've never heard before, and my knee-jerk reaction is to say, "Oh, that's ridiculous." If I'm not being self-critical of everything I've ever been shown or ever been taught, then I'm not being humble, which is important to me. The most important thing for me is to be humble. So my question to you would be, if somebody comes up to you and says 1 + 1 does not equal 2, what is your knee-jerk reaction? Of course 1 + 1 = 2, right? But you're not self-observing. Even give that person the time of day. And I will give them the time of day. Somebody says 1 + 1 does not equal 2, I will give them the time of day. I will listen to that. I will let them explain themselves because I am a skeptic of all things until proven. Yeah, until truly shown, truly proven. So I think with our education system and what we're brought up in, we go to school, we go to first grade, second grade, third grade. I don't think a lot of adults are reflecting enough on how much programming they have incurred in childhood. I mean, it is off the charts. You are literally shown a globe in kindergarten. And as far as I'm concerned, that's child abuse. So to you, that's normal. To me, that's child abuse.
Right.
So, you see what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I see where you're coming from. I have a question. It's not going to be condescending. I promise you. It'll be a very polite question. Is it possible?
Totally.
Is it fair and good to believe things without personally knowing them? I don't know for a fact that my car is going to work tomorrow, but I believe it. Do you think that's fair, or do you think that's erroneous?
I would say it's only fair if you are a reasonable-minded person. So it's only fair to believe things are going to happen if you have proper and reasonable discernment, I would say it's fair. But individual who believes things without reason and without discernment is not fair.
That is
See
a.
where I'm getting at?
I think I get what you're saying.
What I'm basically saying is like a person can believe anything, but they themselves may not be discerning or reasonable. Person who's capable of reason.
Okay.
I'm
you come.
not going to say
Sure.
in general. Yeah, I can't say in general that that's equivocal to what a flat Earth globe Earth debate. It really comes down to the only legitimacy I can give to someone waking up in the morning and saying I believe something, and I can really give you an affirmation of what I believe, is if that person is discerning and reasonable. That person first has to be discerning and reasonable. Because if they're going to tell me, well, I believe lightning's going to strike me today, like obviously those are things that come from
Are you cutting out? Or?
unreasonable. Oh no, you
Which
can go
one
ahead.
of us
You
is
can go
cutting
ahead.
out right now? Well, yeah. Okay, you seem like a pretty thoughtful guy. I apologize for my earlier condescension. Let's just get into the brass tacks. Do you have any arguments that you think would be very convincing to someone on the fence like me that I should believe the Earth is flat?
The Earth is flat because most convincing. Wow, I've never been asked that question, so I'm gonna take a second here. Just think the most convincing thing. Yeah, the most convincing. For me, that sends my mind down a lot of different trails, which are hard to convey. Because for me, this was born.
So if you just want to gish gallop and hit me with a billion different reasons, I'm not going to debate you. I just want to hear the reasons you believe it.
Know what I'll do? Yeah, I'll give you a response to that. That the reasons I believe it are actually more so on the side of understanding our world as far as the individuals who exist in the world versus any kind of scientific proof. So, for instance, scientific proof, somebody in the chat could hop in and say, Lake Baikal or, whatever, these long distances where you can see certain skyscrapers and see different areas. And like, there's all these people who do tests and studies to show that the Earth is not moving, it's not a globe. There are definitely individuals out there who are working tirelessly to prove that the Earth is flat and that it's not moving. Those are really the two things, is that it's not curving and it's not moving. So they're going to look at certain things scientifically to prove that. Now, my answer to your question, though, initially, I want to go back to the reason I believe the Earth is flat. The reason I believe the Earth is flat, aside from all of those evidences, which I do agree with many of them, and I have seen many evidences for why the Earth is flat, scientifically speaking. As an aside, and most important element to me is the understanding of who is in control of our world. That's also a separate study. And when you study who is in control of our existence in the world, you start with certain subject matters and you throw in that study. So it's actually two different studies that prove the Earth is flat. You have scientific studies, pragmatic scientific experiments and studies which can show that the Earth is flat. I personally agree with that. That is absolutely there. But the most potent and most critical, the most imperative study is the study of who invented the lie of the globe Earth. Because that actually is the most important element, in my opinion. That really shows like because then that shows you the why. It shows you the why they lied, why they're concocting this whole thing, the moon landings, the whole NASA, the whole thing from top to bottom. Like, why are they lying? But why are they lying and who are the they is so much more important than the scientific studies, in my opinion. Because the Earth being flat. So I would just say because the Earth being flat to me is obvious. So any scientific studies are really a defensive argument against the globe Earth argument. Globe Earth argument is like somebody saying or making something up to accuse you of something, accuse you of, accusing act from a falsehood. So then you're just in a defensive situation where you say, no, like I didn't steal this candy bar from the store. Like I'm just going to work today and somebody's accusing me of stealing a candy bar from the store. And it's like now I have to go defend myself. I have to prove that I didn't steal this candy bar from the store. I have to like go to court and all this nonsense. It's the accuser that matters to me. The accuser is the concocting oligarchy of the lie of the globe Earth. The globe Earth is an accusation.
Okay. I get that.
Globe Earth is an assault. Globe Earth is an assault on a flagrant reality. The Earth does not move. You don't feel any motion. Flat as a pancake. This is all obvious. Now we have to answer to this scientific construct, and that construct is born out of a nefarious force, that is what is way more important to me, understanding that nefarious force.
Okay, I think that's fair. As you probably noticed, I'm the kind of guy who just likes going into chat rooms and asking people like why they believe the things I believe. I think that's like more interesting than trying to debate someone. And I just want to like pantomime like if I was like a huge globe earther guy and I was trying to debate you, I would probably say something like, "That sounds like a really big conspiracy. How many moving parts does it have here?" Like, how do you typically respond to that?
I'd say as far as moving parts and asking, you're asking if you're asking for like a. Well, I'm sure you're being kind of like hypothetical with that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to debate you. I don't have a follow up. I just want to know like what you think when people say this conspiracy is so large, like Watergate was like 5 guys, right? And that still was blown out of the water. So it's like, how does this flat Earth thing like work with so many people seemingly in on it?
I would say this to that. First of all, you have to define people accurately. Of course, you can't take the word people that everyone's the same in the Earth. That's of course not true. So we have thousands, I would say, my estimation, thousands. But then again, it's pretty amazing to think it could be a much larger number because we actually likely have land masses that are not attainable or understandable. I shouldn't say understandable, but not accessible to the common man as we presently are. So the estimation of the number of individuals who are involved in this conspiracy can range dramatically, and I do not have the capacity to give you an accurate number of the actual number of individual beings that are in control of this. Now, it really doesn't matter how many are in control. It matters to understand who is in control. That who is not us. It's not who we are. It's It's definitely, as far as I can reach pragmatically for you, trying to be a little more practical. As far as I can reach, I can observe. As far as my corner of the earth and my observance is that there are bloodlines that are very important to these elite groups, and they maintained their bloodlines very meticulously, and those bloodlines have been in control of our financial system since antiquity. I know that at least at a baseline level, and I'm not even saying they are the elites. They're not even necessarily the elites, but the bloodline families and the family bloodlines would probably make up a few thousand 2,000 individuals, maybe hundreds of thousands. I don't know. In our corner of the earth, maybe, if they've maintained that oligarchy strong enough. I mean, they do run our financial system in the shadows. They have special buildings that they create for themselves that we don't know a lot about. They have rituals that we don't know a lot about. They keep themselves very secretive, like the Mothers of Darkness Mansion and the Bohemian Grove, and like these like areas where they congregate with lesser beings, beings to them, like high level financiers and supporters of them. Now, as far as them, like the true ultra elite, I of course pragmatically cannot give a full definition on them, but I personally believe they are an animal hybrid race, and they do have private lands that reach beyond the map that we have been shown. I personally believe they are satyrs because I've seen a lot of evidence for that. They are satyrs, meaning they are goat hybrid beings, and that they live on in private lands where they are separated from the common world that we are adjusted to and that we live within. And I think that they live outside of our common world, and that they lord over this common world through their financial system. Their financial system is like here for our enslavement. Like our enslavement is very big for them because they actually take us as food. Of course, they take us, they capture us and bring us to their lands and eat us and everything. They've been doing that forever. That's documented history with some of the documentation of how they operate with our flesh, like fleshly beings. Like they love to harvest human beings. They harvest organs. They eat us. They drain our blood. They drink our blood. So this cognitively and pragmatically, you do have evidences for small-time elite engaging in these behaviors, and then you have this prospect, which really comes down to like how much information you can gather and search for and together to figure out what's really going on. But obviously, this is to enslave us. The globe Earth doctrine, the land masses that we live on, you don't have access to other land masses. We have been shown, a map, and like that's it. That's the best we'll ever know. That's the most we'll ever know. But the goat hybrids. The goat hybrids is big because this is why they sacrificed goats in biblical times. Goat is a sacred animal, and this is why Jesus said he's going to separate the sheep from the goats. Like this goes deep into biblical times and what satyrs are. The satyr is mentioned in the Bible. It says satyrs will dance in the lands of people who are consumed. I'm addressing somebody in the chat, but where I'm coming from is I am pragmatic and I do my research and I study. I do not believe that we are living in a reality that we should be taking lightly, like, or as a form of confidence in our beliefs, like that we should just take it for granted. It's not granted.
Got it. Okay. I really thank you for your time. Obviously, this is just like I've talked to a bunch of different flat earthers. A lot of them say things like, "I can't speak for every flat earther." I'm sure you're not speaking for every flat earther. I really respect that you opened up to me. I think it was nice to listen to you. one more question, and I promise no condescension. One more
I
question, and
know
I
I
promise
know I go really far, man. I know I go deep. I'm sorry, but I just
no,
gotta
it's
say,
totally cool. It's totally cool, dude. I
yeah.
mean, like, look, I
All right,
love
cool,
these
cool, cool.
conversations. I live for these conversations. This is much more interesting to me than me yelling at someone because I disagree with them. Okay, I just want to have one more question, and no, I promise no
That's
condescension.
cool. Yeah,
How was your day today?
It was good. I worked on my business, and I went out with my friends to a restaurant, and it was good. But I definitely have a bit of anxiety, so I'm getting through that. I'm working on that. But it was a good day overall. I was happy with what I'm doing. Working on myself, trying to get better, trying to be better, and just do the right thing. But yeah, it was a good day, and I hope some of what I shared with you interests you, and you can look into these things and be open to them. And it sounds crazy to a lot of people, even to flat earthers, the whole satyrs and the goat hybrids and everything. But they don't do enough research. They don't dig deep enough, in my opinion, to understand who's in control of the world. And
yeah, well,
I think
I'm sure
you started. I think, dude, you started with condescension and you ended with condescension very well, and I appreciate that.
All right, well, yep. I'm gonna head on out because I got other stuff to do. But have a nice day, guys.
All right, man. Take it easy. Ended with condescension. This is why I believe islands of the Satyr are doing wonders on the mind of men. Wonders, absolute wonders. Men have lost all. Men have lost all of their sensibilities, eating away. Serpent is huge. That's huge because, like David Icke, when he talks about entities that latch onto people, do all this stuff. Now, people don't think deep enough to why man is given to sin. And they call it the reptilian brain, like our flesh. These are all topics you should be thinking and studying flat Earth. You should be looking into serpents. What is the serpent? Where did the serpent come from? Where do parasites come from? Where do these creatures come from? And man mixing with animal, which is something they're getting us back to, something they did in ancient times. Sphinx. Man has been mixing with animal since antiquity, and they know how to do it, and they will do it again. Not let the world convince you that internet and Discord and YouTube and memes and emojis and whatever, like, this doesn't affect reality. Reality is reality. Will come back. Reality will come back. So the Satyr, of course, yeah, described accurately throughout history. There's actually documented history of satyrs being found and brought into Rome. Dead satyr was brought into Rome. Did you know that? satyr was brought into Rome. That's why they have statues of them. That's why Moses has a statue with goat legs. Those who live amongst us that control us were more obvious in the past, and they have since mixed with us to hide amongst us. They've removed the features that they once had. The features that they once had are still prominent amongst their pure origin. But the ones who lord amongst us, who run our banking system and who run the government, are mixed breeds who have made themselves look like pure breeds, but they don't look fully like pure breeds. They still look like satyrs. You can still see their satyr face. Still have the face. They still have the curly hair and the all the features. The witch features. You can still see it on them. You think it's ridiculous, but you'll see. Were written about since antiquity. Back far enough into history, it becomes very fantastical to us, but to them it was not fantastical. The closer you get to the origin of Adam, origin of man, the more the world is a fantastical place to us. There were giant trees, there were trees the size of mountains,
To Jordan.
Hmm.
Hello. Apparently, the only person that came in here was a clown. Is anyone else willing to speak? Hello? Does anyone want to defend the globe? Calling all globe defenders.
What's up, losers?
Not losers, but if you want to call us that, that's fine.
That's funny. I was actually thinking of you in particular when I said that.
I'm glad. I'm so glad you only thought of me when you said losers.
Well, no, I said in particular, but I was talking to everyone.
Oh, it's so great that it was just me that you meant, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
so what's your evidence of the Earth being a globe? Globetard.
All of it.
Oh, so amazing that you have such a vague understanding of the globe Earth. Can you please be more specific?
I mean, all of it.
Yeah, that's so wonderful that you can be so vague for your belief system.
That's the beauty of it.
Try to pinpoint something specific.
I mean, you name it.
I can't because it's so vague.
A globe Earth explains everything.
Look, I understand your religion more than you do, but
It's
you
not a
said
religion. Why would you call it a religion?
okay, because you just believe it. You don't actually verify anything that you believe.
I just said all of the evidence supports it.
Okay, what evidence? What?
All of it.
What?
Literally everything.
You're being so vague, you can't even pinpoint one singular proof.
There's no need to go into specifics.
Oh, because you can't name one. Exactly.
I can name. There's so many I could name.
Oh,
bet you
great.
can't.
Name one.
Bet you can't.
Radio silence. Love it. Some douchebag likes to come in here and act like he's got all the evidence and doesn't even name one. There you go.
That clicking in the background is annoying.
You not giving evidence is annoying.
Yeah.
I told you all of the evidence.
No, you didn't. As Flatsy pointed out, you just said all of it, which is very vague. She asked you to be specific, and you wasn't, and you changed the subject onto things that are clicking that are annoying.
Exactly. Thank you, Jedi. Exactly what happened.
Why are you mansplaining for her?
Nope. He's just explaining what happened.
Yeah, well, he's mansplaining for you.
I gave you what happened very specifically, and then Jedi did the same thing. So we have collaborating evidence.
This is what you guys like to do. You like to think about what was said and not actually talk about anything productive.
Oh, so we like to act like what we heard specifically from your mouth wasn't something that we should take into consideration.
Why do you think the globe Earth is a religion?
Because you don't have any evidence, and all you said is that everything explains everything.
I'm not. I'm saying all of the evidence supports it. How is that a religion?
Yeah, it is a religion because you didn't give any specifics to anything supporting anything.
That makes it a religion?
Yeah, because you don't have any evidence.
Oh my god, you're very dense. I'm telling you, all of the evidence there is supports a globe Earth.
What evidence?
All of the evidence. Everything.
Well, even the fact that it's measured flat, does that support a globe, does it?
You can't measure it, it's too big.
No, so we can't measure the Earth. What are you talking about?
You can't measure the distance that would be required to measure the curvature.
Oh,
really? So what? 1 mile, 10 miles? What are you talking about?
And Jedi, I want to talk to this other one, not you.
I'll dictate who's going to talk. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm just saying I'd rather talk to her.
Okay, you can talk. I will allow it. If you carry on being a cunt, I'll remove you.
He said that.
I'm sorry. I wasn't being a cunt. We'll see.
You are.
Okay.
You are.
You've been
He
being a
said,
very deflective when it comes to feedback.
Dude, both of you have called me names. I haven't even done that.
I
I
call
don't
you.
give a shit.
I didn't call him a name.
Yeah, you
just
did. You forgot. You called me the D word.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No,
well,
I didn't.
someone just called him a dipshit, so he's kind of
Oh,
got the right here.
I didn't call him anything.
Yeah, you called me a D bag. You forgot.
Alright.
Oh,
Your
you
brain
shouldn't
is so
call.
fucking addled that you forgot
can't
that.
say that.
The conversation isn't going anywhere now, which is exactly what you want it to do. You don't
Yeah.
want the conversation to go anywhere.
You're right.
I'll gladly have it go wherever you want it to go. Except
Yeah.
the fact you guys always go back to you can't measure it because it's such a silly thing.
Well, but we do measure it. That's the thing. You just say we can't because it's so big.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Well, you've got no measurements for your globe then.
Yeah.
Why
we
do you
measure
need measurements?
because we measure flat.
Flat.
We measure the Earth flat.
Yeah,
Why
it's measured flat over short distances, of course.
Oh, okay.
Flatsy, I'm gonna be honest with you right now, man. You're getting kind of bogged here. Might be on it. Might be better.
Hold on, Shardsy. So he said that we measure it flat. I love
Thanks.
it. Thank you so much. So we measure it flat.
Yeah,
but
you're like the people that clip Trump out of context. You quoted half of my sentence.
No, I didn't. I said
Yes, you did. You forgot the last part of the sentence.
I don't have editing powers. I'm asking you.
Editing powers. Okay, you're not worth talking to.
This.
So we measure the Earth flat, but it's actually not flat. It's a globe, right?
That's what he said. And then he left, by the way.
No, he's still here.
Oh, is he really? Wow.
He's just muted. Twonger, right? Twonger, right?
Why was I muted?
I don't know, but I'm going to go ahead and ask you again. We measure the Earth flat, but it's so big it can be measured flat, but it's a globe, right?
I want you to finish my complete sentence. Do you remember what it was?
I just did. I just still
No,
managed.
tell me the full sentence that I said.
So I can't verbatim tell you what
I
you
know,
said.
because your short-term memory is obviously fried.
No, it got cut off. You got muted. So
Oh, sure. No, that was way before the mute. Why do you gaslight so hard?
Okay, I'm sorry. Please repeat yourself. Go ahead, repeat
I
your...
said it's measured flat over short distances.
Okay,
That's
so
true,
Earth
by
is
the way.
flat over short distances, but is it ever measured curving?
Multiple times every day.
When?
We've got a conflict on it of interest. One Glober says it is, one Glober says it isn't. Interesting.
Wait, who's a Glober? Am I a Glober?
Yeah, you are now, yeah.
Oh, Flatsy's a Glober?
No, the other guy right down the bottom,
Oh.
Twonga, he says you can't measure curvature over long distance.
Oh, you can, absolutely. That's
you
why your
can?
cell phone reception doesn't work when you're out at sea or in an airplane.
Or just outside of a town.
No, it works outside of town.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
You
it
don't know.
does.
You
I don't
very
know where you live, man, but out
Yeah.
here in America, we have pretty good reception most of the time.
No, we
I
don't.
never thought about that, but that actually makes sense, Shardsy.
That is
Yeah,
a lie.
thanks.
I go out to Sipsy and I can't get any fucking service at all. And that is really just less than 10 miles away from me.
It's just under the sky. Should be fine.
Yeah, that's bullshit. In America, it's not great service. Sorry.
You're in America?
You can't measure curvature.
Duh, do I not sound like I'm from the South of America?
South America? No, you don't sound like you're from there.
I don't sound like I'm from the South in America.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you do.
Okay, that's what I asked.
Alright, so it's dark there, right? So why is it light in China right now?
Because the sun is there. If it is there, is it there?
Why? What do you mean? Why wouldn't it still be light here then?
No, I don't know if it's in China right now. That's what I'm asking.
The sun is shining on China right now. Yes.
Good. Okay.
Why is it dark here?
Because the sun isn't here.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I can't. It's like talking to a third grader. Sorry.
Your brain just glitches. He can't.
Yeah. I just realized the level of intellect I'm speaking with.
I know. You don't have any intellect. You can't understand that the sun is where it's shining and it's not where it's not shining.
Why wouldn't the sun be shining here too? If it's why wouldn't it? If it,
Not shining here, clearly. Because
why not?
Because it's dark.
How would that work?
Because it's dark.
So on a flat Earth, the sun moves over to China.
The sun is in position over wherever there is daylight.
You don't understand how daylight works.
Yeah, I do actually.
No, you don't actually.
Seem to not understand it.
You're making stuff up. It's hilarious.
Oh, am I?
The fact, if you really believe what you're saying, like you're not even smarter than a second grader.
I don't believe anything. I know what I'm saying. So you don't understand longitude lines. So the solar noon, those are the longitude lines. You don't understand the sun's position to relative to the earth and where we experience solar noon.
You're just, what does that even mean?
Longitude. Do you know longitude and latitude?
What difference does it make?
Because longitude is dictated by the sun's position, you numpty.
Yeah, that's a good little thing someone posted in the
No. I'm
chat.
not looking at anything. I'm talking to you.
Look at the little image in the chat.
Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, that's stupid. So you're stupid.
That's how you think the sun works?
No, I don't think it works that way. That's your straw man of my position.
Well, tell me then, how does it work?
You are creating the straw man for me. So thank you for being logically fallacious. You don't know how logic works, do you? What are the principles of logic? Do you know? Do you know the principles of logic? Please answer. Law of identity, law of non-contradiction. I'm trying to help you. Do you know the principles of logic, buddy?
I keep zoning out because of that clicking noise.
Law of identity, law of non-contradiction. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
I just can't stop looking at that picture. It's so funny.
Because you're stupid. Sorry that you are so mentally deficient that you can't even understand logic.
It's not very kind of you to call him that when he can't speak to defend himself.
Is it so incorrect of me to give you, the listener, a display of his character?
Well, I think a person can display their own character.
Yeah, well, that's what he is doing, but I think that people that don't know what logic is don't understand how he's displaying himself at all.
Well, that's totally fair. Would you be willing to explain what
you-
logic is?
Do you know the principles of the of logic? Can you give them to me, please?
I mean, logic is all about rational interpretation of the world around us, right?
Yeah, but I only gave you 2 principles. There are others. Do you have the others?
To be perfectly honest, I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying.
Well, why don't you give me the principles of logic if you can point out when somebody is being logically bankrupt or fallacious.
Okay, I'll try my best. Okay, I'm not like super educated or nothing.
It is very simple and direct.
Right. Well, I think logic depends on creating rules about the world around us that can be proven.
Stop.
Oh.
Stop.
Oh.
Stop.
Oh.
You don't have any idea of what logic is. And
What is logic?
You guys want to laugh at flat earthers when we can laugh at you
I'm
when
not laughing at you.
I'm laughing at you when you laugh at us.
I'm not laughing at you though.
Yeah, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at the idea.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
Twitter
Wait,
was.
hold on. So
I'm
don't
laughing
say
at the picture that Donato put in the chat.
don't say that I'm laughing at you because I'm not doing that. Okay? I'm asking you. I'm trying to have a conversation, and you're kind of laughing at me. If we're being honest.
I didn't actually laugh at you, but Chartsy, you're right. You're not the person that I should be laughing at.
You should be laughing at me.
Yes.
Why?
Because you don't know the principles of logic, do you? Go ahead and tell us.
Do you know them?
Yes, I do. That's why I started listing them, trying to help you.
Go ahead. What are they?
The law of identity.
What's that mean?
The law of identity means to be able to identify something.
Okay.
Law of identity. Law of non-contradiction. The law of excluded middle. So there's no middle ground. There's only one way or the other. It's pretty much the law of non-contradiction, like reiterated.
Okay.
Yeah. So those are the principles of logic.
All right.
4 types of logic?
No.
Then how are you going to laugh at anybody that has come to a logical conclusion about what the earth is? How are you going to laugh at anyone?
I don't need to know. I don't need to have a formal education on logic to use logic in my brain.
Yeah, you do. Because
you don't.
Logic, and actually you're being logically fallacious, which
No.
means the opposite of logic.
No, it's no.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Okay, tell me how you think the earth is a globe, and I will point out how it's logically fallacious for you.
I gave you were doing the sun example.
Okay, and I gave you a very good.
No, you didn't. What did you say?
I said that the sun is not where it's dark, but the sun is where it's not dark. So, where you have the solar noon for longitude would give you where the sun is in relation to the earth.
Why would it be completely dark everywhere else on the other half?
Because the sun isn't there.
You would still see the sun. It would just be farther away.
No, you wouldn't, dude.
Why not?
Because you look outside. Is it dark? Yeah, it's dark. There's no sun. Okay, the sun is somewhere else. Duh.
Right. That doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. Duh.
Yes, it does make sense on a flat Earth because you use flat Earth measurements for longitude.
You actually don't understand logic at all.
Hey, be nice. Hey, settle down a little bit, buddy.
OMG. So I don't understand logic. I just gave you the principles for logic. Do you know the 4 types of logic?
Yeah,
Fire, earth, air, and water.
I'm sorry, but
no, that's
I don't think we're gonna get anywhere.
Yeah, because you're stupid.
Well, can I say that the angle of the sun is not measured on longitude?
The sun's solar position is longitude.
Well, let's use some basic logic. If the Earth was flat and the sun moves over to the other spot, why wouldn't I still see it?
Because the sun isn't there.
Why wouldn't I see it?
Because the sun isn't there, dude.
Yes, you're not making any sense.
Oh, I'm not making any sense. So it's
You
dark
can't just say
outside.
it's not there. It doesn't make any sense, dude.
You're the one who can't grasp the fact that if it's dark, that means there's no sun. Okay, there's no sun when it's
Right.
dark.
You have to apply that to a flat earth. You're failing to do that.
I just did, dude.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, let's all just calm down a little bit here.
Longitude.
Sharzy, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I am.
I
getting-
understand what both you guys are saying, honestly.
Longitude gives you the solar noon of the sun. So
Who
if you have-
cares?
that means that the sun solar noon is in certain places and not in others, dude.
Well, Flatsy,
What? Why can't?
hold
why?
on.
What? Okay,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
Can I say the point that the sun is at noon is not measured by longitude, it's measured by the solar azimuth. And that changes throughout the year depending on the actual longitude that you're at.
You're so funny because longitude is literally dictated by solar noon.
No, longitude is a measure of distance from the equator.
Yeah,
It's
she doesn't
not
understand
measured by
basic
the
concepts.
position of the sun.
That's latitude, you silly goose.
No, latitude is measured by the position from wherever they measured the line that splits the Earth down the center.
No, latitude is dictated by the elevation angle to Polaris. Longitude is dictated by solar noon or the sun.
No, longitude is measured by the distance from the line in England that splits the Earth from the North Pole to the South Pole. Latitude is measured from the equator. It's distance from the equator.
No, you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. Latitude is distance
Go
from the
look
equator.
up.
Look it up. Go ahead. Look it up right now and tell me I'm wrong.
Know how latitude.
No, go look
is-
it up right now. Look up
No, I
look up
already
what
know.
Britannica.
latitude is a coordinate that specifies the north-south position of a point on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
So that is the distance from the equator.
Artsy, hush.
So longitude is a
No.
measurement east-west, whereas
Solar-
latitude is a measurement north-south.
Yeah, I know.
That is correct.
No. So north south. So north, the point for longitude is Polaris. It's celestial. So you've got
It's not based off of Polaris because Polaris
Yes, it
is
is.
north-south aligned. It is slightly. It's roughly 4 degrees
No,
off of
it
the North
is.
Pole, but it's not measured from Polaris.
Dude,
It's measured
stop.
from a magnetic pack in
No,
Canada,
it's not. No,
northern
no,
Canada,
No.
which is not the North Pole.
up, dude.
Okay,
Dude, shut up.
okay. Let's just
Latitude is measured off of elevation angles to Polaris. So
No.
you have to
No, it's
That's not true.
Shut up and let me explain. Magnetic declination from your flat maps that you have to make to the magnetic north is how you even dictate anything that would be the magnetic north. So don't even refer to magnetic north when it comes to your cardinal directions because
Listen.
cardinal directions are dictated by your the latitude longitude grid. Your
That's
latitude
fine.
longitude grid is dictated by latitude lines are elevation angles to Polaris. So however many degrees
I don't care.
shut up that you move away from Polaris, you have a degree of latitude all the way to the equator. Then you have longitude, which is your solar noon. The longitude is dictated by the solar noon of the sun. You
Okay.
don't.
Can we get back to the point now?
This is the point.
No, I don't care about lines at all.
Yeah, this is your cardinal directions,
Listen,
buddy.
we're
You
talking
have
about sunlight.
your position.
We're talking about the sun. Do you remember?
Points.
Do you remember what we were talking about?
Yeah, I do know what
Can
We
I
were talking about the sun.
can I say something real quick? Would that be okay?
Go ahead, Shardsy.
Right. So latitude and longitude are not measured off of the angle to Polaris because the angle to Polaris.
Okay, dude. I
Well,
don't know.
the angle
Stop
to Polaris
talking.
changes throughout the year, and I don't know if you've ever studied astronomy, but
I
the
can
angle to
stop.
Polaris changes throughout the year, so we cannot measure latitude and longitude based off of that.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. Shardsy sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
But anyway, let's get back to a simple understanding of the sun.
Except falsehoods.
It's not falsehood. The angle to Polaris changes. It goes between 4 and 5 degrees every year. It's not even perfectly aligned with the northern pole, right? So it has been used traditionally, like historically, in navigation, but it can't be used reliably for scientific measurements because it does change throughout the year and it does change throughout the decades.
Okay, so it can be used the way that I'm talking about,
It
but
can
it's
be
not.
used in terms of like pure navigation if you're relying off of a magnetic compass, which is giving you the latitude. But in terms of longitude, you cannot use that to reliably determine.
Where is a mod? Can I please have a mod?
Why do you need a mod?
Somebody to let me talk.
Just go ahead and talk. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, well, if you don't want to talk about the sun, then I'm just gonna leave.
Oh, go ahead and leave, please, because you're.
Because I don't want to talk about longitude and latitude lines. It has nothing to do with anything.
You're a retard. Go ahead and leave.
I want you to demonstrate basic logic to me because you can't.
Bye.
Where does the sun go?
Canada.
Where it's shining, dude.
Why can't I see it at night?
Because it's shining somewhere else.
Why can't I see it in the sky?
Because it's somewhere else.
What are you
Shining
talking?
above another landmass.
What's obstructing it?
The fact that you see night.
What's obstructing the sun?
The fact that it's too far away for you to see.
Yeah, there you go. You're an idiot.
Yeah, you're the one that's an idiot.
Thank you for answering that with the most idiotic statement I've ever heard.
Okay.
I'm done here.
Bye. Go ahead, leave.
You guys, we got to be a little bit nicer to each other.
No, I don't. He's the one that came in being a fucking asshole to me.
Yeah, but you have to be better than him, right?
No, I don't.
Isn't that in the Bible?
I have to be better. I didn't say that. Did you?
Be better to people.
What about you, Shards? You seem pretty articulate. Where does the sun go at night?
The sun goes behind the earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, great. So what the answer you wanted?
No, it's just very simple logic.
I can't verify that, but you wanted that.
Yes, you can verify it with logic.
Oh, no, you can't because
You don't understand logic.
Begging the question of a globe Earth.
Twonger, I think you got to chill out just a little bit, man. Just a little bit.
All right, I'll try. I'll try.
All right, so you want to not beg the question, which is a logical fallacy. So you say that it's logical that it is going behind the Earth. So you would have to give me the measurements of drop over distance of the curvature of the Earth. Right now, go ahead.
That's your crutch. I love it. You went back to the crutch.
You
went back to the crutch. That's so funny.
That's the crux of your claim, buddy.
No, that's the crux of your whole argument.
No, that's the crux of
yes, it is, Flatsy.
Your claim.
You're a clown, Flatsy.
Okay. All right. Everybody else that's listening knows better. So thank you.
Anyway, Donato, can you hear me? Is he? Oh yeah, he's in here. Donato, was that image supposed to like somehow support your claim? I thought it was. I thought it was the opposite.
8 inches per mile. on
God.
average.
Can you just give us the curvature of the Earth? Direct.
Donato, why did you post that dog meme, dude? That's like going against flat Earth. Don't you understand that?
Where did Jedi go? Man, Jedi left me.
He went to go buy some fish and chips.
No, it's because the people that are in here are fucking retards.
Well, to be fair, I've never found that to be a detriment to him. He's always been very good at punishing people that he thinks are retards.
Yeah, he's really good at arguing. He's got patience where I don't.
But he obviously didn't have the patience to stay in this channel.
He didn't state that though. He just left.
Because he didn't have the patience. L's in the chat.
I would say that. He didn't.
See, so here's what I find much more interesting than arguing over the shape of the Earth, like whether or not it is flat or not, which, I think that's what a lot of this channel revolves around. I'm much more interested in arguing, if the Earth is flat and, so many people have been convinced that the Earth is round, how did they convince so many people that the Earth is round when it's obviously flat? And what are their motivations for doing that,
Because you only need 5th grade logic to understand it.
No, I mean, come on,
it's
be nice here.
I'm being nice. I'm being serious. A 5th grader can understand that the Earth is round.
No, but why would you, if you're this great big international, conglomerate that has control over what millions or billions of people think, why would you convince them that the Earth is round when it's actually flat? What are your motivations behind doing that?
God.
No, I'm not trying to be. Hey, I'm not trying to be confrontational.
You're not asking the question and then stopping and leaving some silence for an answer.
Go ahead.
Just keep going and keep going and keep going.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's an appeal to motive. It's a logical fallacy. So you keep going and going like it's some sort of good point you're making, but it's not.
I'm not making. I'm literally asking a question. I'm not trying to make a point.
That's not a good question because it's a logical fallacy. You're appealing to motive.
No, we want to know what the motive is.
Right, that's what I'm asking. I'm not trying to
appealing to motive. Do you think that people can actually divine the thoughts of others? Can I divine the thought of you? Can I understand everything you're thinking right now? No.
I think that you might be confused in the appeal to motive. Appealing to motive is a logical fallacy which refers to questioning the motives of the people making the argument, which is not what I'm doing. I'm not questioning.
Yeah, we're just asking what the motive is.
I'm literally asking what the motive is. I'm not questioning the motive because I literally don't know what it is. So I'm asking what the motive is to do this.
That is questioning the motive.
No, questioning the motive.
Just explain to you what it was.
I know what it is. You're being stupid, dude.
Oh my god.
Hold on. I'm not. So appealing to the motive, the logical fallacy of appealing to the motive is where you question the motive, right? There has to be a motive in place and it has to be known, and you're questioning that motive. I'm not questioning a motive because I don't actually know what the motive is. I'm asking what the motive is.
This is what they do. They pretend they lie and then pretend that you're stupid.
Yeah, because you can't divine the thoughts of other people. So you don't know others' motives without them telling you their motives. So if you find the evidence that someone is lying, you don't actually have to know the motive of why they lied. You just give the evidence that they did lie.
But you can't. You're saying that there's a motive for them lying, and I'm just asking what the motive is.
Which is questioning the
That's
motive
not
of
questioning
the
the motive because there hasn't been a motive
Why?
stated. There
Why?
hasn't been a motive stated, so I literally can't question it. It's
Yeah, well,
impossible for me to question it
That
if it
is
has
what
not been stated.
Dude, that's what it means to question the motive, is to want to know
No, it's
why
not
they did.
questioning the existence of the motive, it's questioning the motive. And because the motive itself has not been stated, I
the
literally
motive?
cannot question it.
If you
So what I'm
question
asking is,
it,
I'm asking what is the motive? I can't
oh,
question the motive
oh,
until I actually know
did
what
I
it is. And I'm
did
not
I
questioning it, I'm just literally asking what is the motive.
Shardsy, yeah, she's just she's not being honest.
did I give a motive? Yes, I am being honest. I didn't give a motive.
We're asking you what it is.
I can't divine the thoughts of other people.
What
I
is the
can.
motive? We don't need other people. What is the motive for you?
I don't know the motive of people who
So you
lie.
don't have a reason. So why do you? What's your reason then?
Do you think that I can divine the thoughts of people who lie?
Of yourself.
I didn't lie.
One saying you're lying.
Oh my god, you can't even follow a basic train of thought.
Hey, chill, bro. Come on.
Dude, she's doing this on purpose, or she's really that dumb.
She's not trying to deceive you or anything, okay? I honestly believe that she's trying to have a genuine argument here, and you being aggressive is not helping that.
Yeah, okay. I don't think
They're
she's
just-
being honest. Dude, you explained it very clearly, and she's just like pretending you didn't.
I think that there's a failure in communication. I don't think that's due to
No,
malice.
there's no
or anything.
failure. There's a failure in her brain, bro. Honest.
Hey, chill, bro.
You guys understand the appeal to motive.
Yes. Flatsy, can I say the appeal to motive requires you understanding a motive for a particular event or whatever,
And claim one.
and saying that that motive did not happen. Okay? Here's the
I didn't
failure.
claim it
Well,
because
no.
I don't claim to divine the thoughts of other people.
Well, nobody's saying that, okay? And I want to make that clear that no one is trying to put words in your mouth here.
That's
So,
the reason. Listen, that's the reason why it's a logical fallacy, because you cannot divine the thoughts of other people. That's why an appeal
okay,
to
I
is
get that. But at
because
the
you
same
can't
time, if you're
divine
saying that you can't state a motive for this, then you can't say that it's an appeal to motive, because an appeal to motive requires
No.
understanding what the motive is and
No,
actively
it's
trying to
not.
undermine the motive.
No, I'm telling you why it's a logical fallacy to appeal to motive, because you don't have the ability to divine the thoughts of other people. So appealing to motive is a logical fallacy, because you cannot divine the thoughts of other people.
Flatsy, can I
verify the motive.
ask, have I actually tried to state a motive? Have I tried to put words in your mouth? Have I
You
tried?
are trying to divine a motivation or tell
No,
me
I'm
I have.
literally asking you. I'm asking you. I'm not trying to divine anything. I'm not trying to create something from nothing.
Shardsy,
I'm
she's
just asking.
incoherent, bro. She's incoherent.
No. Trying to divine a motivation of someone who's lied is a logical fallacy.
But
'cause
nobody's trying to divine anything.
You
I'm
are
not trying to divine anything.
liar.
I'm not creating things and
We are
suggesting that they're true. I'm asking you a
You're not
question.
saying, Shardsy, I'm giving you the evidence of the lie. I don't have to divine the thoughts of the people who did lie.
Right,
Because
but I'm not suggesting that you're lying. I'm not saying that you're lying. I'm not saying that anyone has lied. I'm asking you specifically, or anyone else who wants to answer, I'm asking you, what
the
are your
thoughts of
thoughts
life.
on this? And
You
I'm
want
not
me
saying
to-
that anyone's a liar. I haven't said that, and I won't say that
You want
because
me to
I
divine
don't
the
believe that.
You said
She's still doing it, bro. Just it's not worth it.
no. He wants me to divine.
No, you're
the-
doing it on purpose. Just
No,
stop.
I don't want you to divine anything. I just want you to give me
Oh,
your
Jesus.
personal opinion. on
motive.
it. It doesn't have to be a fact. It doesn't
Stop
have to be like,
the motive.
you know, quoted by any scientific papers. I'm just asking you what you believe.
Motive. I don't believe anything. If you give me some actual evidence, I will accept it as evidence towards some sort of claim. You don't give me any kind of evidence, then it's a belief. I don't believe anything. I either
Well,
know
so you say you don't believe anything, but I know that you believe that the Earth is flat, right? You believe that. You
no,
know that.
no, I know it. I can tell you how it's measured.
Right, right. Okay, so I'm asking you, if so many people in the world believe that the Earth is not flat, what are
Then
their motivations for wanting to convince
Oh,
people that it
no.
is a sphere?
No, Shardsy, I'm not going to divine the thoughts of others. I
I'm
don't know why they would lie. I would not tell
I
you why.
mean, I give him credit because she's just gonna do this all night, bro. You'll be here all night doing that.
This is an appeal to motive, yeah.
It's not an
Because
appeal to
you're
motive.
We
hang
just
on,
explained why.
hang on, I'll explain why it is because it's just a textbook definition, yeah. You've been shown that they lied, yeah. So rather than focusing on the lie itself that's been presented, you want to focus on the question of
No, I'm
what are
not.
the
I'm not
motives.
saying
Hang
that
on.
it is a lie,
You're
and that's
focusing
not
on
what an appeal to motive is.
Hang on, dude. Listen to me. Stop cutting me off. Flatsy has shown to you that they're lying, and your question is, why would they lie? So when you start focusing on the motive behind why they would be lying, rather than on the facts that were presented to show they were lying, then yes, you are actually appealing.
Well, can
to
I
their,
say?
you,
Can I say
motive.
that there weren't actually
What I was
any
trying to say.
facts presented in the argument that Flatsy presented?
Well, I'm sure that Flatsy has presented plenty of facts. Just whether or not you accept them
Okay.
is another question.
AJ, we've been arguing over the appeal of motive. He thinks that if I give some sort of motive, then the question of the motive is the logical
That's
fallacy.
not
But
true. I'm not trying to poke a hole in your argument, Flassy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand it better. That's
Please.
all I'm trying to do here.
so I can tell you.
Okay, so the reason why they would lie, appealing to that, to why they would lie, the motive that they're lying, is an appeal to motive. And now this is not something that Flatsy or anyone else is going to be able to answer in here. We might be able to speculate on a couple of things and say, oh, well, maybe it's money, maybe it's power, the usual reasons why people tell lies, yeah. But as to us defining their thoughts and why they've physically or actually done it, we can't give you a solid answer to that. We
Well,
would have as good a guess as you.
I totally get that, like at a certain point, but to say that I'm trying to appeal to motive, that's not true, because an appeal to motive requires undermining the argument by challenging the actual motive behind it. And I'm not trying to do
You're
that.
saying, why would they lie? What is
No,
the
I'm not,
motivation
and
for
that's
them
not
to lie?
challenging. That's not challenging the thesis. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm asking why. Why would they do this? I'm not trying to challenge you.
And we've
I'm not
given you, and I just gave you an answer. Yeah, I don't
Right,
know why
is
they
that
would
you
do it.
don't
I'm
know.
not them.
Okay, so if
Exactly.
that's the argument, then I'm fine with that, and I'll rest my case.
But that's the most honest way I've ever heard a Glober put that appeal. So I'll just give him that.
Thank you, Heretic. Yeah, I'm literally not trying to argue with you. Literally, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to understand it.
I have been telling him this whole time that I will not appeal to or divine other people's thoughts. And I've had to argue my point with him and some other Glober in here. And all of a sudden it's okay, but it wasn't okay when I said it.
Well, the thing I'm giving him credit for is,
Flatsy.
well, he's saying he's not trying to overturn the position with his appeal to motive. He's just simply asking why, which is in itself totally fair.
I'm
Right.
telling
I'm not trying to like undermine you. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm
Well-
just saying I'm just asking why.
What?
I'm not trying to like convince you otherwise. I'm literally just trying to understand your position.
I'll ask you the same question, Chardsy. Why do people lie?
What did I
Why do
say?
liars lie?
What did I say to you, Shardsy, every single time you asked that question? What did I say?
Something about appeal to authority or
No,
appeal to
no,
whatever it
motivate.
is. Yeah, motivation. There it is.
I said I cannot what?
Cannot appeal to
No, I said I cannot
motivation.
what? Divine.
Divine
Other people's
thoughts of
thoughts,
other
yada yada
people.
yada, man.
I cannot divine other people's thoughts, so I cannot appeal to their motives.
This is like a rat running in a circle, man. What
But
the fuck?
I'm not.
Say that.
Hey, be nice, Twelger. Be nice, man. Come on. We're
I
trying
said-
to have a legitimate conversation here. We don't need you coming in and being.
Dude, it's been 20 minutes of her saying that. Literally
Buddy,
20 minutes of her saying that.
I'm pretty sure this chat's been
How
here for years. I mean,
Dude.
come on.
Hey, what's his name? Twonger. How many times did I say that?
At least 25 times.
You did say that quite a lot.
Exactly. I said it like 25
But Flatsy, I'm not asking you.
What?
I'm not trying to say that you have the ability to like divine other people's thoughts, right?
you're a
I'm not.
deceiver.
I don't want to make that.
verbatim
make.
tell me what I said. Shardsy, you couldn't even tell me what I said verbatim. Did I
Yeah.
say? What did I say?
You said
What did I
something about appeal to
Don't
the
say what I
thing.
exactly. I said it fucking probably 20 times to you.
No, just calm down. I mean, honestly, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong.
Okay, did I say that I can divine other people's thoughts?
No, you didn't. And I didn't
Did I
make that
say
claim, and
what you
Twonger
asked-
didn't make that claim. I
Did
never
I say
asked
what
you
you
to do
asked?
that.
Did I say what you asked was an appeal to motive?
You said that probably at least 20 times, honestly.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so can someone else help me understand how this works?
Understand how it works.
We're talking about the sun, and in America, over here it's dark, but in China it's light right now. Like, how do you explain that?
When it's daylight, the sun is overhead, and like you stated, when the sun is not overhead, it's night.
Where does it go?
Just moves away to the next location, like you just said. Yeah.
Why don't I
Sun's
see
over
it?
China now. It's daylight.
Why don't I see it?
And over you, it's dark. Yeah. Well, that would have to do with your viewing angle and the
My
distance to the
viewing
sun,
angle.
and the atmospheric conditions as well. Yeah.
Huh.
Okay.
I don't find that particularly compelling,
You know what
to
I
be
said,
honest.
AJ?
Yeah, neither do I.
Okay, so it's perspective, guys.
You know, no, I didn't even
And
say
it's
that.
just
You know what I said, AJ? I said
well,
it's dark when the sun isn't there, and when
yeah.
it's light outside where the sun is, that the sun is there. So the sun is where it's daylight, and the sun isn't there when it's nighttime.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah. And then they asked me why.
It's the same thing. And these
Yeah, where
people
does it go?
asking me motivation.
I feel it's all good. I think we cleared that up though. You know, if they were trying to undermine your argument in regards to something by appealing to the motivation, then it was definitely an appeal to motivation. Yeah. But
Hey,
if they just simply asked, hang on, if you just simply asked, you know, then why would these people lie? Then I suppose that's more curiosity than an appeal to motivation. But like Flutsy put it a different way to me, but she was saying exactly the same thing, which is, look, I don't know why they lie. We know why most people lie. We can come to the assumption that, you know, maybe it's money, maybe it's power. It could be multiple things, but
so you
who's
don't
involved
know,
and exactly
right?
why we don't know. I can't.
Okay.
Exactly like
So
Flutsy
there
said,
we go.
we
There
can't
we
really
go. We
divine
have
their
an
thoughts.
answer
Yeah.
to the conversation that we've been having for the last 30
I
minutes.
told
It's
you
not
I
an appeal to authority. It's not some kind of, attempt to undermine your argument. It's just a question. And it took 30 minutes to answer this question.
I literally told you I didn't know, and I cannot divine the other thoughts. Like thoughts.
I mean, I wouldn't get too defensive
about it though if it's just a question and not an attempt to undermine your claim or position.
Right,
Like
it's
if it's
just a
just asking the
question,
question, I'm not
and
trying
it
to
took
debunk flat
this
Earth or
long
anything.
to answer it, so you don't
Just want
know. That's fine. Okay, you don't know. That's okay.
Whoa.
You're roboting, heretic.
Bro,
Sorry.
just respawned.
I'm only giving you the context of my conversation with people, and I gave you a very good, perfect rendition of
No,
what.
you absolutely did not.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, anyway, regardless, let's move on, guys, because this is not productive at all. Yeah, we'll put it in the past. And
Yeah, that was my whole point.
Who's gonna win the next season of The Golden Bachelor?
All right, so, do you want
no
to give
idea.
actual evidence
Let's
of the
let's
globe?
keep on track. Yeah.
Yeah, give us some globe evidence, please.
So, AJ, you said the sun moves away, like it's like a spotlight.
No,
I didn't say it was a spotlight. I just said that it moves away from your location and it's no
Okay,
longer visible
so
to you. Yeah, and that
okay,
would
so
have to do with
hear
our
me out.
perspective.
If it moves away from my position, wouldn't it slowly get darker?
Well, this is what we do witness. Yeah.
Yeah,
Where
it
the
does.
sun
It's
moves away,
not.
it gets
It's
closer
actually
to the
not what we
horizon.
witness. It goes from being
What's
very
twi-
light.
So, what's twilight and dawn?
Twilight and dawn. Twilight is when the sun dips over the horizon, and dawn is when the sun rises above the horizon.
It's the interval between where the sun is visible and where it isn't.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
the
so,
sun is
like,
visible
right now
during
where I
dawn
am-
and twilight, so that's not
Where
entirely
I am-
accurate.
Where I'm located right now, it's late in the afternoon. It's nearly 6. Well, it's 20 to 6. So it's starting to get dark. It's not
Eastern
dark yet,
Australia?
but it's still not. Yeah, I'm in Australia.
Eastern part, right, though? 6-hour
He's
time
in
difference.
He's in
Yeah,
the
I'm on the East Coast, but I'm in the I'm inland. I'm in the mountains.
Oh, right on. Blue Mountains?
Yeah.
He's in the,
Snowy Mountains.
Oh, sick, man.
he's in the future though, so he's like
No, Australia's 1 day behind standard time. So he's
No, we're ahead.
No. I had a brother living in Sydney for 6 months. You're
No,
behind.
So, what's the time and day right now where you are in the US?
Let's see. Approximately 7-8 p.m. 9/28/24.
it's 2:39 Central in the US.
Go to
In the
bed.
afternoon, Sunday, correct?
It's
Or
in
Saturday?
No,
it's Friday.
the AM.
Friday where
Dude,
you're at, bro.
Dude, it's Sunday morning. What are you talking about?
It is
No, in
Sat-
Australia it's Friday right now.
No,
it's
they're
Sunday.
ahead. It's Sunday afternoon.
It's
You guys don't.
It's Sunday.
How do you guys not know time zones? Holy shit!
Look, it's Saturday, Sunday, 2:39 Central.
Dude, I can't believe it's like I'm talking to a bunch of first graders. I'm out of here.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Well, that was
I'm
Zone
pretty
Globe
sure
Friends.
Australia is behind
No,
US
it's
Western
Sunday
time.
night here. It's Sunday night here.
It's Sunday
Holy
morning.
shit.
It's Sunday morning here, by the way. So Sunday night there, Sunday morning here.
29 September 2024.
40.
It is. Holy shit. You guys did jump ahead. I was wrong. Are you sure you're living on the east side? East
we
Coast?
know you're wrong. We know that you're wrong. Because we
I mean, inland of Sydney. I know where I live, dude.
That's crazy, man. I just learned something new today.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
I love it. I do love that you learned something. That's awesome. So Australia is actually experiencing morning on Monday, and we're experiencing morning. Or wait, is it Monday morning?
Sunday.
No, we're about 12 hours ahead. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so
At the
Monday,
moment.
and we're Sunday late morning. Like we should be asleep right now if you're in the U.S.
Oh, you're 2:30 in the morning.
Wait, 4:51 p.m. Sunday, September 29, Sydney.
No, it'd be 5:40 at the moment.
Yeah, 5:41 p.m.
Yep, correct. Sunday
Oh.
night, Sunday evening.
Damn, bro.
And that'd be the same as Melbourne, Brisbane, all the way along the coast. You'll have Western Australia that's different.
What about
Western Australia will be behind. They'll be behind, and then next week we'll go to daylight savings in New South Wales and Victoria, and we'll be an hour different to Queensland.
Yeah, daylight savings is pretty cringe, bro. Not gonna lie.
We're not
I
ignorant.
hate it.
No, but we're not ignorant to where the sun is. We understand that where the sun is, it's daylight, and where it isn't, it's not daylight.
Yeah, see, that seems like a pretty reductive analysis.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
other than the fact that it moves away and it has to do with our angle of view that we're viewing the sun at, and the atmospheric conditions, there's not much more we can really answer on the sun.
Yeah.
We just see it move overhead, it moves away,
Guy that we were
and
talking,
due to the angle that we're
the guy that we were talking to that was in here, that's not in here anymore, was trying to say that we should see the sun all over the earth if it was a flat earth, because he's an ignoramus.
Well, I mean,
you just simply
technically,
wouldn't due to
if
you
the
just simply
sun
wouldn't, yeah.
if the sun had the same characteristics as the globe earthers believed,
Yeah, but that's not the
then
case.
it would be visible across the entire flat Earth all of the time.
So is there any evidence to show where the sun is and what it is?
Yeah, the Globers can't just smuggle a globe sun into a flat paradigm.
Yeah, so we have a microscope. We have a spectroscopy.
That's not
So
that's not
basically,
true
we can
anyway
see
for the
kind of
sun
light that was
because
diffused and
Mate.
see what the wavelength is from the
Okay.
source by doing that.
Spectroscopy isn't going to tell you how big or how far away it is. Come on.
But
That's why
it doesn't tell you what it is either.
Let's
That's
yeah,
why
it
they
doesn't
don't
even
know what
do that.
UFOs are,
Yeah,
or else they
it
could
doesn't even.
spectroscopy a UFO and a
I guess.
rainbow and tell you the
Yeah, no,
material
you're
of
right.
the
You're right,
rainbow.
Demok. It doesn't do that. I guess I'm just pointing out he's got the wrong claim, even.
I'm not making any claims. I'm
Plus,
just
guess
saying
what?
how
The
it would
Earth,
be
the Earth
under a
has
specific
evolved. Listen,
circumstance.
no,
Talking about
listen to this.
Mage,
Though.
not you. Talk about Mage.
When they confuse, no, I know, but listen to this. When they confuse the Earth as being lit up, the whole Earth, flat Earth, and they say that's the same story as the globe. It's not
So,
true though, because the
with
globe isn't lit up the
spectroscopy,
whole
that was
globe.
more so for what the sun is made of, like what it is.
Oh,
But
he's
No,
saying
you know how far
globe.
away
the
it is.
whole
You just
round
see
Earth
the
Globe?
light
isn't
Are
lit
you
by the
kidding me,
globe.
dude?
So
The
why?
globe does not
Yeah,
exist. It's flat. So what are you
and
talking
right.
see how
But
long
I'm
it takes to
saying,
get from the sun to the Earth. And now
if
we
they
have the
lived on a
distance of
globe, the
94
whole
million
globe
miles.
would be lit, not the flat Earth.
Gosh,
The other
I
way
can't
around.
hear it. Guys, stop. I can't hear a thing. Everybody's talking over everybody. I haven't heard a word that anybody has said. Please, one at a time.
Thank you.
You ever been
Sorry.
on the
Go ahead, Mage.
Sydney Harbor Bridge?
Yeah, but it's a bit off topic to what we're talking about here.
Mage,
You were.
go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just saying, so spectroscopy tells us what it's made of, but to find out how far away it is, we measure the we measure the time it takes from source to Earth, and since we know how fast light travels in a vacuum, it's just some simple math
How did
from
you
there.
confirm?
Hold on.
They do
I
trigonometry.
know it's a vacuum.
Yeah, I would like to know your spectrum of light for certain particular, like, give me the solids and the gases that you have given for whatever spectrum of light that they give off.
Sorry, what's your question?
Okay, give me each individual, like, that they give off a spectrum of light. I need each of them. So, given a gas or solid, give me The spectrum of light that they give off. Go ahead.
For like, it depends on the element.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said each one. You said spectroscopy will give you some sort of.
Well, you said like a gas or a liquid. I
Yeah,
just don't. I
whatever.
really don't know what you're asking.
Okay, so give whatever you want. So if you want to like pick something particular, you can just say, "Hey, this in particular gives off this spectrum of light because of spectroscopy." Okay, go ahead.
So, do you want a lesson in spectroscopy? Is that what you're
No, I
asking for?
no
Not
spec.
from you, because you've demonstrated yourself to not even know what the fuck it is.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
giving.
you're right, bro. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I
Yes, I
know.
am. Thank you.
That's why I asked the spectrum of light for each element.
I just gave you a photo of helium, for example, in the side chat.
Oh, great. This guy who's here every single day squatting, just ready to take over every conversation. No,
Yeah,
thanks.
exactly.
The
'Cause
next
he's
one's a red
a
mic.
anti-flat earther, and he sucks, and he doesn't even know our actual position. After all this time, good job, Imbo. Please don't talk because your
It's
voice makes me
squats.
throw
Look,
up.
don't even address him. He's waiting for a new conversation to take place so that he can elbow in and turn it back to himself. And if he
If
does
you,
it again, I'll just put him on red mic. Don't even
yeah,
address. Don't even address him.
if you can just mute him, I would be happy because I hate his voice. It makes me want to throw up.
Don't address him. I'll mute him if he does it again.
You're gonna.
Give him one chance to practice self-control.
If you're going to tell me that spectroscopy proves anything about celestial bodies, then you're going to have to prove that. Okay? Prove it. Because the only results of spectroscopy that we have is controlled in a lab with contained gases. And the terrestrial lights that are given off are contained, and all of the variables are accounted for. So
In a
if you're looking up into the sky, you're looking into an anisotropic and homogeneous him in homon can't even pronounce it. Inhomogeneous medium that you cannot verify anything that you're looking through to see the object that you're trying to give us some sort of properties of.
Have you heard of cyclical solar azimuth? Familiar with that? Basically, the concept is that throughout the year, the highest point and the lowest point of the sun cyclicate throughout the year. So as the sun goes later into the year, the highest point that the sun will rise above the horizon goes lower, and as it gets in towards the summer, the highest point that the sun goes is higher. And I've never understood how that works in a flat Earth model. Not that I'm saying it's
There is
wrong.
no point higher and lower on a sphere, so what are you talking about?
But you're
No,
only
no. Have you heard of solar azimuth? Are you
yeah.
familiar with that
I
concept?
haven't seen anybody have a ball and a sun in a lab do any of that, so no, I haven't seen
So
it.
you don't know
You
what a
can tell
solar
me about
azimuth
the poor.
is.
Listen, I don't care about your story or your religion. I have never seen a little globe in a lab. I know it's funny
This
with a
guy's
little
really
light source called
upset.
the sun doing what you just
No,
claimed.
solar azimuth. This is
No,
a concept that's
sister,
been around
no.
for thousands of years.
Shut up,
And
Shards.
how is solar azimuth measured?
It's measured from. It's measured. You look at the apparent height of the sun, right, and you measure the distance to the horizon, and the solar azimuth is the angle from the sun to the horizon at its highest peak.
Yeah. So you're measuring the degrees from the horizon to the sun.
Right.
Correct. So you're going to require a flat Earth for that measurement.
No,
Yeah, okay,
because the
Shardsy.
horizon could, it's not dependent on whether or not the Earth is a sphere or flat, right? But the
Well, it
real
is.
point of
100% it is.
contention
Let's
is that
explain.
this angle changes throughout the year, and I'm asking why does it change?
Let me tell you
Right.
why. Are you
Okay,
ready?
flats. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes. Elevation angles to the sun will give you an analemma over the year, but the moon makes the same pattern every month. So you see the moon making the same pattern that the sun makes in a year every month. So you have like a elevation angle to each celestial object that requires a flat Earth. There you go.
I don't think that the moon and the sun make the same paths every
Yes.
year.
Yeah. Why don't you go check it out? Luna Lima.
Well, because Luna makes it on roughly 13 months,
Luna
which is
Lima.
offset from the solar
Look it
azimuth.
up before you say it doesn't.
It
Why don't
doesn't.
you look it up?
I studied this. I know it doesn't.
So Luna Lima versus Annalima.
Regardless, you're taking an elevation angle to a celestial body with the Earth as the horizontal reference plane.
Relative. Your local relative.
No. Oh, so you can measure the Earth flat because Earth is so biggy, it's flatty, right?
I don't know what you're saying.
So the Earth is
Okay,
so
so
big you can measure it flat.
Yeah, that's not really what this is, but
But it is what you're saying, right?
not really.
So we don't
okay,
measure
so
the Earth flat,
Because
right?
so think of it this way. It doesn't depend on whether or not the Earth is a sphere or if it's
Do
flat.
we measure the Earth flat, Shardsy?
That's not what I'm asking.
No,
And that's not what I'm trying to answer.
Did I not ask you?
You literally
versus
just asked me that, so
No, I asked you. Do we measure the Earth flat, Shardsy?
I believe that you personally measure the Earth flat.
Yeah. Okay. So we just personally do, but do we measure the Earth flat as like an axiom?
That wouldn't be an axiom, but
Yeah, it would be. So do we measure the Earth flat, Shardsy?
see, I'm trying really hard right now to avoid
Why
like a confrontation because I
do
really
we
don't want
measure
one.
the Earth flat locally, Shardsy?
Locally, yes, if you measure 1 inch on the Earth flat, you could probably do that.
Boom, guys. There you go. Go ahead.
Here we go. Okay. So getting back to it, right? The change in solar azimuth, is that what is the explanation for that?
Do we measure the Earth flat?
Flatsy, stop talking about the flat Earth.
Do
That's
we
not what we're talking about right now. You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
Dan, do we measure the Earth flat, Shardsy?
Flatsy, what did I just say?
You said that we do. So do
Yes,
we?
so why are you asking me again?
Oh man, I love it. So yes, we measure the Earth flat.
Okay, that's great. So what is the change seasonally in solar azimuth? How do you explain that? What is the explanation for that?
No, it doesn't matter. The Earth is measured flat. So
Okay, I'm not arguing with
above
you.
the Earth is
I'm not arguing with you. Do you know what solar azimuth is and why does it change over the seasons?
azimuth is. I also know that you just said that the Earth is measured flat. That means that it can't be
There's no
measured.
such thing.
See, at least this guy's got an answer.
Oh, so he thinks that the Earth is measured curved and flat?
No, I said there's no such thing as the solar dog shit story he's talking about.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank
So
you.
there we go.
Say anything that supported your argument. So, what are you talking
My
about?
argument that the solar azimuth changes throughout the year, which
I'm
can't be
sorry.
measured.
If the Earth is measured flat, it doesn't matter what the sky does. If the Earth,
So I'm not asking like I'm not I'm
Why would
I
something
think
change? So if I
there's
have
a
a dog
very
sitting here, why would I call it a dog if it changed into a cat?
the dog
So is
got my
solar
dog
azimuth
in
solar
here
azimuth,
turned
or does
into a
it change?
goddamn cat. I
If it
blame
changes it,
Obama,
how's it
man.
still a solar azimuth? It didn't
Yeah,
make
why are
any
you
sense.
talking
The whole
over me,
sentence you
man?
said was retarded.
the
Yeah,
Earth is
because you
still
don't have an
flat.
actual answer to it, right? All I'm asking, it's a very simple question. For
Yeah.
thousands of years, human
Yeah,
beings
well, it'd
have
be better for you
observed.
to show
Hey,
how a
stop
ball works with
talking
that.
over me.
Show us
Let
that
me
on a ball,
finish.
stupid.
Can you let me finish? Do you
Yeah.
have to? You want to
Go
keep
ahead.
talking over me?
Go ahead.
Okay, can I talk now? Is Demok
Sure.
gonna, run his mouth again? You want to run your
Yeah.
mouth again, Demok? Go ahead.
No, the Earth is
No.
measured.
Okay, so the Earth is measured flat, which I'm obviously not arguing with. Why has, for thousands of years, the solar azimuth been observed to
How old
change
are you?
throughout? Do you want to interrupt me again, Demok? You want to go
Yeah,
ahead?
but you keep telling us
Yeah, you
about
keep.
something
Go
that's been
ahead.
done
Keep
for
interrupting me.
thousands of years, but you're only like 20 years old.
Hold on.
So for 20
You want
years,
to
you've
keep?
observed
Do you want to
1,000
keep
years of the
talking?
moon.
Keep talking. Keep interrupting me. Can't sit still
Head.
for 5 minutes.
The
How
Earth
old are you, man?
flat. Head. The Earth is measured flat. Go ahead.
No one's arguing with that. Can I talk now? Can I talk
Can
now?
I,
Is
go
Demok?
ahead.
can I
Oh,
try and
Demok.
answer this,
There you
guys?
go. No,
I'm
no, no.
so
Just want to give me a couple of minutes.
Demok's talking over me, AJ. Please listen for a
I'm so
second while
sorry.
Demok talks over me.
I'm sorry that they are. I'm trying to tell you, hey, go ahead, because you
Thank
said
you.
the Earth is measured flat. Go ahead.
Right. All right. And I'm not arguing that. I'm asking why has, for thousands of years, pretty much since recorded history, why has the solar azimuth of the Earth oscillated between north, up and down, in our observed view, in both hemispheres for thousands of years? How does the solar azimuth work? Do you have an explanation for this phenomenon? Why is it happening? How does
I'm
it work?
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you I don't care because the Earth is measured flat, like you said. Thank you. I appreciate
Okay,
that.
but that's not really an answer.
Right,
It
Chardsy.
is. It's such an answer that you don't even fathom that it's an answer.
that the Earth is flat. That's not an explanation. I'm asking for an explanation. I'm
I
not
don't
trying to disprove anything that you're saying. I'm trying to say the solar azimuth fluctuates throughout the year.
Do you know the difference between explanation and description?
Do you know the difference between an answer and a run-on sentence?
I didn't give you a run-on sentence. I told you, I can accept the Earth is flat and
Right.
measure.
And I've just told you that I accept. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm not trying to say that the Earth is
If
is not flat.
measured
Guys, we're
flat,
not going anywhere.
what
We're
explanation
not. We're really not here.
do I have to give you an explanation of why it's measured flat? Really?
I'm really just asking you for an explanation of why the solar azimuth changes
I don't.
throughout the year.
Can we just give you a description of what the solar noon is doing?
That would be really great, honestly. That would probably answer part of my question.
Okay, so here you go. The solar noon changes because of seasons. There you go. That's the description.
See, that doesn't really answer my question, though.
It does
All right.
because the
So,
sun relative to the earth is what determines the seasons.
regardless of whether you're measuring to the sun or another celestial body, an azimuth is just an angular measurement, correct?
That's true.
And it defines a direction on the horizon, correct?
Okay.
Yes, no?
Yes.
Because it's defining the direction the sun is coming from throughout the different seasons
Vertically.
throughout the year, correct?
Yeah, vertically, yes. So I'm asking you.
Okay. So,
we
okay,
have
I know
this.
exactly what.
Hold on.
Hang
We
on.
we
I know
have
what
this
you're asking.
understanding, right? So why
Chardsy,
does this change vertically
Chardsy,
throughout the year?
Chardsy, I know what you're asking. Please
Okay.
let me finish.
All
I'm
right. I'm
just
sorry.
clarifying. So in the first instance, why Flatsy is stating what she's stating, that the Earth is measured flat, is because these azimuth angles are also used in astronomy, celestial navigation, and surveying. Now, there's two topics out of this that I'm going to cover, or three actually. One, to acquire an angle, we need two straight lines. The horizontal reference plane, which would be the surface of the Earth, out to the horizon, which again is the horizontal line where the sky appears to meet the Earth. Correct?
Hold on. AJ, can I say something? I work in surveying. You're
No,
correct. No.
you,
Hold on. You're correct in saying that you need two lines, but you do not need two lines, one of which is, on the horizontal plane of the Earth. We use satellites now.
no, you
And
don't.
there are two
No,
satellites within view of you at any given point on the Earth.
Shardsy,
Okay.
you're talking about is a reference. You're using a reference ellipsoid, right?
No, that's not what
Yes,
we're
you
using.
are.
Okay.
You're
You
using line of sight measurements and then referencing ellipsoids.
Not particularly, no.
Yeah, you are, Shardsy. If you're a survey, then
you're
you know.
referencing a spherical coordinate system.
Technically, we're referencing a projected coordinate system, which is
Yes.
not the same.
Boom, buddy.
Which is
That's what we're
which
talking.
is sorry, go for it.
No, go ahead, AJ. I'm sorry.
All right, so the example I'll use is celestial navigation, yeah? So again,
Uh-huh.
we're measuring an angle to a
All right.
celestial body where we adjust eye height down to 0 so that the surface of the Earth is where we're taking our angle from. We need a horizontal reference to measure that angle. And then as we go up from there, we would use a bubble sextant, which is also acquiring a horizontal parallel to the surface of the Earth.
Reification fancy.
Not particularly, because
Not
most spacecraft go off of the
if
equator of the Earth, not the actual, like a particular surface on the Earth. And once they get up to a certain altitude, they rely on satellite navigation, which
no,
is what I'm referencing here.
no, they're not doing that.
They
They're
are
using,
doing that.
Where do
they're
you put your tangent?
no, hold on. They're using an artificial horizon that is parallel to the plane of the Earth.
Well, you're half right. They are using an artificial horizon, but they're not doing
Oh,
it parallel to the
right, completely.
Earth.
Because I know about celestial navigation, I know that they're using the horizon. They're using the horizon to establish a horizontal plane.
No.
Yes.
No, the horizon is not used like that.
Yes, it is. And celestial navigation for a mariner sextant is using the horizon as
Oh,
the establishment of
so
yes, dude.
so we're not referring to space travel anymore. We're referring to like 16th
No,
century
talking about?
century
hang
naval
on,
navigation.
Chardsy, you agreed with me that they are measuring elevation angles, yes? And you also
Between
agreed,
distant
hang on,
objects.
you also agreed that this elevation angle was from the horizon to the celestial body. You
No,
also
I did not
agreed,
agree with that.
You should, because it is.
well, you did. That was what you were
No,
measuring a
it was
direction
not
from the horizon
It's
for
not
the
from the
azimuthal.
horizon.
Okay, Shardsy, let me ask you a question.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hang on, just let me finish here, Flatsy, for a minute, because
AJ, sorry.
we did agree to that. We were looking at the solar azimuth,
Right.
or the horizontal angle between the sun and the way that it rises, in what direction, yeah, on the horizon.
Well, it always rises in the same direction. It's the elevation, the angle from the horizon to the sun that changes throughout the year that you haven't addressed yet.
Yeah, well, I haven't had a chance to get to it due to the fact that everybody keeps talking over me.
AJ.
Well, go ahead.
And
Directly adjust that.
I was trying to clarify. Now, you also agreed that this same azimuth angles are measured in surveying and used for celestial navigation. So I'm giving you the example here of
Hold on.
celestial navigation.
Can I interrupt? Right. They're not used in surveying. They were used in celestial navigation for like maybe a couple hundred years, but not
Okay, but they're
not
still
now.
yes, they are still using
No, they're not, because
Today,
ships do not
Charles,
use celestial
it
navigation.
doesn't matter. They still used that device, and it
They
was used a specific way, and it is still used today as a backup on ships and aeroplanes. And to date, it's one of the most accurate tools that they have for navigation. Yeah.
It's not, though, because we
it.
have satellites that
The
provide
back,
far greater
nah, buddy.
accuracy in terms of navigation.
Are
Well, we're
you?
not talking about satellites.
Is he going to get on a flight that doesn't have a pilot that can redirect his navigation to celestial bodies?
If my flight is relying on fucking celestial navigation, you might as well just throw me off, because I don't
Oh,
want to be on there.
throw you off if something else happens in the middle of the flight that the pilot has to go to celestial navigation. We'll throw you off. Thank you.
No, just I mean, what is the primary
Circle
source
all
of
your
navigation?
thousands of satellites on the ISS live feed. We'll
Yeah,
all wait for that while you're trying to explain your lie.
that's
That's
true.
ready. You
Totally
better
true.
have a pilot that's ready to do anything to navigate his route.
You know, most pilots, even in backup, don't rely on celestial navigation.
Yes, they do.
They have flight
What are you
plans,
talking about?
which
They're not
tracks
using
how far they've
satellites that
gone
just
and at
proved
what
you
angles
wrong.
they
So
go
now
at.
what?
And
No,
when they need
listen.
to make
Regardless, this technique was used accurately, whether they use GPS today or not, and they are still used as
relatively
a backup.
accurately.
So in the side chat at 4 minutes past the hour, if you are taking your sextant readings from the bridge of a big ship, then you're going to get a different sextant reading to if you're on a small yacht. Therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get
Okay.
your reading converted to a sea level reading. This is your dip for an adjustment for your height of eye.
Right.
So this is in Astrolab sailing. Now, secondly to that, they talk about adjusting your eye height down to 0
Right.
or sea level out to the horizon,
Then
the horizontal
this
plane.
still isn't really what I'm asking.
Well, the point is that the measurements that you're taking in the first instance, these azimuthal angles, require a flat Earth to begin with. This is where we get our latitude lines from, elevation angles to Polaris. You're
So
measuring an
do
angle from a flat surface
these
of
angles
the
and
Earth.
these calculations change over different latitudes at all? I'm curious.
Your angle and etc. to the sun that you're asking, at the moment,
Right.
is
That
believed to
changes
change
based on your
is
distance to the
changed
North Pole, because
is
the Earth
also
is
changes
curved.
throughout the year where you're standing, which is claimed to be the seasons or the tilt of the Earth,
Uh-huh.
which would be the Tropic of Cancer and the sun traveling between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. So we know the sun travels between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, yeah?
Right, so that's the solar azimuth change that I was asking about.
That's right. So why would that be any different over a flat surface?
So if the sun does
Would the sun
change between these two latitudes, then obviously you're going to have to make your calculations adjust for that, right?
nothing changes because we're on a flat Earth to begin with. We're measuring elevation
Right, but
angles.
no. But if you're
So
on one,
nothing is going to change, yeah? The sun is going
no,
to
hold
appear at
on.
a different angle due
It
to the
is.
seasons, as
Right.
Flatsy stated. Now, what you would need to do is prove in the first place that you're on a rotating sphere with an axial
No.
tilt with an elliptical orbit. Yeah?
Bro,
How have you
hold on.
verified that that's the case?
Can I walk you through a little scenario real quick? So, as you have just said yourself, right, the sun oscillates between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer throughout the year, right? So, if you are on a ship that is flying on the Tropic of Cancer, and you're at the point in the year where the sun is overhead the Tropic of Cancer, then you have one calculation to make to determine your distance, right? But if you're at the other side of the year where the sun is over the Tropic of Capricorn, you're obviously going to have to make a different calculation, right? You can't make the same calculation where the sun is over the same tropic that you are currently in.
Yeah, you're all a bunch of fucking niggers who think
you're
the Earth
going
is
to-
flat. Stupid
Yeah.
fucking niggers.
This guy.
Jedi's a nigger.
Whoa.
You're a fucking nigger. Fuck you.
All right. So do you get where I'm coming
Easy.
from? Like the
Okay,
angle.
so you're going to
where
measure a different angle.
the sun changes throughout the year, right? Where it's actually located in
Correct.
relative. Right. So I'm asking, what is the phenomenon? How do we explain this phenomenon? How do we explain the sun being in different places at different times of the year? That's all I'm asking. I'm not trying to disprove the flat Earth. I'm not trying to say that you're wrong. I'm literally just asking this one question.
Yeah, so that would be the sun's path that it takes, where it's further away when it's from you, whether it's either in the Tropic of Capricorn.
So you're saying that the sun changes position?
Correct. The sun, if it's moving
You
in and
fucking
out
retard.
over a
What the
flat
fuck?
surface.
So
Hang on,
the
I gotta-
sun throughout the year, the sun moves between
Hold up,
two
dude.
positions, right? Hey, I think you should unmute him, honestly. But that's all I'm asking, right? Is that you agree with me that the sun moves position throughout the year, and I'm just asking
Correct.
how why does that happen? What is the scientific explanation for that phenomenon?
Like I said, I don't know.
See, and
what
that's
that would
really
be.
that's really where
But
I'm
you have,
stuck
hang
up,
on,
man.
but the claim you have, yeah,
I haven't made
is
any
that-
claims. I
hang on,
literally
the
have not
claim of
made
the
a single claim.
yes, but your belief as to why it's
Hold
occurring
on,
is
but
because
you're
you're living
claiming.
on a. Hang on a second, dude.
No,
Let me
you're
answer.
claiming that that's my belief, and it's not because I haven't claimed that. You're trying to put
Okay,
that
you
belief
said
in my mouth.
no.
Yes,
you said
you
that
are. Let's be
no.
honest
You've
here.
given a reason. You've given a reason that you believe why the Earth is a globe.
No, I
Yeah?
haven't actually.
And part of this is the sun changing solar azimuth throughout the year. You've asked me how it could occur on a flat surface. I've
Right.
told you it's relative to the sun's position between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. It's further away.
Right.
The
That's
angle
true.
decreases due to our position and the sun's position.
Uh-huh.
Right. So now, if it's this, you're asking why would the sun move? Yeah, I have no idea why the sun would move in and out and take the path that it's taking. So I'm going to ask you,
Right.
the
So
claim
that's
that's on the table by the claim that's on the table by the globe is that's due to the axial tilt and the elliptical orbit. So how have you guys, or how have you actually been able to verify that the Earth is a globe with an axial tilt and an elliptical orbit for this answer
I'm
in the
not
first
making.
instance?
Hey, can I be very clear here? I have not in this channel at all made their claim, or have I adopted their claim as my own. Okay, so you trying to put their argument onto me, I find pretty disingenuous because that's not something I've ever said before, and it's not something I'm trying to claim now.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'm just asking you, how does what is the explanation behind this phenomenon? And you're telling me you don't know. And you know what? That's okay. And I'm not pushing it.
No,
I'm not
I've told
arguing
you
with
that the angle that you're measuring is going to decrease as the sun's further away. Why the sun itself is taking the actual path it's taking, I can't
Right.
tell you why it's
And
doing
that's
that, and I don't believe the heliocentric model can either.
okay. So that's
It
fine.
can assume, but it can't answer
Okay. So
with any sort of
you guys
cause and
equally
effect.
don't have answers, and in that case, I'm fine.
Correct.
So I'm not pushing it. I'm not trying to, claim or disclaim anything. Just asking you if you had, something that you could prove or some explanation that you could substantiate, and you said you don't, and I'm fine with that. And I'm not trying to push something else instead of that.
All good, man. That's my answer. Unless someone else, Jedi, someone else has got something that they want to add, has a better answer.
And the only reason I ask, honestly, is because I find that that's a very common answer in this server is I don't know, or we can't know, or something along those lines.
But the problem is, Chardsy, is that the globe doesn't know either. Yeah, they
Right,
make a
but
claim to knowing. How would I know why the sun is doing what it's doing and the path it's taking? I'd have to know what the sun is, what other effects there are,
right, and I'm
many,
not
many
trying.
different things. Yeah, so I can definitely tell you it has to do with the sun's position and your position on the earth and the angle that you're measuring to the sun
Right,
and the
but
way the sun takes its path for summer and winter and seasons.
AJ,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm not trying to put up one against the other. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm not trying to disprove anything.
Oh, I know that, and I'm
I'm
just
just
giving you my
asking.
answer as to
And
why. But I'm
I
saying,
totally get that. I get that, man.
all right. So,
But at
but
the
when you
same time,
say,
it's like you
hold
guys
on,
don't have any answers, and the Globers
no,
don't
no.
have any answers. So who the hell am I supposed to believe? You know, if nobody has any answers, what am I supposed to follow? You know?
When you point out to me and say, well, look, when I'm intellectually honest and tell you that there's no way that I could know why the sun's taking the path it's taking or what it's actually doing, its height, its size, etc.
Right.
That's just being intellectually honest. There's no,
Okay, I get that.
there's no way that I can answer that. Yeah. So when I say that and you come back with, well, that's all I seem to get from flat earthers is I don't know that. Well, yes, I'm going to point out that the globe itself doesn't have a reason for this. Yeah. But
Right.
these things are secondary issues. We can measure the earth to be flat. Yeah. So we can measure the earth to be flat. Obviously, there's more investigation that needs to occur for what's happening in the sky. But
Okay.
because someone can't explain what's happening in the sky, it doesn't take away from the ability to verify the surface that we're walking on to be flat and stationary. That's
Right, and
pretty simple.
I'm not trying to. And I feel like we're kind of talking past each other because I'm not trying to like undermine you. I'm not trying to say that you're wrong or anything, and I'm not trying to cut at your base or anything. But I'm looking for truth here. I'm looking for answers, and from what I have seen, it seems like you don't have answers other than we don't know. And that's a fine answer,
Well,
but I'm looking for explanations, and it seems like you don't have any.
that's right, because we're only going to speak about things we can verify in here, yeah? And it's
And that's
okay not
fine.
to know things, but what we can verify, yeah, is that the Earth is a stationary plane. We view it like that, we utilize it that way, we build upon it that way, it's measured that way, right?
Okay.
At the end of the day, the Earth being flat, what we're doing is we're giving you a surface description. Now, there's falsification is independent of replacement. We don't have to replace everything the globe claims to show that there is no curvature. The
Right.
fact of the matter is, there just simply is no curvature.
And AJ, I want to be very clear here. I'm operating under the assumption that the flat Earth is the truth. I'm operating under the assumption that the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to disprove that. I'm not trying to tell you that you're wrong. Okay? I want to make that very clear. All I'm asking is, okay, with that being the case, undeniable truth, how does the rest of the observable universe operate? And if you tell me that, we don't know or something like that, I'm okay with accepting that. And I'm not going to press you on that or anything. I'm just asking. I want to know how the rest of the universe works in regards to that paradigm.
Yeah,
That's
so
all.
level
If you
would
can't know, you
require,
can't know.
so
Nobody can know. Yeah.
the actual definition of level would require you to use semantics. So you would need to be able to identify the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction. So the definition of level could not contradict itself. Or the law of identity would be like, can we all agree on what level is? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say to that. I'm not. I feel like there's a real misunderstanding here because I'm
Yeah,
not.
because
I'm
you
not
don't
trying
know
to
what
like.
logic is. Dude, you don't know what logic is. You don't know the principles of it. You don't know the 4 types of logic. You don't know anything about logic. And we do.
Right. So that's kind of why I'm here. Is I'm asking you to tell me because I don't know, and I'm admitting that I don't know, and you just keep telling me that I don't know. So it's not really doing a whole lot for me. You understand?
We're telling you. So if you're using the definition, it's Webster's dictionary definition of level. It gives you the definition of level, which is no point higher or lower than no point higher than the other, which means that no elevation change. But then it goes to tell you that it would um, be succumb to the curvature of the earth due to liquid um, conforming to the sphere. So that would be elevation change. It's a contradiction in the definition. So we would have to go into semantics.
Well,
We
can I say that I'm looking at Webster's dictionary definition of level? There are 10 different definitions,
Yeah,
and I do not see the one that you're referring to.
Yeah, it's the only definition that would be conforming to a sphere.
Could you describe which specific definition in Webster's dictionary that you're talking about?
It's the secondary definition.
A measurement of the difference of altitude of 2 points by means of a level.
Okay, maybe it's the third one.
Horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude.
Okay, why don't you post it?
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
you're welcome. Here you go. I think the third one is probably the most, closest one to flat Earth, right?
The ones that say horizontal in it.
Yeah.
So horizontal then. Be a contradiction if it was horizontal.
Difference of altitude by 2 points has to be a horizontal.
Yeah.
They changed it. Did they change that recently?
I can look at the change log.
What you posted is not what I'm used to seeing by Merriam-Webster. That's for sure.
Last
Well, I think the
updated.
word level doesn't really mean level like they think anyway. I think they were talking about the word smooth. So you can have things that are smooth, right? Meaning not higher or lower on any point. Like if you rub your hand around a ball, it can be smooth. But it's not level with itself by no means. But it is a smooth surface. I can agree with that.
That goes into a very old problem, right? Like if you measure 2 points on a ball, a perfectly round ball, right, and those 2 points are infinitely close together, then it
You
would
do
be
know that they're
flat.
changing. Listen, the reason why I even said what I did is because Merriam-Webster was the only one that the definition that it did, and it seems to not have that definition anymore. So they're changing it because of us. Flat Earth.
Most of them say horizontal anyway. So horizontal then.
And how does that smooth line? How does the?
It would be. It would be a contradiction to say that it was the horizontal was now curved. That would be the contradiction. We're not finding that contradiction. It looks like they've changed it again, which would be maybe the third time this definition's been changed. But ultimately, the majority of them, if not all of them, reference level. If not talking about something that isn't a surface, one mentions blood.
A Jedi, would you be able to post a more accurate definition?
More accurate definition. They're all going to have horizontal in them, dude. Do you want us to define level as it is as horizontal.
We don't need to define it differently.
Well-
I mean, they were the only dictionary that would define it differently than
I mean,
all
this still defines it. I mean, literally, the third definition in here is the
Or-
horizontal condition. So
Yeah, but it literally doesn't say conforming to the curvature of the earth like it used to. It used to say that, did it not, guys?
did it say that? Hold on.
It
This Collins dictionary I've got here, I think it's from late 90s, early 2000s. As
We have a
adjective
time
number
machine.
19
We can look up the
as
old.
Look,
as adjective number 19, right? This dictionary that I'm reading right now, right, says topmost horizontal line or plane from which the height of something is calculated, colon, in italics, sea level. Love it. I love it.
Sea level is level?
That's not what it said before. It said
No, it's changed, Flats. We get it. Yeah.
It said
Changed it.
conforming to the curvature of the earth before. So where is that definition, guys? What
Hold
has
on. I'm finding it for you right now.
please do, because I want
Yeah.
it to say that it's conforming to I want it to contradict it.
It's unfortunate that it doesn't contradict itself anymore.
God,
But
Okay, how far back should I go? Like 10 years?
to
kind of
2010.
odd.
2010. Okay.
Yeah.
February 20th, 2010. Here we go. A device for establishing a horizontal line or plane by means of a bubble in a liquid that shows adjustment to the horizontal
Oh,
by
that's not
movement to the center of a slightly bowed glass
You're
tube.
changing history in front of our fucking eyes, dude.
Okay,
Don't
hold on. I'll post it.
Flat
Hold on.
Earthers. I don't care about you, Shardsy. Flat Earthers. Don't forget this. They're changing history right before our eyes.
They're
Right before our
See,
eyes.
I just posted. So this is from 2010. I just
doesn't
posted
matter.
it in the chat.
I don't care what you say.
It
We
seems
already
pretty similar.
but you don't know what we've heard all of your arguments over like
I'm not making arguments though. I'm asking you.
I don't care.
I'm asking questions. I'm not making arguments. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just asking questions. That's literally all I'm doing. I haven't argued with you one time.
So horizontal then.
We don't care if you're arguing with us. We're talking about something that we've had to like deal with as an argument, not by you, but other globe earthers in the past. So they've used Merriam-Webster as their source to tell us that level would conform to the curvature of the earth given the liquid properties of water.
Well, I posted the definition from 2010, which is the date that you asked for,
Yeah.
and I don't see that definition
used to
in
say.
here from Merriam-Webster.
Yeah, but it's not what it used to say. We literally
This is literally what it used to say from 2010, which is the
God.
year that you requested.
Okay.
Would you like me to go back further?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go back further. Shut up.
Okay. That's not very nice, by the way.
I'm sorry, Sharcy, but you don't understand.
Flats, it's fine. It's horizontal.
You know what I'm talking about, Jedi.
Oh,
Don't-
yeah, 100%. I know, but it's not there now, which is interesting.
Jedi gets it.
They're changing history in front of our eyes.
The earliest date is from 2009, and I'll post the definition right here.
Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, be nice. Come on. I mean, I just don't see it.
Sorry. I should be nicer, but I'm just not. I don't care.
It's getting late there.
Well,
It's stupid here.
being as it's been changed recently, I don't understand why you're going back this far, to be honest.
Well, the whole argument is that it's been changed recently. If we can
Yeah.
go back 17 years, or sorry, not 17. What would 2009 be? 15 years.
No, thing changed recently. Like, you're not even giving us what I gave you 2010, right?
Right.
Yeah, you didn't give me the right definition that would have been what they would have given us in 2010.
I literally posted the 2010 definition.
Okay, we're telling you that that's not right. That's not what they usually give us.
Okay, so what year do you think, like an estimate maybe, would be more?
2010 was enough, and we can already tell that they've changed it.
So would you be able to
I
give
just
me?
posted.
Hold on. Dogs are gods. No, so I'm just looking for the truth here, honestly. I posted the furthest back definition that's posted on the Merriam-Webster dictionary website, and you're telling me that it's wrong, so I don't have any more resources to go to. So would you be willing to give me something that is more accurate from a further back date?
Look at the open chat.
Jesse! I think this is from Merriam-Webster. I think this is the 2024 version.
But that's exactly what they're referring to. One of the sub definitions pertaining to the curvature of Earth.
Can I just shut up? It's not.
Just shut up. Literally, I just chimed in to try to support your argument.
Yeah, but you didn't, and it's not. It's not what we're used to seeing.
All right, well, you're not doing much to find us, so don't tell me to shut up.
Sea level, the topmost horizontal line or plane from which the height of something is calculated. Sea level. Definition number 19.
So it's
What-
horizontal, right? So level's horizontal.
What year is this from?
Do you agree that level is horizontal? We're just all trying to get on the same page here. That level is
Yeah,
horizontal to
relatively
everyone.
speaking. Relatively speaking.
Relatively
horizontal.
speaking.
Yes.
Okay, that'll do.
There you go. See, we're on the same page. We're cooperating here.
Conforming to the curvature of Earth's surface, right there in the definition. Like,
Thank
what else
you.
could you be looking for?
Thank you.
I think we're all just going to keep disagreeing, honestly, so that's kind of why I avoided going into semantics like this.
I'm wondering if any flat earther actually recorded the definition that Merriam-Webster had prior to right now. Honestly,
I posted you the one from 15 years ago and you didn't like that one.
yeah, but you're not giving us what they've.
That's literally what they had 15 years ago. That's what they published.
Telling you it's not.
Okay, so post the one that they really had 15 years ago.
It was something that was conforming to the curvature of the Earth with
Literally, that's what posted says, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think the one that T-Dub posted is probably the closest one you're going to find here.
Sorry.
But I'm less
Literally
interested
right here.
in arguing whether or not the Earth is flat, and more so why people would convince other people that the Earth is not flat if it really is flat. You know, like, what's the motivation behind that? And if you say, I don't know.
It's an appeal to motivation.
It's not an appeal to motivation because I'm not questioning the motivation underlying it.
You want to know what it is?
No, I'm not. I'm questioning why they would do it, not whether or not it actually exists.
That's what I just said. It's interesting you don't listen and you talk a lot.
It's interesting you keep interrupting me without actually responding to what I'm saying.
Are you convinced the Earth is a ball? Or were you ever convinced the Earth was a globe?
I'm convinced that you guys don't have any sort of underlying
What about
motivation
that, though?
as to why.
What's your position, though, Charzy? Are you convinced, or were you convinced at some point? Because if you are or were, you'd know what it takes to convince somebody, and you wouldn't ask that question.
Well, do you really want to know the answer? Can I talk without
But
being
you mean,
interrupted?
so you're talking about why? Why were you convinced?
Because I was
Why
employed.
would you want to convince someone else, right? What's the motivation?
Do you want to keep talking over me, or can I answer?
Go on. Answer.
Okay. Yeah. So I was employed by the federal government to work in geospatial information technology, which involved analyzing satellite imagery of the Earth. In which case, during the course of my employment, I realized that the Earth is actually round because it's round. So
Didn't think that previously.
no,
That
yeah,
job.
I was definitely a flat earther until I got into the job.
Well, you stop being stupid.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, I mean, I've always believed the Earth is round.
Let's talk to this
You're
person.
still stupid.
So,
Right, so it was your
there's-
teachers at school, pretty much, right? It was your upbringing. You were taught it from a young age, right? By a bunch of teachers that weren't lying to you. They were just
No, it was-
regurgitating what they're told to teach you.
It was mostly a combination of my schooling and then my work experience and then my practical experience. I've never actually seen convincing statements or arguments or evidence that have, persuaded me otherwise.
I have a question.
Dumb
What's your question?
So, my question is if you guys say that, and I don't have proof of it either, so I can't say it, right? But if you guys say the Earth, we don't have proof that the Earth is a globe, none of the people who believe the Earth is a globe can prove that it's a globe. Well, then why do we just jump to the Earth is flat? And I'm not even saying that. I'm not even saying that to be a troller. I'm asking why can't we say the Earth is a triangle, or a fucking
Like a hexagon or something. That's a good point.
Chardsy, fuck's sake, shut up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Right, Flatsy, 2 seconds, you as well, please. Thank you. You can come in the moment. All right, so I just want to point out to this person that we're just describing a surface. As soon as you went to triangle and any other shape, that's not what we're claiming. We're not claiming a shape to the Earth. Sphere, triangle, cube, square, whatever. We're just describing the surface. We're measuring the surface and practically using the surface. And when we observe and measure and practically use the surface of the Earth, it's horizontal. It's measured to lay flat. Sorry, Flatsy.
All right, thank you for that.
No, you're great. Jedi, you did an amazing job.
There's 3 claims I made. Observed, measured, and practically used as flat. Is there anything you want to ask about those 3 things?
No, because
Okay,
every time I ask a question here, I have to get into a debate about a bunch of stuff. I'm not scientifically literate enough to debate this stuff, so I just like to listen.
It's not science at the moment, and that's fine. If you want to listen, then probably the best thing to listen to the answers to your questions. So if you've got questions, then you just have to listen, right? There's no debate at the moment. I'm just freely giving you information. The debate comes from you when you disagree with what I'm saying.
She literally sounds like an AI.
I think Chardsy has something to say.
Chardsy's always got something to say, but I've muted him so you can speak. If you no longer want to speak and ask questions, I'll unmute Chardsy. It's up to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. If you've got any other questions, just pipe up and I'll mute everybody else and you can ask your question, okay?
Did she not say AI to you?
I try not to judge these days.
Oh my gosh, dude. It's like measured even like can you say something what's your name? Oh my gosh, it's even an AI name. Can you please say something?
Oh, are you talking to Z0102391092301290?
Oh my
Yes.
god, isn't AI?
Something with emotion.
What's up?
Say something with emotion.
Wow.
That
No,
was
that's not good enough. I want you to
What
tell
do you
me
want me to do?
about.
come on, Fatsy. That was
No.
very mild,
We're
sarcastic.
doing the
Right.
Turing test in here now.
Like, you can't tell me to say something with emotion and expect me to be serious about that emotion.
Oh my gosh, dude. Listen, I want you to say something with emotion. Say something like, do you have a child?
Sorry, 1 second. I'm sending a DM to someone. Say it again.
Do you have a child?
Do I have a what?
A child.
Do I have a child?
Yes.
No.
Tell us
Do
about your child.
you have
Hold on, Fatsy. There was some emotion in there. She's slightly getting pissed off.
do you have a boyfriend? Do you have a boyfriend?
My last one cheated on me. Fuck off.
There you go. There
Okay.
you go.
That's
There
a
you
little
go.
bit
Thank you.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Oh, hello.
Oh,
I have a husband. And
oh
I have
poor
a
guy.
child. I have a husband and a child. So that's
Poor
why I
guy.
was trying to invoke your emotion. Because you have none.
What? Hold on. She got pissed off.
Well, how do you know? How do you know I have none? Maybe I was lying to you.
I don't know. I'm trying
Maybe I
to.
was lying to you. Maybe I was lying
AIs
to you.
do lie.
Why
Yeah.
are we even doing this anymore?
So you guys just think that I'm an AI?
No.
Oh,
We've moved away from that. We're going to try and move away from that.
at least I
Yeah,
know
we're
how to
staying
swim.
on topic here.
At least I know how to
That's
swim.
what this is all about. Staying on topic, which we are all doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
I got a topic.
Jesse, let's hear your topic. Do you want to cook?
Yeah, you presume the horizontal plane of Earth. So if this is the case, then it dictates that there must be parameters and that there must be a shape to the two-dimensional surface.
That's not the only thing. That's not the only thing that does that. It's also the laws of thermodynamics because you have the first law of thermodynamics that states that there cannot be energy
I
or
want
matter
my point.
created nor destroyed. So everything that we have, matter and energy, is finite, right?
I'm trying to make a point.
Yeah, but I'm giving you a good
Yeah, but I'll make my point, please.
So what? You're saying there are boundaries to this place, basically?
Listen, let me finish my point. Because it dictates that there must be parameters, then you must know how horizontal the entire surface is. Like, if you're going to claim it's all horizontal,
We don't
like,
have
how are you going to go about doing that?
Well, that's all we have evidence for. We don't have evidence of any curvature or slope.
Yeah, we
What's
don't
the evidence that a
ask.
level in China is parallel to a level in South America?
Yeah, we don't have to know what you're asking for. We just need to know that there is no vacuum of space. There is no curvature.
That makes it a presumption.
No, we don't have to know anything that you're asking for. We just need to know that there is no curvature.
You
No
have no way of knowing
space.
that a level in China is parallel with a level in South America.
You're not letting me finish, and I love it because that means that you're so triggered.
Yeah, we do. We can measure that with data taken from aircraft flying over thousands of miles, demonstrating that the surface below lays horizontally and the aircraft tries to maintain a horizontal altitude above it. So thousands of miles of horizontal measurements, especially over water.
That's not seeing if one level is parallel relative to another.
Oh, it hurts.
Way.
It hurts.
That is the plane of the horizon. Yes, it is. Yeah.
It hurts.
Horizontal is parallel with other horizontals.
What hurts? You having to think about your presumptions?
No, that's what we just given you.
The horizon gives you a horizontal that would be parallel to other horizontals. Yeah, that hurts so much for us. Thank you.
The horizon does not give you a horizontal.
Yes, it does.
Not
The
really.
plane of the horizon. Yes, the plane of the horizon gives you a horizontal from left to right. In actual fact, 360
Are you
degrees
saying there's
around.
no changes
Wait
in elevation in the
a
distance?
second.
It's
Tell
just a
me what.
stupid comment, dude. The plane of the horizon is parallel to horizontal because all horizontal lines are defined as being parallel to it.
You
Yeah,
think
but
there's no topography to
And
the
all
land
verticals.
where the horizon appears to be? You think there's no topography over there?
Verticals are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
the
Well,
Mariner sextant uses the horizon as a horizontal base,
No, it
dude.
doesn't.
Yes, it does. It uses
Wrong.
the horizon to establish a horizontal plane.
That's so wrong. I'm not going to address it. But the topography of the land where the horizon appears, that's definitely not horizontal. There's mountains.
No, we're talking about where the sea appears to meet the sky, not a mountain or a tree.
Yeah. Where that appears to happen, that line is going to be horizontal. I
Yeah,
don't know
but
why
we
you don't
know
get
that
that.
the physical
Matter how
surface of
far
Earth
away it
is
is.
not
Yeah, you
perfectly
can't
horizontal.
differentiate any topography or elevation or anything like that when it all converges to the horizon. So that
Yeah,
line,
topography
it's
is
an
not
apparent
horizontal.
position where the sea or the land appears to meet the sky and it's horizontal.
The Black Swan gives us a very good like a example where we see the horizon way further than it should be for the globe, and
Well,
we
he doesn't
still
care.
can utilize.
We're off.
But hold on, we can still utilize that horizon for what?
Is the horizon an optical phenomena? Yes or no?
Celestial navigation. So you measure the Earth flat all the way to the
Please
eclipse
listen to my question. Is the
plane.
horizon an optical phenomena? Yes or no?
Is it an optical phenomenon for you that believes a globe? We don't have to claim it's a geometric
What?
horizon. You do.
No, please just answer my question. Is it an optical phenomena? Yes or
We
no?
know it's optical. We've been arguing this
Just say
for
yes or no.
dude. You're the one who
Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah, just
Yes,
Foxy,
it is.
give him a straight answer. Like, don't
Therefore,
fucking go over
it is
tactics on them and
apparent.
go on a fucking spiel. Just be yes or no.
Okay. Yeah, if it is an optical phenomena, then therefore it's not what's actually happening over there.
Oh, so
What?
great.
What?
So we measure the Earth flat. Thank you.
No, I'm saying
It's
that the
an optical
apparent
phenomenon. It's
convergence,
not. Sorry. It's an optical phenomena, but what?
the apparent convergence between the sky and the ground is the vanishing point, right? You're saying that's a horizontal line,
But
right? But
we
that's
measure the Earth, right?
therefore it's not a description of the physical surface of the Earth.
But we
When we're talking, sorry, Fatsy, thank you. So when we're talking about looking over water, the water looks horizontal because that's what it is. It displays itself to us as horizontal. We use
I'm
it as
not
such. It's not hard.
like you wish you were on water at all times, but you're on land.
at all scales.
We're
Yeah.
referencing.
I just posted a couple of a couple of descriptions in there from some sources. They're just describing, even if it's just for describing it to kids. I mean, like it could be first grade level now, but it's just describing that the horizon is just the way we naturally experience it is as a horizontal line going
There's an
straight from left to right
convert
with no deviation in slope or curvature, no deviation in the in the y-axis. It's
Jesse,
just all horizontal.
Jesse, do we actually measure the Earth flat because it's so big?
Do you want to understand my point?
Do we
I'll make
actually
it very
measure the Earth flat because it's so big?
I don't know. I don't think you measured anything about the surface of the Earth, really.
Oh, so we don't
That's
measure.
not my point.
We don't measure.
Charlie, you're too triggered. It's
Do we measure the Earth flat because it's so big?
Where did you do that?
Over water.
How?
Because the water would give you fluid dynamics.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's
So
not
do we
measuring the
actually
across the
measure
surface.
Earth flat locally?
I don't know. Who took a measuring stick to the Pacific Ocean? Like, no one did that.
Had anybody took a measuring stick to
How
anything?
did they ever measure any curvature then if no one measured the surface of the earth?
Yeah, we want to know if somebody measured the Earth flat or curving.
Someone tried telling us that our line of sight to the horizon is a measuring stick.
Let's go for the Earth.
I don't know. That wasn't me. But my point is, the optical phenomena that we call the horizon is created by the apparent convergence due to optics. Therefore,
It's good that you know. It's good that you know the horizon is optical and not physical. That's
Why
good.
can't I ever finish a sentence in here, dude?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's an optical phenomena. The apparent convergence is not actually happening. It's due to perspective. So
Right.
when you
So why do they
describe the
keep
horizon,
saying that boats are going over it?
I'm
Why
almost
do they
done.
keep saying it's physical and that boats go over
Yeah, I
it?
can't ever finish the sentence
Well,
in
no,
here, bro.
up on that point. Why do they keep saying it's physical and the boats go over it if you're
You're
saying it's
interrupting
optical?
because you understand my point and you just refuse to accept it.
Yeah,
That is
your point was it's
logic
not physical,
behind
and
the
my
claim.
question is, well, then why do they keep saying boats and things are going over it if it's not physical?
Go ahead, Jesse.
If optics, I'm going to say it again because I just want my point to be very clear. If the horizon is an
Yeah, we
optical
got it.
phenomenon,
The horizon's
the
optical.
convergence between the
It's
sky and the
optical. You
ground,
said it's optical.
cyclone, let me make my
Why
point
do
and
you
then you
keep
can go
saying
ahead.
if it's optical? Yeah, we heard your point. You kept saying it's optical, and then you say if it's optical. Why are you saying if? You know it's optical. The question is, why do they keep saying it's
In your
physical and the
paradigm,
boats go
it's
over it
optical.
if you
It's
know
not
that
mine.
it's optical?
Not in my
It's
paradigm,
optical,
in yours.
yeah? So, not physical. So boats aren't going over it because it's optical.
I can show you tons of photos of boats going over the curve.
Oh, but how can it go over it if it's not physical?
Physical.
I don't think it's an optical phenomenon. When you see the physical horizon,
Wait, so it's
that's
not
not the
optical.
vanishing point created by your perspective, right? The horizon is
So you're
always
saying the horizon's physical
measurably
now?
below your vanishing point.
Wow. So it is physical now, not optical.
In my
And now he's saying that a line of sight to it can be considered to be a measuring
He
stick.
asked me a question. Let me
Oh,
answer.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Now he's saying it though, right?
Dude, just let me answer his question. In the globe paradigm, the horizon, like Earth's physical surface, is not in the vanishing point. It happens
Right,
before.
so is the horizon optical or is it physical in your mind?
If you ask me, the horizon is physical. We can see
All
the
right, so why is
topography
it
of the
not
land
in the physical
before you
position?
see the convergence into the vanishing point.
All right,
The
so for a
horizon is
6-foot observer,
usually
where will the
and like
horizon be?
always considerably below your vanishing point.
So for a 6-foot observer, where would the horizon be in distance from you?
Yeah, in your paradigm, the horizon's not physical. You say, look,
No,
the horizon.
I asked you according to you,
An
for a
optical
6-foot
phenomenon.
observer, if it's physical, how far away should it be for a 6-foot observer if it's physical?
Do you even understand my point?
Why can't you answer the question?
Because I want to know you understand my point before we move forward.
No, we're on this point. You said it's physical.
No, we're
So
on my
how far away should it be for a 6-foot observer?
He's trying to ask from our point of
That's
view.
what would tell you it's physical.
It's optical. It's getting tiring.
want to chant your 1.22, the
Yeah,
horizon.
you're too brick, Callie. You're too brick.
1.2.
So it should be about 3 miles away from you, right? For a 6-foot observer, according to the globe.
Yeah, chant it away, man. Doesn't make a difference to my argument.
Chartsy.
Yeah, it does, because that's debunked. The physical location of the globe horizon isn't observed.
You know, you should have these softball answers ready to go if you're going to anti-flat every single day, dude. Up your game.
You got no real response. You think the horizon is an optical
Yeah, the
phenomenon.
horizon's
Also think
observably not
that
physical.
it is in fact the actual elevation of the land over there.
No, you're
contradicting
retarded, Callie. Callie, you're retarded. You need to
yourself.
stop.
The horizon's the elevation of the land over there. We're talking about the sea.
Yeah, you think that when you see a horizontal horizon and there's no apparent changes in elevation, You're saying that's an actual description of the physical surface of the Earth over there. Meanwhile, it's also an optical phenomena, and it's where
No,
the
Hey guys. Apparent and optical, like you just said at the end.
due to optics.
Yeah, it's not a physical location. That's your claim, dummy.
Yeah, you're
It's
just
just an
double.
apparent thing.
Go ahead, pick one. Which
Apparent
is-
division
We already
between
picked
surface and sky, right?
Yeah, like
Apparent
T-Dub just
division
said.
between surface and sky.
Exactly.
Division between
Exactly.
will be horizontal.
Yes,
No, you're-
exactly.
you
Apparent
have
division between
side
surface
which
and sky. You're the one saying it's a physical location caused by curvature. You're trying to conflate that with our position where the topography would mess it all up because you think it's a physical thing. That's you who thinks that, not us.
Clearly,
Don't
there's
pass that buck off to
topography.
us, you dummy.
It's
clearly there's topography, yet it appears horizontal. So you must know that that is not an actual description of the surface.
Oh, so it.
Yes, we know because it's an apparent.
So then, therefore, the horizon is an optical phenomenon, and it's not an actual description.
He just
of the
ignored
surface.
everything that was just told to him. It's an apparent position. We're not the ones saying
No,
that
you're
it's a
arguing
physical
against it and it's
position as a
backfiring.
consequence of the
Not logical.
surface.
Callie, you're so great. Too much. So your argument is to try and now say, well, it's optical, so it's this, but then you
No.
actually don't believe it's optical. You think it's physical.
No, you
So
believe it's
you're confused.
No, you think
It's
that the
described as
horizon is
optical. Jesse,
in
go and
your
define the horizon for us. Define the horizon. What does the horizon mean? What's the definition?
Yeah, you're
where
an
the sky
idiot.
apparently meets the ground.
That it's.
What?
You're an idiot and you don't understand that
No,
it's.
no. What he said. What
It's a rebuttal to their
Kelly said.
argument.
What
He
did
said
say?
it's where the sky apparently meets the ground.
All right, apparently. So not physically.
A perspective is causing the ground to apparently rise.
All right, bye bye.
All right, so it's an apparent phenomena, not a physical one. Then.
Yeah, bye
You can
bye.
have perspective on a globe. It's not a contradiction.
Yeah, you don't. You don't have perspective
Yeah.
on. 'Cause
Oh,
it's-
there's no such thing as
You
perspective
don't
if
have a
you're standing
physical
on a
horizon.
sphere. I
That's
wonder
not
why.
what it's
Why
defined
not?
as.
Not in your calculators, there isn't. I have to have a calculator, no perspective
There's
there.
like no
So
such thing as
He's
perspective.
trying to
on-
red herring away from his position a minute ago, though, which is that the horizon must be all bumpy and everything because of the topography of the Earth. If it's a flat Earth, and I mean, he's trying to conflate
Saying
his
there's no
physical
such thing as
horizon with the apparent
topography.
horizon. He's jumping all over the place here. He can't even hold to one position.
Well, yeah, try to focus. Maybe if you were actually focusing, you'd think that it
oh
was.
no, you.
Oh, it's
No,
because
no,
you're
you.
an idiot. You don't know your position.
Oh, I know my position just fine. Do you know yours is a double speak?
Ooh, actually, do you want me to tell you?
All right, your position is a double speak. I just explained why.
Oh, is it?
Well, Callie, you're such a gaslighter. The globe be talking about double speak. What a gaslight.
Yeah, get gaslighted. I don't
Hilarious.
care.
That his
Yeah.
position is.
So what's your evidence for your curvature to begin with, Callie, for you to do this insane,
Yeah,
embarrassing task?
totally pivot. Ignore that you're double speaking.
This is your argument. The whole point is you're trying to argue for a curvature. The horizon is this physical consequence of curvature. What evidence for curvature do you even have to make
Yeah,
the
you
argument?
want curvature like the clock on your wall, right? The Earth is way too
What are
big.
you talking about? What are you talking about?
No, he said no. The Earth's way too big, so no.
All right. So you don't have any curvature. Well, that's
Well,
good.
yeah, because of how big you are compared to the Earth, you can't
Because
resolve the
it's
curvature.
so flat.
standing.
Because it's so flat, you can tell it's curved because of how flat it is. Yeah.
Yeah, the globe model claims a size to the
Well,
sphere,
the globe
and
model.
because of the
globe
size
model.
of you,
Could you
you're
show
not
us-
going to resolve curvature
show
just
us this
standing there and
model?
looking at the water.
Could you show us this model that you're talking about?
So I can't see it.
Never seen a globe model before? You never went to school?
Flat.
Did you go
Did
to
you
school?
link it? Oh, what you mean? Oh, you mean like the plastic toy?
Help
Is that
knowing
what you're
what
talking about?
Do you not know what a globe is?
You're talking about a plastic globe toy. Is that your idea of a model?
Is that like
that
the
what you're saying?
furthest education you have about globes?
Yeah,
Is like
yeah. That's the
classroom?
globe that they show you in school, right? The toy.
So that's like the furthest your education went about the globe is like 5th grade.
Oh, okay. Well, what model
Later.
did they show you? What model did they show you? Callie the trigger.
Didn't indulge. You gave up.
Which model did they show you, Callie? Why are you trying to dodge?
What is there to dodge, bro? You're asking me what a globe is?
The globe model that you keep chanting about, according to your religion, What is it? Where is it? Got a link?
I don't know. Probably the same place where your flat Earth model is.
So you don't. Oh, so you don't. Well, we don't claim a model. So you don't have a model. So the one you claimed, you don't actually have.
That. You don't have a
Wow.
model. I
Yeah.
could go.
We don't claim a model, but you just did, and then I asked for it, and now you're spazzing out because you don't have one. So I guess you don't have a model, Jesse. The retarded.
Never seen a globe before?
What kind of globe? The toy.
No, just a regular globe, dude.
Oh, what? So yeah, the plastic or wooden toy.
Can you
That's
stop
what you're
pretending
talking about.
like completely
So
slow?
because you've seen a plastic toy ball on a desk, you're telling us that the ground has to be curved.
That's not the only time I've ever seen
That's
a
your
globe.
argument. That's your argument, yeah. Good stuff.
Strawmanning, like
You must be top
I've
of
seen
the
a
globe
globe.
food chain.
Okay, dude. You ask a question, then you talk right through my answer.
Well, because we already know what your answer is. It's going to be some bullshit because you're a triggered fundamentalist. So yeah, you're just here to embarrass yourself for our entertainment and for the globe audience.
Yeah, convince yourself of whatever.
So you've got no model. So again, I'll ask you, what's your evidence for curvature of the surface of the Earth that we all live on?
Yeah, because of the proclaimed.
Broad Smellius.
Yeah, I'm going to answer this question. Because of the size to the globe, it's going to appear
You
as.
don't have a globe.
It's going to appear as drop over distance, right?
Is that the globe model that you
You
couldn't
can
find?
measure the angle. You can measure the height above the surface for objects in the distance. If there's a drop, then that comports with
Where
a
do you get
sphere.
curvature? No, but you don't have a globe for that. You'd need some curvature to then assume that the reason you're seeing things the way you do is because of curvature.
When you say the word globe, what does that mean to you?
Who cares?
Referring to, if you don't
You
know
know what the globe is.
when you say globe,
You know what you believe the globe is, although I'm sure you don't actually know what you believe it is, but that fantasy model that you just claimed but couldn't find, that's what we're talking about. So
Dude,
what's the evidence for curvature again?
At the globe, it's not hard.
Have you got any evidence for curvature?
Yeah, drop over distance.
Drop of what?
The apparent height of objects over
Apparent.
distance.
Why are you saying apparent?
Because things appear to get lower in the distance.
All right, why is that?
Because the Earth is a globe. You didn't know that?
Oh, what's your evidence for that?
Boats going over the curves, sunsets, like, celestial navigation.
That's called an affirming the consequence
Reciprocal
fallacy.
zenith angles,
heard of that?
non-parallel plumb lines. You got diverging plumb lines. You got all kinds of stuff.
That's a logical fallacy.
LIDAR, LIGO,
That's affirming the consequence.
canals. They build canals and they
that's a
make
logical
the
fallacy.
horizontality.
If Earth globe, boats appear to go down. Boats appear to go down, therefore Earth globe. But you don't actually have any evidence that the Earth
It happened if Earth was a globe, and that's exactly what we see.
All right, so it's an assumption that it's a globe based on the observation that you're talking about. You don't actually have any evidence for it being a globe.
It was concluded after insurmountable evidence. That's what happened.
Concluded after insurmountable evidence. What was that evidence? Just you looking at a boat and then guessing that the Earth is curved?
Mathematicians, astronomers, and geography and everything.
Astronomers? What did the astronomers do?
They measure angles to the sun and they try to make a model.
They angle to the sun and they try to make the model.
Did you not know
Does that
this?
tell you the Earth is a ball?
Well, they try to figure out
kind of angle
how
to the
the
sun are they
sun's path could work, right?
How
And
the
they
sun's
came up
path
with this
could work.
heliocentric model. That's what they did.
They came up with a heliocentric model. Did they ever measure any curvature
Trying
of the
to
Earth
make
to confirm
sense
that?
of the sun's path over the Earth.
Right, so other than assuming things and making a model, did they ever actually measure anything in reality that proved there was curvature of the surface, motion of the Earth, anything like that?
Yeah, that's what surveyors do, and Foucault's pendulum, and there's plenty of ways to
Oh,
measure.
right. Okay, so who measured the curvature of the Earth then?
Surveyors. The intercontinental, what is it called? The intercontinental triangulation of the 39th arc of the parallel.
All right, what did they measure exactly?
They measured the drop over distance at a bunch of points. They did it across the entire North American continent.
They measured a drop over distance. How did they do that?
They measured it everywhere, dude. It's
How
literally
did they do that?
everywhere in every direction there is drop over distance.
How did they do that? Callie, the triggered one. How did they do it?
There's like an entire surveyor. There's an entire survey and an entire citation about it.
So you don't know
What are you asking?
how they did what you are claiming they did.
They measured angle. They measure azimuthal angles.
Angles of what?
Angles of what?
Yeah.
Angle. They measured angle.
Of what?
That's
From
what you
what
do
to
when you
what?
survey. Take a theodolite and you measure horizontal and vertical angles.
A horizontal.
Yeah. Azimuthal angles. Ever heard of
So
it?
you're saying, how did you get a ball from a horizontal?
Yeah. Let's see if I have the photo right here. Hold on.
So how many horizontals are on a sphere?
That's a weird question.
Why? Why is that a weird question? You just said that to understand and measure a ball, they use horizontals. That's your claim.
No, I said azimuthal.
Why is that weird? You said horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, left to right. Yeah, an azimuthal angle is left to
Right,
right.
so horizontal. So how does a horizontal get you a ball?
And your azimuthal projection is a
The
circle.
horizontal,
It's a
Jesse.
circle.
The horizontal. How does that make a ball?
You don't know how observations work. The horizon is a
Observation.
circle. It's
You're talking
300.
about a horizontal. How are you getting a ball from a horizontal, Jesse? Simple question.
Listen close. You're asking me questions, so just listen when I
So
answer, okay?
you get a horizontal. Okay, we've got a horizontal. Now what?
No. You have azimuth angle. It's not the same thing as a horizontal.
So why did you say you use horizontal and vertical?
Because left to right, up and down, you're measuring angles. You could call horizontal,
So you're
vertical,
measuring
right,
horizontal.
up, down. You're just
So you're
getting.
using horizontal and vertical.
I said the word horizontal, and now you're fucking triggered, dude.
Right. So horizontal.
Semantics.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. So we've got horizontal. Then what?
No, you're getting hung up on the word horizontal. Just think of azimuthal.
You said horizontal.
Yeah.
So we get horizontal. Then what?
Doesn't matter that I said horizontal.
Yes, it does. It's a horizontal. Then what? Tell us how we go from horizontal to cartoon ball spinning Earth.
Listen close. Your
So we
azimuthal
don't
projection
get
is
to
a
spinning ball Earth
circle.
to a horizontal.
Listen close. I'm answering your dumb question. Your azimuthal projection is a circle around you. It's 360 degrees. It's never actually horizontal. Grow up.
That's
Circle.
the plane. That's the plane of the horizon. Yes, it's 360 degrees around when you look, but it's a plane between the circumference. So inside that circle, it's horizontal.
Yeah, but Earth
circle
is
is also
not a
flat.
literal horizontal plane. You know, there's topography.
All right. So how are you getting to not horizontal from horizontal?
Nobody's claiming to get not horizontal from horizontal. You're strawmanning.
All right. So horizontal. Okay. So it is horizontal. So then how do we go from horizontal to spinning ball Earth?
Yeah, drop over distance is measured when you do surveys.
Drop over distance. What drop over distance? You said a horizontal.
Reciprocal zenith angles. You want me to post articles about it again for like the millionth time in here?
Well, just
That you don't
explain
have
how
to
you
look-
go. I just want you to explain how
Am I
you're going
posting-
from the horizontal you claimed to a ball Earth.
It's not
horizontal. You're struggling.
Yeah, you are struggling because you can't get
No,
from a horizontal to a
struggling.
ball Earth.
I'm explaining something fundamental to our understanding of surveying.
Yeah,
and
you
you're
said
just
you use
skipping to the-
horizontals and verticals, and I'm trying to figure out how you get to a ball from that.
And listen
Right.
close.
When you measure, I'll tell you, when you measure angles, you can find the sum of the angles, which should be 180 degrees if you're on a flat surface. The sum of the azimuthal angles are over 180 degrees. You use spherical
All right, so
excess
what are you
to correct-
measuring exactly? What are you measuring exactly then?
excess to correct the measurement
So
of
what are
the
you measuring? What are you measuring? Be specific. Don't just say big triangles. What are you measuring? Set up your
angles.
theodolite, then what?
You're asking what I'm measuring like over and over again because you don't even
Yeah.
know what
Like,
azimuthal angle is.
describe it. Describe it practically. What are you measuring to and from?
Observer to whatever object or point in the distance. You want to measure an elevation point? Point your theodolite at
Right,
the
so
ground.
how far away? All right, so how far away is the object?
Surveyors can take their target.
Yeah, you need to show us because you're claiming that someone did this. So let's see. What did they measure from to?
Insert content. Dude, you're gonna make me cite this article for like the 100th time in here, and you're
Yeah,
not gonna.
let's see the observation. Let's see the observation. We want to see this cartoon spinning ball Earth you keep religiously chanting about.
Well, maybe if you didn't
fundamentalist
on Discord and actually went on and did something, you would stop asking
Oh,
me.
so you can't show us something that's been done in reality.
No, people have done it in reality, but all you're doing.
Okay, show us the observation. Show us what they're seeing.
Dude, I'm finding the citation right now. Okay, but if you don't click it,
All right.
then you're lying to
Has that
yourself.
got distance involved? That got distance
You're a
involved
fucking
in the
nigger.
observation? Triggered. Triggered.
What? Have you ever even looked up this survey before, or are you
Have
just?
you ever been on Mixtoon.com and read his passages, his gospels? Bro, stop fucking about. You can show us what you're claiming. What was the distance they measured? What's the furthest distance? What was that drop over distance they
Hey, you would-
measured?
These kind
Tell
of
us all
questions.
about it.
Into your
You can provide all the evidence you want, and Cyclone will still deny it. He's the denialist.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's deny something that you don't have. That makes sense.
You don't have a measurement of
Drop
flat
over
Earth.
distance. So what was the distance that they measured? How far?
Dude,
And how much curvature was measured?
Listen, they measured azimuthal angles across the entire United States. It's not just one measurement. It's
Okay.
literally thousands and thousands.
Okay, so give me one of them. Give me one of
It was
give me the longest stretch
fucking,
that they
like,
did. I want to know how much curvature was over that long stretch and how they got it.
blah, blah, blah.
So what's the longest bit?
Search it. Here, hold on. Let me find the article.
Give
for
us
you.
the longest single measurement. How far was it? In miles. This dude called Renee. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I used to be able to get the PDF of this, but it looks like now it's on sale on Amazon. Hold on, let me find this. Ah, I got it. There it is. All right. Since you begged and complained, Cyclone, click that fucking link.
All right, read out the bit that proves your point.
Oh, the link, motherfucker. You said read out. This isn't story time.
No,
It's not read.
it's not for me
You're
to
an
read through
adult.
your thing.
You're an adult.
Quote the
Okay.
bit that proves your point.
To be
Come on,
wanting
Jesse.
to.
Is this the bit where you're going to spiral
Heard
out and
about
say,
the
no,
shape of
no,
the surface
I'm
of
not going to read what I've posted. Have you even read it, Jesse?
I'm not gonna listen.
Jesse, have you even read it? Have you even read what you've posted?
Yeah. Yeah, I looked through this a bunch
Okay,
of times.
quote the bit that proves your point. Quote it. What does it say?
Sure. I got you.
You guys are spiraling.
Well, of course, he's trying to prove a spinning cartoon ball Earth that doesn't exist. What else can he do?
Both of you.
No, I'm simply asking for evidence that the Earth's a cartoon spinning ball and receiving nothing as usual.
You're on your way out, bro. You got not much left going on in your
Rhetoric.
life. You know that.
Okay. Good. Very good, Jesse. Self-soothe. Just get the evidence that you claim to have, you retard.
Yeah, why don't you actually click the thing that you should
Oh,
be
Jesse, stop crying. Quote the
about this
thing that
shit.
you claim is your evidence. What does it say? I'm driving,
Cared
so I'm
about
not
the
going to fucking
shape of
read it.
the earth, you would click the article.
All
and
right,
take
what
it.
does it say? What you said you were going to get the quote, Jesse.
Well,
What happened?
Tell me what it
Did you
says.
realize you can't find it, Jesse? Did you realize you've never actually read it and you don't understand what this paper is actually saying, and you're just quoting it because you saw it on McToon.net? You
No.
having these kind of realizations? All right, well,
I'm
quote the
measuring
bit that
as
proves your
like,
point then.
dude, they did it
Quote
across
it
the
then.
entire state. There's tons of
Just
examples.
quote the point, Jesse. Well, quote the bit that proves your argument. What drop over distance did they measure? What was the distance measured? How did they measure it? Let's hear it.
Yep, they did this over 100 years ago. You're far behind.
Over 100 years ago, and yet somehow none of you retards can do it today. Over 10 miles.
Dude, surveyors do it every day. What are you talking about?
Oh, really? No, they don't, Jesse. Stop fucking talking
Oh, they don't?
shit. So you still can't
such
quote
thing
your
as
actual bit. Okay, which surveyors measured curvature of the Earth?
I mean, how much do you live under a rock?
Okay, again, you don't know. You
Saying
don't know.
happens?
Jesus Christ.
You
Could you provide something that you do know that you can actually talk about? Any measurement of curvature that you can actually talk about or understand?
Someone's afraid to talk about surveying, dude.
All right, which surveyor measured the curve? How did they do that?
They all do. They all measure drop over distance. That comports with
Name
spirit.
one. Name one.
All of them.
You can't name one.
Jesse Kozlowski. The main. The main.
Of course, the one guy on Discord who claims to do it. Just happens
So
to
you
be
already
that
looked
guy.
into it?
Right, what
So
did he measure? What was his furthest distance measured?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me? You said you looked into it.
Oh, I thought you don't know. You just said you just claimed it. You don't know?
Top of my head, I don't know the furthest distance that
So
the
why
main.
did you claim it if you don't know it?
Oh, I don't
Why
know
are you
the.
claiming things you don't know, Jesse? Because you're arguing from emotion rather than actually things you know.
No, it's just surveying, man. That's all it is.
Camera off, please,
Well, it's
Vince.
not. Well, it's
Could you
not
turn
though
the camera
because
off,
you
please,
can't
Vince?
actually tell us. You just said you don't know.
Yeah, it's a joke. Really, you're a joke.
Oh,
And you
okay.
see that
Yeah,
you're
I
the
thought it was serious. I'm sorry.
joke.
What?
No, Jesse, you're a little pussy.
I'm serious. Can
Arguing
you
from
turn your
emotion.
camera off
Oh,
and
the
limit our
surveyor
room to
did it.
25 people?
The surveyor did it. Which one? I don't know. It was this guy on Discord who told me he did it. What did he do? I don't know, but the Earth's the globe. Go away, Jesse. Little mink.
Yeah, that's a Glober zealot. Like your religion is pretty funny, but you're a zealot for it. Good job. Go ahead, be a zealot for your religion.
This girl sounds good.
Yeah,
Y'all are
Jesse, tell
gonna
us
start
more
making me-
things
Oh,
that you
all
don't
right, you guys
understand
are coward.
through the globe. You said Foucault's pendulum earlier. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, Foucault's pendulum, a great way to know your latitude.
About that.
Yeah, a great
When-
way to be a zealot. Yeah, of course. So
Know your
you've
You've
got
used that
great
word, yeah.
signs. You got great signs and wonders for your
So
globe
is that what
zealotry.
the
Oh, you're over there getting triggered. Now you
is
think
that
you
how
got.
they're navigating out
Harder,
to sea? They're
harder.
finding their latitude. They're finding
Zealousy
their latitude.
is that a
using
word?
pendulum.
It's not jealousy, or it's zealotry. There you
Oh my
go.
god.
Hey, Renee, are you here? Because Jesse's just, totally bricked. Can anyone else have an actual
Jesse's bricked.
conversation?
Yeah, we need a tag in for Jesse.
Jesse's doing just fine.
You think that's fine, Renee? Wow.
I've never met a
Chloe,
woman named
you have
Renee that's
low
not like this.
standards. You have low standards, bro.
Some
It's
desperation.
not a
Renee's
woman.
gonna let
It's
that fly.
literally a man. What are you
Renee?
talking about?
That's what the politics server is. It's dumb men pretending to be smart women.
Have you guys ever looked up Jesse Kozlowski?
It's my wife's name.
Is that the guy that
Jesse
you haven't looked up?
Kozlowski?
Yes,
You don't
we
know what he
know
does?
about Jesse Kaus.
Oh,
What
nice.
is
So
his
you know
name?
about him measuring
Wow.
the Kozlowski.
Close enough.
Cassie, you gotta take the rest of the night off if you're that drunk.
Sorry.
Nah, she's looking for
Jesse,
the
you
answer
just
to the bottom
you
of
just
that
said you
bottle. It's
didn't know
okay.
what he did. Jesse, you were just like, oh, I don't know what he did. So
All
why are you
flat
talking about it?
earthers are drunk. Let her be, bro. What?
Jesse, you don't know
No,
what
I'm
the
not
guy
gonna
did.
let
Bottom
Why
of the
are you
bottle.
talking about
get
him?
in the way.
You're discriminating?
Imagine
Damn.
citing
Alright,
some
fuck
guy
you.
you don't even know what he claims to have done. Little retard. But Vince,
Yeah, what's up?
how's it going, Vince?
It's going okay. I don't really like that I can't turn my camera on. Can I turn it on until it's 25
No,
in face? Or
no.
Why would you need your camera on?
because I talk a lot with my face. Like it's a human
Yeah,
thing.
well,
Like
well, people are quite happy to
You talk with your face. Well, most people do.
well,
we
you
can
know, I
manage
mean, like
without
there's
your
body language. It's like a
No,
human thing to
no,
see people when you talk to them. You know.
no.
That's all right. We'll manage without Vince. So, Vince, have you been looking into the topic? Do you know anything about it or no?
I'm familiar with all of this. Yeah.
All right. What's your thoughts? Do you think the Earth's a ball? You think it's not a ball?
A ball?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's why I came in here. I'm trying to learn.
Yeah, but I was asking, do you think the Earth is a ball like they tell us?
I'm not really sure.
Okay.
Why?
What's making you not sure?
Well, because there's communities like this that know the truth out there, and I'm just being told stuff from the news. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
All right, that's good. Good man. That's what you should be doing. So, what kind of evidence have they given you that the Earth is a ball?
Well, you know, there's like pictures and stuff.
All right, so the pictures don't convince you?
No, because I've seen some crazy pictures. I don't. It's,
Yeah, they could make a picture of anything, right?
I've seen some pictures of me. I don't believe. Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you think you could figure out if it is or isn't in reality without just relying on the pictures? Do you think we can or no?
Like if there's like tests, like you could use gravity. Like if you like put stuff on the ground and see, like maybe if you fly into the air. I don't know.
Yeah, like long distance observations over the surface. That's a good one, right? Because it's supposed to be
Yeah,
curving.
I mean that sounds. Yeah. Yes.
All right, so let me tell you, this is what people have been doing for the last few years, right? People have been going out to like big lakes and shorelines and stuff, and they've been saying, right, according to the globe model, there should be X amount of curvature over this distance. It should cause this level of obstruction.
And it's just not there.
And it's just not there, right? And then these people are called flat earthers and all this kind of shit.
Well, they do believe that. They're called flat earthers. They believe the Earth's flat, but I mean that's like a negative term for you guys, or whatever.
No, belief is.
Experience the Earth is a
cut her off.
topographical plane, right? We experience it every day.
Yeah, we're not believing anything. We're knowing or we're not knowing. We either know or we don't.
I'm flat Earth knower.
We observe it to be flat, but we believe that it's a ball. That's where the belief would come in.
Right. Okay.
So,
I get you.
So we're just going with what's readily experienced by everyone on Earth. But they're telling
you. All right. Well, I haven't heard it that way before.
Yeah. So they're because this is the globe story, right? A lot of people think that the globe story is like, oh, if you go on a plane, you can see that the Earth is a ball. No, that's not the globe story. The globe story is you will only ever experience directly a flat, motionless Earth to observe it, to feel it. But we, the government, can go to a place where you can't go, and we can see that it's a spinning ball. They're basically telling you they're going through to Narnia, and they're seeing the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
No.
So you
okay, that's not a good selling point.
Yeah, it's a terrible selling point, because why should we believe something that's readily telling us no one on Earth can experience other than a handful of people in the military?
No, I'm saying, like, if you're trying to sell... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm not selling you anything, bro. I'm trying to explain to you what the globe story is. And it's
Right. Well, no, okay. I apologize for using the term selling. I mean, like you trying, like convincing me. I guess, and I'm open to all of this. I'm a creator.
Listen, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. You can believe whatever you want. I'm just telling you, a lot of people have a misunderstanding about what the globe argument is, and it's not that you can ever experience a globe. It's that you will never experience it. But trust us, we're going to space, and we can see it's a ball.
But can you say that the other way then too? Can't you never experience the flat?
No, you can only ever experience a flat, motionless Earth. That's what we're talking about. The Earth that we experience, that's what we, the quote-unquote
so it's just the experience that you personally
are talking about.
No, it's not just experience. He's just
but that's what that guy said.
Dude, he's just giving...
It's just your experience. It is your experience.
So he's giving you...
But I have done the plane thing.
He's starting with a very simple explanation and story. Just what we observe. This is our starting point, so we could all reach a common ground. we all understand that when we look at the Earth, it appears flat to us and we don't detect or feel any type of motion to the Earth. He's just starting you there. It's the first,
Okay,
it's the
I
first
got you.
step, right? How it appears. We can move
Oh,
on from how it appears to how it measures and then how we practically use it. But he's just giving you the first steps, dude.
I'm not trying. Yeah, I got you. I'm not trying to be contentious. I'm honestly open to all this.
Yeah, no.
I'm a very. Well, I've been in here before, and like I'm in the flat. Well, I don't know if I am on this account. I have a Vince account, and then I've got my mobile account. But I've got like I'm in the flat Earth server, so I mean I'm enjoyer. I'm an enjoyer.
Good lad. You should be an Earth enjoyer. It's all we've got.
I like yeah. I'm a man of leisure.
Good man. Well, yeah, there's loads of, I don't know if you're on the 24/7 Flat Earth server, but there's loads of long distance observations.
That one, yeah, the 24/7 one.
Yeah, so in the additional information section towards the bottom of the server, there's alphabetized information channels, and there's long distance observations, laser tests. And this is how we go from, okay, it looks flat and motionless, but they're telling me it's a spinning ball. How can I more accurately figure this out? And it's by the long distance observations and laser tests and things. And this is where people are finding that there's no curvature like there should be. And if there's no curvature, how can it be a big spinning ball?
Round, because it has to be. If there's any curve, at some point it will connect again. At some point.
If it's a ball, at some point it will curve. So if it's the ball that they tell us it is, which has a specific size, it must curve at the rate that they're claiming. And it's not. So at that point, it's like, right, well, it's not the ball that they're telling us then. That doesn't mean we can say what it is in totality or how big it is and all this kind of stuff. But it does mean we can know it's not the ball they've told us, yeah?
Or sphere or anything like that. Yeah, it's stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, so when you get to there, you kind of have to ask yourself a whole load of questions.
And can I be honest with you?
No,
sure. I prefer that.
Well, I'm not about to be like, oh, I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. I'm saying like in general, I'm just saying like I'm open to all this stuff. Like I'm what you might say is somewhat of a character, and so I on the server. I mean, and other servers, I'm just I'm a listening guy. I'm a degenerate. I enjoy all of this, so I'm open to whatever concepts could be taught to me.
Yeah. No, that's cool. You should be open to it. I mean, it's observable reality, so you should be open to observable reality. That's good.
Exactly. Yeah.
How do we describe the surface of water at rest? Do you know?
Of what?
The surface of water at rest. How do we describe that surface?
I'd say it's a sharp right angle on a flat. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So it lays horizontal, and you can draw verticals which are perpendicular to that horizontal, which are obviously 90 degrees. So water lays horizontally. Correct?
Correct. That's a true statement.
Good. So if 72% of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water lays horizontally.
But we also believe in gravity, right?
Pardon?
We believe in gravity. Like that's something I've been taught. Like so, there's stuff pulling. So I mean, there's things pulling stuff towards.
Sorry. So that would be something else, which would make the water curve.
Well, that makes the size make pull towards the surface. Yeah,
my friend. But we describe, we observe, we measure, and we practically use water as a level, horizontal.
You can. I mean, yeah, I agree.
Cool. So if 72% of the surface of the Earth is water,
which is more than half, right?
Yeah, 72%. More than 2/3.
Not yet. Wow.
So if that lays horizontally, then the Earth can't be a ball.
And if you take the gravity thing that you set out, it's possible if you add like the weird gravity thing into it, it could maybe you could think about it. I mean, I agree. It's like
if we started inserting a model about reality, and the model said it was a ball, when gravity worked in this model, and the surface of the Earth that was water was curving, then we should be able to observe, measure, and practically use that. Right.
Yeah, I mean this. Yes.
We don't. We practically observe, measure, and utilize the surface of mean sea level as a horizontal datum. Everything is either an elevation above it, an altitude, or a depth below it. It's horizontal. It is a horizontal datum.
But it's like, okay, but that's without, you said gravity is something else. So it's like, that's without, and I'm honestly, because like, if you have something pulling towards like a center of something, it's possible that the size, like you just.
Yeah. That would be begging the question, though. At the moment, we're just dealing with reality. We're not going to say, well, if the Earth was a ball and then it would work like this.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I got you. That's true. Yeah, it is flat. I mean, that's water lays flat.
we can use mean sea level as a horizontal datum for things like cartography and navigation. So we map the Earth using a mean sea level, horizontal and vertical, which will be upwards from the horizontal, to measure the altitudes of things along a coastline, for example, mountains, lighthouses, things like that. But we always use triangles.
I got you. That's it, man. I don't know how, like, I don't know really what, I mean, in terms of measurement, that's crazy.
When we do things like
you said
when we,
20 degrees, right?
Well, I think I had sarcastically immediately answered his question about something flat as 90 degrees angle. That would be me being facetious about that answer. Yeah.
okay, so if you've got an object, let's say
my girlfriend or something, yeah.
If you
Just
say
kidding.
you've got,
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
If you say you've got a lighthouse and you understand that it is vertical and perpendicular to the horizontal mean sea level, if you were to move away from the lighthouse and be on a boat and use an angle measuring device like a sextant, you could measure using angles the height of the top of that lighthouse above mean sea level. This is called an elevation angle. We can use this for lighthouses, we can use this for stars. It's the base premise of cartography and navigation. So using these triangles, we can navigate the Earth. We can map the Earth.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to use these triangles if the surface of the Earth was curved. We wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle up from that
Oh
curve.
shit, you're right. Yeah, that's true. I mean, because if it, would there be a curve and then you wouldn't be able to see it anymore.
You can't measure an angle if one of the lines within that angle is curved. It has to be straight line, right? And the elevation is taken from a horizontal, and that horizontal datum is mean sea level.
But what if it's like, yeah.
There's other ways to clarify that the surface of water lays horizontally. Long distance observations, like were pointed out earlier. Direct measurements using signal propagation, so microwave, UHF, VHF. Light propagation, so lasers, both in the visible and invisible spectrum, so infrared. Infrared observations and infrared lasers demonstrate the surface of water is indeed laying horizontally.
Well, then you can't, like, gravity wouldn't affect a laser like water could, right? Or gravity, like water.
No, gravity
That's
wouldn't
not a
be.
great example.
Yeah, gravity wouldn't be affecting that. There's some deviation of light through the atmosphere. That's kind of understood, but we mitigate for that by using infrared, which doesn't refract, quote unquote, as much as visible spectrum. And obviously, radio.
But gravity wouldn't affect the refraction, right?
No, gravity is not a thing.
I got you.
Skipping past the point anyway, because we're not talking about what something might be like if this other thing was true, right? We're talking about what it is, what it does measure to be.
Right, but still, that's what he brought up. Like, he brought up the analogy. I was just wondering.
The surface of liquid at rest is used as a standard for establishing planes of, horizontal planes of reference, like every
Right.
day with, construction workers. I mean, if they have a water level, right, a transparent hose,
oil, yeah. But so, yeah, the guy,
filled with liquid, right, and now
Right.
hold one end on a vertical post and then go around the corner. You can't even see the other person, and they can mark on another vertical post using that. Yeah, it'll be the same elevation in the same plane.
Right.
Oh, we
But I
got
mean,
those two heights
that's like
correct,
4
right?
feet away, though. We're talking several thousand miles in terms of the other.
Yeah, we travel the Earth for thousands of miles navigating over a horizontal plane. We can use this from sea, or we can use this in an aircraft. So an aircraft, for example, has to pitch upwards from the horizontal to maintain lift. Inside the aircraft, there are things called gyroscopes. They maintain horizontal because they're rigid in space, right?
Right. I mean,
But
yeah.
the
But
aircraft,
there's all kinds of other G's and stuff like that. I mean, but I'm agreeing with you. But there's there's poles of other things. But yeah.
so the aircraft maintains an altitude, let's say 30,000 feet above mean sea level. Obviously, the topography, so things will change, but ultimately it's flying at an altitude, maintaining horizontal, maintaining a tiny pitch of about 1 degree above that horizontal. That horizontal is referenced using gyroscopes so it can maintain lift.
So they have to continue to go up?
They're trying to maintain that altitude horizontally above the surface of the Earth and measure that altitude using radar, right? Pings down towards the surface and then back again. Air pressure, those types of things. But the aircraft
why would they have to keep pitching up? Is that because the gravity can still affect like a flat plane?
No, that's to maintain lift. So there's a very tidy balance between speed and the pitch of the aircraft. If you slow down,
but what's pulling it down?
you can pitch up, but you can still descend. You can go
The
into
way
a
the wings
dive.
interact with the air, right?
Yeah. So you're maintaining horizontal. What you're not doing is pitching the nose downwards to navigate every minute over 2,700 foot of curvature. You're not pitching down any point in an aircraft to navigate a curved surface that is always deviating downwards from you.
Yeah. That's shit. I didn't think about it like that, but yeah.
So this is what we mean by observably, measurably, and practically. We look at it, it looks flat, it feels stationary. We measure it, it measures flat, we don't measure any movement. And when we practically use the Earth, where we use it as horizontal, and we use it as if it's not moving, I can provide you maybe about 30, maybe 40 documents from aviation authorities, NASA included, that say that they treat the Earth as a stationary level plane when flying over it. So for all intents and purposes, it's...
And NASA says that? I trust NASA. So they say that? That's crazy.
Yeah, all aviation authorities do when you're talking about aircrafts. Anything that's flying above the surface of the Earth.
They also assume that the center of mass of this thing.
You're very quiet, sir. I think your microphone's not hooked up to the right one.
Hugh, your mic is messed up. Try again.
I think you're connected to a distant microphone.
Is this better?
Barely, but yeah, I guess it works better.
They also assume that the center of mass of planes doesn't change, or they also ignore friction. They assume a lot of things like, if you're gonna model anything in physics, you're gonna have to make a lot of assumptions. Anyone who's then gonna work on
We got a glober. We got a ball.
Hugh, I think you missed the point. The point is that when people come in here, so there's no flat Earth model, and then you can cite a flat Earth model and cite NASA's flat Earth model. That highlights the contradiction. The globalists said the flat Earth can't be modeled. It's impossible. You can't model things that don't exist, even though you show them like a model of like
well, I mean that's
of Optimus. Here's my model of Optimus Prime.
So do you have a map or something?
Well, but
Yeah,
that's
NASA has a flat Earth
that's
map
not a good
too.
selling point.
Can you send it?
Yeah, certainly.
I've got. I think I have
And
a
just
GIF
to
of it.
and just to be
I've-
clear, the map that you're gonna send me right now is the map that you believe in, right? That you
No,
believe
this is
the Earth was.
NASA. This is
Oh, I'm on the map. I
NASA's.
know. I'm on the map that you believe in.
So, are
Yeah.
we trusting NASA or not? Because I'm kind of torn on that.
Well, you have to decide which one is it. My take is that I use the same method that they use for me, meaning that in the executive branch, anything you say to them will only be used against you. Nothing you ever tell someone in the executive branch will go in your favor. Everything you say, they had to come up with Miranda rights, so you know exactly when dealing with the executive branch that to keep your mouth shut. So my method in practice, I do the same thing for them. Anything they say will only
Can and
be
will be
used
used against
them.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only choice they really have is present the data and present lots of it, which they never do.
Well, they're trying to.
I just asked, when a guy says that he trusts NASA, what is it that makes you trust NASA?
Well, because he's saying because he said not even NASA. I was trying to just be agreeable. This guy said because NASA says it. And I said okay, because NASA's a big name,
Okay,
and I'm.
okay. Yeah, maybe I should have been more specific. What specifically do you trust when it comes to NASA? Like, what claims do you trust that they make?
But I mean, it's just I feel like this is a trap. Like you're trying to think that I'm an idiot.
Oh no. I'm just okay. Well, I'm just kind of because they make claims like they went to the moon in the 60s and 70s, right? They claim.
Well, I don't know.
Do you trust that?
But saying trust, I mean, do I have to? I mean, I have to kind of believe him to be patriotic or something, right? Like, or else I'm like, I mean, do I
Well,
believe it?
no. You don't have to believe a claim that anyone makes. You have no obligation to do that. I don't think.
Yeah.
Do you think that?
That's true.
I mean, unless without providing like dynamite evidence, or something that you can verify, why would you have to believe?
I mean, but that'd be a lot of stuff, dude.
NASA's a bit. Sorry. So when I brought up NASA and referenced NASA, this would be using NASA that are up on the stand as a hostile witness, something that can be verified with other agencies that are not NASA, talking about aviation, how airplanes work. NASA's a little bit different. NASA makes extraordinary claims. NASA says that they can go to a place that's a vacuum, the vacuum of space, turn around, take pictures of the Earth, go to the moon and send remote controlled cars to Mars, for example. These are extraordinary claims. When we look at this claim that they go to the vacuum of space from our atmosphere that is uncontained from that vacuum of space, then we understand that that claim violates the second law of thermodynamics. This can't be true.
But, yeah. I don't know.
Would you agree to things like laws of nature, things that happen?
Well,
this
okay,
way?
but I mean, I'm agree. I'm saying I'm open to it, but you're asking me to just believe you as much as I would believe something I saw.
I'm going to try and explain my point further by this conversation I'm about to have with you. Would you agree to laws of nature, things that happened always and that are scientifically demonstrated to happen this way? Things like the laws of thermodynamics, first, second, third.
Stuff warms up at fast rates and stuff.
Yeah. Would you agree to? Yeah. Would you agree to things like entropy, as described as the way that energy moves in a direction? It always goes in this direction, like time. It never reverses. Hot goes to cold, for example. If you've got a hot cup of coffee, you leave it in ambient room temperature. Don't add any more energy to it. It will go cold. High pressure goes to low pressure. If you've got high pressure within a container like a tire and you open that tire to the lower atmospheric pressure outside the tire, the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure.
But you're just adding pressure to the higher pressure, right? When you empty the tire?
Pressure is something that's achieved by putting gas inside a container. The force of the gas.
So when the container is open, then it's putting gas into the other container.
Yeah, exactly. This is entropy. High pressure from one environment, when open to a larger volume with space in it, will disperse into that space. It's described by Robert Maxwell Clark. Gas
I don't know that
expands.
guy.
That is about 150 years ago. When we're talking about thermodynamics, gas, for example, will move in all directions indefinitely. Expansion of gases. The only thing to stop the expansion of gas is to put it in a container. Then, by consequent of putting it inside the container, the gas is under pressure. The force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container, depending on the size of the volume and the amount of gas and temperature, things like that, right?
But wouldn't that mean like our atmosphere, like let's say if it was a globe, right? Which I'm just coming from the other side, or if it's flat, there would have to be something like if it's a container, there'd have to be like some kind of seal to it. Or...
This would be the problem for the heliocentric model. If they claim up there as a vacuum and we've got gas pressure here, then if we have gas pressure here, there must be a physical barrier. Because if there isn't a physical barrier, one, we won't be able to achieve pressure, and two, the gas will expand indefinitely in all directions into the available volume.
And that would just be the stuff inside whatever container just going into the other area, right?
Say that again?
It would just be the gas escaping the first container and going into the other area.
Yeah. If there's no physical boundary to stop the gas is going to keep expanding.
Yeah,
If the Earth is an open system and the gas isn't expanding into the available volume, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That can't be true.
I don't know those, but
I've just explained it to you.
Oh, okay.
Entropy in action. Hot goes to cold, high pressure goes to low. If space is a space, an available volume for gas to fill, then the gas will fill it.
But it would be escaping the other.
It's like they're saying that you could remove the tire on your car, the rubber bit, and the air will just sit around the rim.
Yeah, but that's not. That wouldn't.
That wouldn't happen, right? So that's what the globe model is essentially claiming.
But when there's something pulling it in, like that we don't see.
Right. Well, this is what they'll try and claim. Yeah, but I mean that's not observed. Gas moves in all directions, including up on the surface of the Earth.
But what would be keeping it in? Like when it says it moves in all directions.
Well, a container is what creates gas pressure, and what we breathe is a pressurized gas. So only a physical container does that.
So are we in? So we don't have an atmosphere, or what does that mean?
No. We do have an atmosphere. That's the air. Sorry, Jedi. Go on.
No, you're fine. And he's correct as well, so I didn't need to interrupt. The atmosphere, it's kind of an oxymoron, right? Gases have no inherent shapes. They take the shape of the container, right? The ball, the tire, freaking teapot.
Kind of like a gas, I feel you, yeah.
Yeah, so when they say atmosphere, well,
shit. Sphere.
Yeah. Atmo means gas. So just the gas.
Gas ball. So it's like, I didn't even think of that. So wait, is a sphere thing actually a thing, or why are you saying that?
There's no sphere for gas unless it's a container.
They're using like word magic on people to embed this idea
basically
of a
propaganda.
spherical ball. Yeah, it's like they're trying to conjure the idea because as human beings, when we're using language, we're creating images in our head using that language, and that's how we communicate. And so when they say atmosphere, they're conjuring this image of a ball of gas, which we don't have. A gas fills the shape of the container. It doesn't just take the shape of a sphere, especially in the middle of a vacuum, right? So
unless it was like a glass ball or something.
Unless it was a glass ball, yeah. If it was a glass ball, it would take that shape, but that's not what they're claiming it is in the globe, because they're claiming there is no ball that it's inside of. It's on the exterior, and it's inside a vacuum, which is essentially infinite inside.
I've never understood vacuums. Like those videos on YouTube, like where they, like I guess like a feather and like a bowling ball drop at the same speed. Like I don't get that.
Yeah, that's more parlor tricks that they try and pull on people to make you think for some reason that if you drop something, that tells you live on a spinning ball.
They do it straight away.
Nonsense.
I love this magic trick though. Look, here on the Earth, when we take all the gas out of a container, when we drop things, they go down. The magic trick is all things go down. No, you've taken the gas out straight away. So we're all agreeing to this little demonstration. All things fall down. No, when you put gas back into the vacuum, it moves freely and randomly in all directions, pressing on the limitation of its volume. Nice little magic trick they do here when they want to assert all things go down at this rate of 9.8 meters per second squared.
So, like, because there's resistance? Or what are they saying there?
The gas is also a state of matter that does not go down.
It's the other items are having to pass through it, so it's slowing it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, it's like density, right? They're more dense than...
Well, so that's the concept of the vacuum. Then they take all that stuff out, and then so it falls.
Yeah, so they pull out as much gas as they can, so it's a vacated space. But either way, the important thing...
So what exists in that space when the gas is there?
What you need to understand is that by consequence of us having gas pressure that we breathe, we understand that we are in a contained environment, right? We're not open to a vacuum.
Well, that would be like what the atmosphere and what's surrounding us supposedly, or on top of us.
The atmo, the gas that doesn't take the shape of a sphere, must be physically contained for it to be here.
So what's containing it then? That's crazy. So wait, there's something holding the gas in though, still, right?
Right. So what contains gases?
Anything that I guess is thicker that like it can't permeate.
A physical container, right?
Yeah, or heavier gas.
No, because the gas will expand what's contained in the heavier gas. The gas is still going to expand into a volume, and every other gas behind it is going to have more space because the gas above it hasn't got anything to
unless there was nothing for it to expand to. I mean, then if there's no if there's nothing.
Right. Well, then that would mean it's the limits of its container. If it's not got anything to expand into, then it's pressing off the walls of a container, creating pressure.
Does gas have to expand?
Yes, gas expands. That's exactly what it does.
I thought gas could be at a standstill. It wouldn't just instantly move out. I thought that's what I didn't know it had to be contained.
Well,
where would it?
If you want to keep gas in a space, you must contain it because you understand already that the gas is going to freely move in all directions.
So what's pulling it?
Nothing. See, this is the thing. Nothing pulls with gas. Gas has what are called elastic collisions. So they hit each other and move off. They don't lose any energy. It's described in kinetic molecular theory.
Man, we need to put that shit in like a Tesla or something. I'm serious. The fact that, I'm sorry, that sounds really trolly, but like, man, we have like unlimited energy then.
It's just gas pressure. We used it with, say, steam. So one of the very first things that started off the industrial revolution.
But it disappears at some point, right?
Yeah, fucks off. Disperses into space.
Yeah.
Fucks off.
Yeah, it does. If you don't contain it, the gas is free to move into
it's like my girlfriend. Exactly. If you don't fucking contain it, then no, I'm just kidding. That's crazy. I didn't think about it like that.
So the crazy thing about it is every breath you take debunks the globe story.
Every move you make, you know.
Every move you make.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I already said that.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I'm sorry.
I'll be watching you. Shit.
I feel it.
Yeah, so think about that next time you take a deep breath of air.
Well, I'm smoking right now. I shouldn't, but
there you go.
You shouldn't do that.
Couldn't do that on a globe.
Well, I probably shouldn't do it on a flat plane either.
You should listen to the song that I wrote that I posted in the live chat.
I'll think about it.
You should listen to my song. It's my song.
Well, I don't know. Okay.
It's called The Day.
But it's the night.
Yeah, but it's called The Day.
All right, well, let me just...
I'm Vince.
So do you understand what the point of that whole discussion was about the gas pressure, Vince?
That if it was a sphere, we'd all be fucked, basically, because it's expanding, and we're just
Yeah, you wouldn't have air to breathe because it would have all just fucked off into the vacuum.
Wait, so what's holding it in?
Right. So what holds gases in?
Okay, right. So we've said a container a few times. So I'm like, where's the container?
Yeah.
Up in the sky.
Is it above the sky? Now, come on, you gotta be. What do you mean?
Well, where do you expect it to be?
I don't expect anything now because, like,
Well, Vince, I would say to you like this. I mean, the paradigm that they teach us is that we're on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum, a little speck of nothingness in an infinite space.
No, I mean, I get that. But
Whereas it's more like the paradigm shift is more like you're in a giant building.
And I prefer that, honestly, because and this is gonna sound like Dickie again. I am kind of a funny guy, so I
You don't
talk
have to
about
worry
myself sometimes.
about asteroids and stuff coming to wipe you out, so that's nice.
Well, I would prefer, like, honestly, if someone was like, "Oh, you are actually just in like a building, and this is like some kind of like dated experiment," I'd be like, "That's awesome, actually," because I like need to speak to the manager then, because this is insane. I don't know.
You got it, Vince. Vince, you've got it. You got it,
Jeff.
right? That's pretty much where people come to. They're like, right, shit. Well, if this is a giant construct, then who constructed it?
Bingo. Next question.
You guys don't participate in ravaged drug uses like I do. I'm not suggesting that. No. I'm not promoting it. I'm saying
Building that's. You ever known of a building that's built itself?
That's filled itself.
Built itself.
Oh, built. Silly. I think you said filled again, like the gas. A building. No, it's like a gun that shoots people, right?
Yeah. Right. Someone has to build it.
Clocks don't make themselves. Paintings don't paint themselves. Things
I don't
that
just
are there
explode
don't make themselves.
all over something. It's like something has to cause it.
Explosions don't make buildings. So yeah, it's a big paradigm shift. If it's something, if you're,
I honestly don't know what paradigm shift means in this. I actually don't know.
Well, I mean, in the sense that if you've been convinced that we came from an explosion of nothingness and created into balls and then became little organisms in water and crawled out from fish to become monkeys and then people.
Like that's South Park, yeah. This fish, buttfuck, this retarded lizard, or yeah.
Yeah. So it means none of that's true.
Well, how did we? Okay. Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, just put it in a book and then give it to kids and then just force them to read it and then I'll believe it.
Nah. We're just here talking about reality, basically. And those who enjoy reality, the reality enjoyer, they can come and enjoy it with us. If not, that's cool.
I just wish these community, and I have been more active in some. I wouldn't say you guys are fringe, but I'm like trying to understand these things. It's kind of like the vegan thing. Like I'm open to this, but I would just need. I think the salesmen are doing a bad job.
All right, you've already got it. You've already got it. The gas pressure requires a container. That's it.
Dude, a lot of people are flat earthers because people like you don't get it.
Oh, what does that mean?
That they see, look at this guy. He doesn't understand gas pressure. He doesn't understand how factory farming is damaging the environment. He doesn't understand really much of anything at all. They think, wow, I do not want to be like that guy.
Why do you have to say I don't understand anything, like much of anything?
Well, because you talk about fringe groups, like somehow the fringe isn't, it's not possible for the fringe group to be correct.
Right,
Like,
but no, well, you understand what the definition of the word fringe is?
Only in your worldview, only the majority can be correct. Someone hears you say that.
No, that's not what I said.
I do not want to be that guy.
No, so that's in English. In English, that's not what I said.
In fairness to Vince, I don't think he necessarily was.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that in
always
English.
Incorrect.
Yeah, all right. That's something that this guy wants to hear, so he could get an argument. But
No. Because we do get that a lot, Vince. We get a lot of the time where it's like, well,
but you should judge me on my.
So you can't be correct. But I don't think you were necessarily implying that. But I think the point is,
don't necessarily. I didn't say that at all. I've been very, very kind.
No. But when people say fringe groups, sometimes they mean it like, well, they're fringe because they're incorrect. which I don't think
No,
you were
okay, well,
saying.
that's not the definition of what. No, okay.
Yeah. It's not. It's not. But some people do treat it like that, and we hear it a
Well,
lot.
this guy
So that's
joined and then just so he's that's why I say fringe group and I use the definition correctly, and then he says I don't understand.
So that's
what
all
you
right. That's all right. That's all right. Because the more important point is we want you to understand the point we're making about things like gas pressure, because as Jedi pointed out, this is natural law, right? So this
Okay,
is
but
what we all
guy, real quick,
know is
this is exactly what I was talking about. I said the salesman is, and then this guy does exactly what this is what I'm talking about. Like, I'm open to this. I want to learn more,
Right.
and then I join the community, and then some guy's like, yeah, you're an idiot. Okay.
No, listen, but we're not. Don't forget about that. We're just talking about natural law and reality. If you
I
want to
know.
understand
I'm
reality.
learning. I'm trying to. I agree.
It's not even well. I mean, you could call it a sales pitch. If our sales pitch is, hey, we're looking at reality. We enjoy reality.
Okay. I could still try to convince someone that that's the color red. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that people. It's when I say sales pitch, I'm thinking of like a realistic. I'm a businessman. I do stuff in business. I'm just saying like when you try to either convince someone, show someone the truth. It's the truth. You have to make it's a sale. I'm not saying that it's wrong.
Yeah. All right, that's cool. That's cool. But I just want to make sure you understood what we were saying. You get it about the gas.
No, you and I were in agreement, and then the other guy called me an idiot, and we were talking.
And then your question was, well, where is the container? And
right,
it's a fair question. Right? We don't know the limits to this place
because so I agree. There's a container, right? So we were in agreement. I'm asking where the container is, so we move on from there. But I guess,
And I'm trying to explain to you. So we can't point you to a physical observation or a direct experience of this container. We know it must be there because we know how gas behaves, and to have gas pressure, it requires a container. But for us to know or to be able to touch that container, that would be us saying we know the limits to this environment that we call Earth. We don't. We can only go to the places where we can go to, right? That's like the continents that are known, the places we can travel to. So
hold on, I had to call him a dick in chat real quick. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's like you're kind of asking us the physical limits to known reality. And it's like you can understand that we don't have that access. We can only go where we can go.
Bro, but you're telling okay, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to figure no, I know and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying the concept, right? You're like known reality. I mean, if we're going that far, I don't know. I mean, yeah, then shit. I mean there's all kinds of unanswered questions, right?
Yeah. But when you're asking like where's the container, it's not something that you can like see or touch. But
no, I wasn't asking you to point to the container.
I was saying I'm just trying to give you an answer to your question of where is it.
No, I mean I wasn't hung up on.
Okay, that's good. You understand that point as well. That's good.
Yeah, no, I'm not hung up on that. We reached that area, and I just was wondering. I was asking out loud. I guess I was thinking out loud, like where.
Yeah. It's a good question.
Yeah.
And you can. I mean, if you ever look into ancient cultures or older cultures on Earth, they all talk about a container as well. You can kind of look at what their ideas about it, where it's interesting to hear what they thought. But for us, we're not going to tell you things that we can't actually test or verify, like what's the composition of it, what's the material, how big is it? Like we don't know these things, so we're not going to kind of make a claim to it. I mean, people speculate, but it's not something that we can prove. But its existence, generally, we can because we have gas pressure. So it has to be pressing off of something.
Right. So, guy, like, you're cool, but I'm not. I'm just got to hang up on this one more thing. That this guy did exactly what I was trying to say. You guys do, and I'm just. I'm not on the other side.
Holy fuck! This dude's triggered. Golly.
No.
Yeah, you triggered him, Chris.
I know.
Triggered. Now he can't focus.
No. A small comment, and this dude's completely wrapped up like a pretzel. I didn't even try. It's like how easily I trigger these globalists. I didn't even try. All I was saying is like, dude, sometimes the minority could be correct, and this guy freaked the fuck out.
I'm not a no.
Wow.
It's all right, bro. Honestly, don't take it personal. It's the internet, yeah? Don't take it personal.
Wait, I'm taking it personal, or he is?
Yeah. No, you are.
Well, how about it?
No. I need to explain. I need to address
I couldn't.
comment.
No.
It's not important. It's not important. What's important is this conversation we're having.
Right. Okay. All right.
Okay? So just like you need to be really dispassionate in this discussion. You need to remove all emotion because if you're tied up in your emotion, you're going to be tied up in the stories as we're told.
Okay.
And our
Well, no, I
friends.
mean it's just like this. Okay. Yeah.
So just be analytical, critical. Think about what's evidence.
But I would
what's
say
not.
the same thing to like Twinks to join and like fucking do what he did. It'd be like weird to like not be analytical, say
All right.
shit. You know.
All right. Okay. So what other questions
just
you
saying.
got? You must be having a million. You must have some thoughts or comments or
No,
questions.
I actually was asked the question. I didn't. I was just participant and then told to turn my camera off, and then it went from there. So.
Oh yeah. Okay, fair enough. We've had a conversation so far where you've maybe heard some things that you hadn't heard before. I just thought maybe you've got some follow up.
Yeah, and I agreed. I thought they were pretty. I'm interested, you know. And but yeah, I shouldn't.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just take your time, just research and ask questions and be agnostic for a while. Be like, I don't know what it is. I'll think about it.
Let's gotta ask the right questions, or you know, I get mixed up in some stuff sometimes.
Yeah, you think, and then you'll ask good questions, and you can test it yourself, right? Try and figure out where you can do some long distance observations, test the curvature.
Right, exactly, like they do in the scientific. Yeah.
Yeah, do some science.
No, I mean I don't do science. I mean just in general.
Sorry. Yeah, you just do some long distance observations. You don't have to put on a lab coat. Get some binoculars.
Well, I mean, okay. See, I mean, binoculars.
Yeah, a pair of binoculars is enough to debunk the globe. It's amazing.
I mean, if they started giving flights from like, where is it, Argentina across the South Pole to Australia, would you guys like just be like, oh shit, the world is round, or would you guys be like, oh no, we went all the way around the outside?
No, we
we probably shouldn't bring that up.
No, the aircraft has maintained its horizontal by pitching up from that horizontal by 1 degree to maintain.
But like, if there's 2 points on a plane, like not a plane that flies, but like a plane of area.
The aircraft is going to maintain its horizontal above the horizontal Earth. Doesn't matter what you talk about.
But if it continues to go straight,
yeah, it doesn't matter what you talk about from this point onwards. It's talking about a horizontal Earth. It's not.
But like, what if the plane keeps going?
But if I give you a compass on the plane and you hold it, and you can see when you're going south, and you're keeping going south, and then you see the compass like flip as you cross over the pole.
Doesn't happen.
Oh, it doesn't happen? That's not how it works? Have you ever been to the North Pole?
Spins around and around.
This isn't me. I'm
the North Pole is a magnetic point. Doesn't have to be.
Well, I mean, that's why they call. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's fine. You're just talking about flying somewhere. So that would be maintaining horizontal, parallel to the horizontal.
What would be affecting the compass in his example?
Compasses only work if you're horizontal, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
right.
But then there's a magnetic point at somewhere, right? Then how would be?
You'll measure these changes in your bearing as a north, east, south, and west, 360 degree of a circle around you. Those will be horizontal bearings. Everything that you do is going to maintain and reference a horizontal in an aircraft.
But what if you?
Right, but when you fly over the South Pole,
No, but like, what if you keep going straight? Then I guess
just like when you fly over the North Pole, the compass flips.
So this has gone from what would you do if this was possible to when you do this, this is what happens, but you've never experienced
exactly. So it's like actual.
I've experienced both. Yeah.
No, you haven't.
I've flown over the North Pole and I've flown over the South Pole.
I haven't flown over the North Pole. I mean, I do travel. I've traveled.
I mean, I have.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I have. I literally have the flight logs.
Oh, you really have the flight logs?
How tight? Can I see?
Okay, well, I wouldn't listen to this guy. He doesn't have flight logs of it, but I mean, I have traveled all over. That's why I'm interested. I'm confused. I'm interested. That's all. I don't know how I would like the flights that I've taken unless I'm being tricked by like the pilots or something.
Yeah, they're all in on it. Right?
No,
I can give you interviews with up to 19 pilots that say that the Earth is flat.
That's a sales point. That's wild to say out loud. Like
and I can give you interviews with people who said that they saw grass in Antarctica.
Awesome stuff. So should we go with the anecdotal evidence? Do you want interviews with people, or do you want to stick to the point that even if you fly over a magnetic
you brought up the
hold on. If you fly over a magnetic point and that magnetic on your compass goes around and around in a circle for a bit and then goes back to a point in 180 degrees behind you, you've still maintained horizontal above the horizontal. You've maintained
But
a parallel.
horizontal, yeah.
No, but the whole idea is it doesn't matter whether or not you've maintained a horizontal, perpendicular from the ground, right? What matters is what
Parallel.
if you literally fly over a pole, which I guess you guys understand that the North Pole is an actual thing, but you guys don't agree on the South Pole, because if the South Pole were a thing, then the North Pole wouldn't be a thing. But if
Those are just
I guess,
names. So they're just. I mean, that's
yeah, so if you gave all flat earthers
it's like calling something Palestine.
a ride across the North Pole or a ride across the South Pole, they would be able to see it. I mean, they probably still wouldn't believe it because that is
God,
really...
what kind of argument is it? If you put all flat earthers on a plane, well, what kind of nonsense is that? If you gave all globe earthers a measuring tape, they'd be able to measure the curve.
Already conceded to it.
Exactly. But if we actually get in a
if you
plane,
send all flat earthers to space, and they have to
So
realize that
if you do
satellites
this
are a
thing,
thing.
if you do this thing that hasn't been done, then Earth is a globe. Therefore, Earth is a globe. Is that your argument?
I think he was being hypothetical about putting everyone in the plane.
No, the point is that your Earth model, your Earth model doesn't involve a South Pole. It involves
we're
a
not talking
ring of
about a
ice.
model. We're not talking about
It
models.
does. It's got two. There's
two South
Okay, well, this guy that's on your side has just said it. That's not. So.
There are. If we're talking about magnetic convergence points, there's three on the Earth.
Happens.
Yeah, there's three on the Earth.
Oh, three. Okay, cool.
One's in the north.
Which one's in the middle?
One's in the north. One's just south of Australia, and the other one's just south of South America.
But which one's in the middle then? I'm so confused by that. I guess I need to see the plane, the flat.
What do you mean? What do you mean by
They
middle?
don't like producing models, Vince. It's
I mean,
gonna be hard for
between
them.
2 points. Like you said, but the middle would be between 2 points, right?
The magnetic. See, this is also something else that needs to be addressed. So the magnetic point doesn't need to come out in the middle. The Earth can be huge, and we just have a magnetic field here.
Which point is in the middle?
That would be north. I think it's somewhere in Canada at the moment. The magnetic north. But that's not the polar north. Polar north is directly underneath Polaris.
Underneath meaning down? Or what direction?
So down. So at 90 degrees, if I was to stand directly underneath Polaris, that would be celestial north. Using Polaris in the sky, and then me standing directly underneath it. So Polaris is at my zenith. Vertical line down from the star to where it intersects the Earth is perpendicular to the horizontal of the Earth at 90 degrees. This is how we measure latitude.
Jedi, can you explain to me why all the other celestial bodies seem to be spheres, but Earth is flat?
Why they appear to be spheres?
I didn't even think of that.
Well, I mean, you can see the shadows on them. It's a curved shadow, therefore it's it's a spherical shape.
Awesome.
Well, he said every other.
Because if you take a disc and you hold it far away and you tilt it at an angle, you can actually tell that it's a disc versus a sphere.
I can measure the Earth. I can't measure the moon. It looks a certain way when I look at the moon, but I can't measure the moon. I can measure the Earth. The Earth is how I'm trying to explain at the moment, measured and utilized as a flat horizontal plane to measure elevation angles up to Polaris to get our latitude system to measure the Earth flat.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why celestial bodies are spheres and we're flat. Right?
That would make sense.
Well, it's an illogical.
Too many people.
You don't have any evidence that Earth is a celestial body.
Yeah, it's an illogical.
Making a distinction, actually, that there is dissimilarity because you say terrestrial, celestial. There's your juxtaposition.
Well, yeah, he was talking about celestial north.
You have no
talking about
reason.
celestials.
You have no reason to assume that the lights in the sky are the same thing as the ground beneath your feet.
But it would be. But you'd keep if it's you would have a point that's in the. So if there's a point in the middle, then where there's an edge.
No, the point is, his argument is that I can look at lights in the sky and then make assumptions about the ground beneath my feet when he can't. That's patently illogical.
But no, he was saying that the space.
Well, you can with eclipses, right?
No, you can't. No, you
Why
can't. You can't
not?
look
Why
at the light
why
in
You
the
can't
can.
you
It's
sky.
illogical if you're a stupid
Okay.
person, but you can take
Tell me
measurements to
the
these things in the sky, and you can realize
Tell
that.
me the similarities. Okay, tell me the things on Earth that you see in the lights in the sky. For the similarities.
The similarities?
Yeah, what similarities between the lights in the sky and the ground beneath your feet? Tell me.
There's a shadow, I guess.
Well, yeah, there's a shadow cast from the Earth onto the moon, right?
Wow, the sun casts shadows on the earth because trees are there. Awesome. What else?
Wait, wait.
But then
Did you say that the sun casts shadows on the Earth and that what?
Yeah, the giver of light, the sun,
Right.
that's shadows. Same thing on the moon, shadows.
Well,
Okay, so light
well, the
casts
reason
shadows.
why it casts a
Awesome.
shadow onto the moon is because we're in the way, right?
Yeah.
But a flat, it could still be in the way. A flat,
Yeah,
object.
a flat thing could be in the way, but it would cause like either a line or like a weird like half circle or something like that, right?
Excuse me. I'm trying to figure out how the things in the sky
Turn your
like
camera
the
off, Vince.
Oh.
Yeah, it limits the room to 25.
Well, no, when it gets to 20, I promise. When it gets to 20,
No,
I'm
just get no.
They're not
Oh.
that interested. They're not that interested. Okay. Yeah, like it's
It's
okay if you
because
turn
you
the
guys
camera.
keep, it's because you keep talking.
I'm sorry.
I have the conversation with you. Trying to figure out what else is similar between, say, for example, the moon and the Earth. Right? Okay, got shadows. The moon looks like it's a sphere. Is
Yeah,
the
it
Earth
has
a
a
sphere?
it has a light side and a dark side. Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. So, is the Earth like that? Can we measure the Earth? Yes, we can measure the Earth. When we measure the Earth, it's not like our supposition about the moon being a sphere. Can we measure the Earth to move? The moon seems to move across the sky like everything else. Can we measure the Earth to be moving? No. We do not measure any motion to the Earth, any actual rotation, or going in a circular direction around the sun.
So the
Really?
sun would just be
Are you sure
around
about
us,
that?
or the sun moves around us then?
I'm just pointing out that when
You
people
realize
say,
that seasons are a
hold
thing,
on,
right?
dude, you said that the other things in the sky are spheres. Do we think that they're flat? I've pointed out to you that I can measure the Earth and know the Earth is not like those things. I can't measure those things. I can measure the Earth. The Earth doesn't measure any curvature or motion, so not like those things in the sky. When you say they're spheres that move,
So there's an like you could go from one edge to the other, basically, right? And you can do that on the moon.
What?
So when this moon dips behind the horizon, we're just not able to see it, or what? What is going on there?
Do we see it when it's gone beyond the horizon?
I mean, you can see it. You can see it all times of day, all across the world, right? But it depends on where you're at.
Can we see it when it's gone beyond the horizon?
Well,
With
yeah,
telescopes and stuff. Yeah, sure.
we call someone on the other, like we'd ask someone else.
Yeah, you call somebody and be like, "Hey, dude,
Because we
like,
can't.
where's the moon at? Oh, it's at 12 o'clock. It's like right there." Yeah.
You can also follow it in like a aerial vehicle.
Yeah.
But then, how do you? But if it's, but it wouldn't be going around us. It's just hovering over, like in a circle, possibly over us.
Yeah, that's how we measure it. Yeah.
Yeah, you can chase the dark side and the light side and all that stuff. Yeah.
No, don't be. No, I'm sure. But if it's okay, but if the moon, because the moon would always be, because it's always visible by someone on Earth, so that. So
yes, by someone, yes, but not always throughout the month. Sometimes the moon goes into a new moon phase where it can't be seen.
Right, because the Earth is between it and the sun. Yes, correct.
Awesome.
No, no, that's not why there's a new moon.
Oh, why is it the new moon then?
Because the moon is between the Earth and the sun.
So then,
the sun is cast its light on the
model. I
path
wouldn't
side.
agree with it, though.
but then you would be to. But there are other people that would be able to see it, right? That we wouldn't.
Wouldn't that be an eclipse?
Yeah, that's literally a solar eclipse, but
it's not a solar eclipse when it's a new moon, though. It has to be a new moon for a solar eclipse.
Where's the sun
But
at
then
right
there'd be
now?
something on the side.
I can't see the sun right now. Where'd it go?
So they call it nighttime, right?
He's surprised.
I mean, it'd be daytime when the sun is casting its energy onto where I'm at. That's what I think.
How come other places could see the sun on the flat Earth?
because they're there
Right.
where the sun is.
Oh, it's like a.
I don't get.
What does that mean? I don't know.
That means you can see the sun
No,
from
he's
where the
saying it's
sun
on
is.
the other side. Actually, yeah.
You have to be in the location of the sun.
I need like a drawing. I don't get
But
it.
then, okay, no, hold on. No, don't be like that, dude. He's so the moon. We can't see the moon whenever the sun would be on the other, like the bottom of us, because it's casting the shadow or whatever. That's why we can't see it.
It's like a
So
laser.
but then other people can see the sun though when that's happening to us here, like where I'm at. So that's like almost. Where would the sun be then? Or is it just it's over us and then casting the shadow on the moon because we just can't see it right then?
Well, both these things are in the sky and the Earth is on the floor.
Right. But if there's a solar eclipse, like if the moon's dark, we can't see a dark moon whenever the sun's also there.
Yeah, solar eclipse, right? It's when the moon gets in front of the sun. The sun is casting its light on the far side of the moon, leaving this part that we see in shadow. This is called a new moon.
So are you saying that the moon and the sun do like a sine wavy type like
No, it would be always in front of us, right?
They're always in the sky and they move between each other.
Oh, so they kind of just like switch places and stuff?
They move around, right?
So
This is
like
what we see. So we stand on the floor and we look at the day or the night sky and we can see the sun and the moon.
But it would be
well, sure, but they disappear for a while. That doesn't make any sense, right?
They disappear from your location. But
but why? Are they too far away?
I would be able to see it. I mean, I think.
Why
like it's a celestial entity, right? So it should be always there, apparent.
Well, this goes back to you said that the things in the sky you think are circular or rounded or whatever, but like if the sun's on the other side of us because because we can see it casted on the moon too. We can see the dark. Like the Earth causes the moon to not be like all bright, so it would be the sun would be on the other side of us. It wouldn't be on the same plane as the Earth, right?
Like, yeah, because like without any mountains in any direction, the flattest place in the world, like you can't see the sun when it.
But the sun would just be because the sun would be under us. And
yeah,
then
but it can't be under you, because if it's under you, then that would mean that the flat plate isn't a real thing. That like it's just out of distance for us to see, right?
Because where I'm at, there would be the moon would be covered, right? We'd be the shadow cast on the moon, but then I could like make a phone call and like my buddy in like Singapore, he can see the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's do this really easy, okay? All you gotta do is know that when you go underwater, it gets dark. If you're familiar with this, check or hold.
Well, not all the time. I mean, if the sun is shining, it comes through the water.
The sun could be right above you, and as you dive underwater, it gets darker.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could put on a hat, right, like over my eyes.
No, you just dive underwater, and it'll get darker and darker and darker. And deeper.
You mean like
your eyes
down
and the light? That's silly, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about like when you go like to really, really deep in the water. Yeah, I agree. That's because
like,
water is the thing that scatters.
Yeah,
scatters
there's
light.
water in the air.
Well, but it's not dense enough to. You're talking about salt. Yeah, that's silly.
It's
That's
actually
not,
dense
okay, that's not a good point. I'm trying to be serious here.
Yeah, and the main issue is that you guys are looking up at the sky instead of the ground.
Okay, but if I put aluminum foil, if I put a pot or something in front of me, or like if I put like a blanket over my eyes, it's like okay, it's also dark. I don't know that. I don't even know why you brought that up. I don't get that. I don't understand.
Well, unless there's an amount of distance that the sun can be away from you and then disappear, it doesn't make any sense. So,
but there's something. But okay, but if we're casting a shadow on, that means that we would be in between, or is it something else casting the shadow?
What you know about the Stellanian eclipse?
You don't even know if it's a shadow.
Okay,
well, I mean, exactly. Okay, well, it's a darkness.
Yeah, what if you were to see
the backside of the moon is actually painted black. That's why it looks like a shadow.
No, come on, bro, shut the fuck up.
What if you were to see the same effect in both the moon and the sun were in the sky at the same time?
Right, but that's never happened. So I'm trying to say.
Ooh, I love
what
it.
do you-
No, hold on. Plant the flag. Make sure. I don't want you to squirm away. You say it's never
Right.
happened, right?
Correct. Yeah. Yes, I agree with. It has never happened. That's what I mean.
Okay, it can happen, right? That
Well,
would be
if there was
impossible.
Is
if
there
there
like
was
a
something
picture
in
that you
between
have
the
that
yeah, I
you'd
mean
like to
if
share with us, or
no, he's right. He's right. If there's an object, yeah, if there's an object in front of the light source that it could happen here. I don't know what it has to do with what we were just talking about here.
Because you said the only thing that can be on the moon during a lunar eclipse.
Okay, I know.
It has-
I could
it
I could technically cast a shadow. I'm talking about like what we were talking about, like the Earth and like.
Yeah. So you're looking up. This is why when you use a meth field supposing about the sky, you end up breaking the model.
So, but then what is causing the shadow that you're talking about?
Yeah, let's talk. Let's follow it. So you have.
It says it's a shadow.
You have the eclipse, and you look up at the eclipse, and this eclipse proves the Earth is a ball because the shadow.
No, but my friend on the other side of the Earth, we can always see the sun. So I'm just saying, why can he see the sun and I can't see the sun, but I can see the dark.
Yeah, let's do it one thing at a time. So let's get you pinned down on the claim here that the only possible thing on the lunar
Right.
eclipse is the Earth casting a shadow.
Well, it would be between. We'd be the object closest to the shadows being cast on. So I assume that it would be.
Okay,
That's what.
so
There's
then-
nothing between us and the thing, and then the sun's on the other side. So it'd be yes, I agree.
Okay, so if there was an eclipse where you have both the sun and the moon in the sky, you would call that a deal
That would be
breaker?
wild. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that would definitely yes.
Would it be a deal
That would
breaker?
be yes. That would be that would be what would happen if that would be the thing. But that's what I'm saying. Like but that's not what we're talking about. You're talking about like something that's not happened. I'm just talking about like what
Yeah, so you
happens all
think
the
it
time.
never happens. It actually happens roughly once every 30 years.
That's pretty close to like never. That's what I
Wait,
meant.
are you
basically.
saying that like in some places
close to never.
Are you saying in some places in the world like they can see the eclipse fully, and then other places in the world they can't? Is that what you're talking about?
It begins while the moon and both the moon and the sun are visible above the horizon. You have
Right.
a lunar eclipse.
That makes
in the
sense.
daytime.
Okay.
Wait, so there's a shadow. So the moon it's got the ring on it, right? Then something else would be casting the light from. It's not the sun casting the light on the moon. It's another source of light.
Yeah, and the
Who knows? I don't know. I'm not claiming that it is a shadow. I'm not claiming that. This is all about what we're told it is, right?
No, but
it
we
stands
just
out
we're talking
alone.
about-
It stands out alone
we
on its
see-
own merit to see under
we're
scrutiny
looking
to
at
see
it,
if it withstands that scrutiny, right?
Right, but
Well,
but
we're looking
this
at
guy
it.
brought up that, but he said that there could be the shadow on the moon while we see the
No,
sun.
you said that. You said it's only possible. The
Right.
only possible explanation is that when you see a lunar eclipse, that is
Right.
100%.
Yeah, so like the sun would be on the
Earth.
other side of me. So
Yeah.
there'd have to be another light source then.
Or you're incorrect.
Right. So like what would be that? So okay, if I'm gonna, no, that I would be incorrect, meaning there would be another light source, which I'd be agreeing with you. So there's another light. So I can see the sun, and there's a shadow on the earth. Because it's reflecting the sun.
No, it's a lunar eclipse, right? So the sun is
Right,
casting
that's
its
the definition.
light onto the earth, and then the earth is spreading the light and then using its penumbra to fucking shine
blocking
only the red light onto the moon on the opposite
what would be on
side.
the other side?
So the shadow, right? So the shadow on the moon, right? Would that appear to be like in relation to your view, right? Would that should that be on the side that is closest to the surface,
because there's the
the Earth,
moon, right? So
or
the moon's there, and then it's I would say because there's nothing in between me and the moon that I can see, right? And I accidentally use the word nothing, but I'm sure there's like this guy would say like there's probably like birds and there's stuff, there's rocks in the there's stuff in the way. But I'm saying like I can see the moon, and then there's like a spot on the moon because the sun's on the other side of whatever I'm standing on. That's what I'm assuming, unless there's another light source. And then but then on this Earth, like my plane that I exist on, there's someone on the other side that can see the sun, and I can't see the sun. But there's a circle there's a shadow on the moon part.
yeah. So what's also unusual about these rare eclipses, which are called Selenelian eclipses, right, or the impossible eclipse, otherwise known as, is that oftentimes so the sun will be just rising, right, and you'll see the sun above the horizon, and you look out to west, and the moon's setting, right, as it's setting, right. So the eclipse begins.
Is it rising or
while those
setting? Then for this one.
Right, so the eclipse begins, right? So there's an apparent like what that is interpreted as a shadow beginning to be cast on the moon, right? Oftentimes it's on the it appears to be on the side of the moon that is facing away from the Earth.
Well, that the Earth is blocking.
It seems to be on the wrong side, right? It should be because in relation to where you are, and you see the shadow should be coming up from the direction of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
So it's going the
Sometimes
opposite
it
way.
appears to be coming from the opposite direction. Right. So it's really weird. And
so then there'd be another light source.
Fun listening to people try and work that into the model and how all that works, right?
But no, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything like that. I mean, so there'd be another light source then. So it won't be the sun that's making the eclipse then.
Right. The light would have to be bending.
No, there'd be two. There's another source causing it.
Maybe it's glancing off the firmament or something.
Yeah.
I'm not making any claims about what causes an eclipse. I have no idea.
I think you're getting confused because they're stuck in the paradigm of the moon's light is caused by the sun's light, rather than the.
Well, no, we can see that. It's just because we can see the light on the moon.
No, rather than considering the possibility that the moon is its own light source that does what it does in its own phases, not because of the sun cast, of the light cast by the sun, or at least not direct.
But then, okay. So then, okay, I didn't think about that. Then so it's not the sun that's actually, the sun's not actually causing so the moon's actually just phasing its own light, the light cycles or whatever.
Well, that's all you can really observe. I mean, you can't actually prove that the sun.
But it's because the sun is like on the. But I know that I could talk to someone that has the sun, that they can see the sun, but I can't, and that's what it causes.
Yeah. You've got the moon and the sun, two lights in the sky that are moving over the surface of Earth. Wherever you are on Earth, whoever you are.
But I've never seen the sun and the moon like right next to each other.
Above you. They're going to be above you, wherever you are. They're above everyone.
But then I'd be able to see it right now, right?
No, not necessarily. They move. When they move away from your location, they're in a different part of the Earth, over someone else. But they're never underneath your feet. That's just a story told to us.
So then so the moon's creating its. I gotcha. So, but what about when? So the sun can be behind the moon sometimes too, right? That's the. Was that the solar eclipse, or what's the only a lunar eclipse? When it's it's in a different area.
In the model, the moon can never be behind the sun.
Can you guys tell me a bedtime story from?
Wait, shut up, dude. Okay, but the sun has been behind it. We've seen that.
Here's a bedtime story.
Being hostile. Why are you being hostile?
Nothing exploded and made everything, and everything formed into little balls for no reason, and then lightning struck wet rock and caused little organisms to swim about in the
I'm
ocean.
religious. I believe in creation.
And then they started to grow arms and legs, and then they turned into fish. And then one day, a fish decided, "I want to live."
That is dumb.
Right. Well, no, that's not what I'm. But is that you think?
Did
that's
you just
what I'm
say you're not religious? You believe in evolution?
No, I just said. I said in English. I said I believe in creation, and I'm religious.
Oh, right. Sorry. Okay. Right.
Or are you being Are you being sarcastic?
Because
That's what you said.
I thought you said I'm not religious. I believe in evolution. That's what I thought you said, but I was mistaken.
I believe I know that we are created. I know that. I know. I when you look at a butterfly or a fucking flower, you see see our everything that exists. Like I know that can just happen because a fucking lightning hit a rock. I never said that. Never.
Creation and evolution aren't mutually exclusive.
Absolutely, I agree.
Sorry, guys.
I was using in the term
right
of
in the
like.
middle of my bedtime story. So where were we? The fish decided it wanted to live on land, and then figured out how to breathe somehow. Then
I'm
morphed into
on.
a monkey. Then the monkey
I'm
slowly morphed
disagreeing
into
with
a man.
that.
And
So you're
now
talking
here
about
you
the
are
South
on
Park.
Over.
I don't.
Has he got
That's not what I think.
No, I'm talking to the guy who wanted a bedtime story. Telling him.
Oh, I think he was a troll. I think he's already gone.
Okay.
Yeah, he just came in real quick, said something stupid, and he's gone. That's.
Yeah, you're starting to kind of figure out what the luminaries are up to. A noble cause. Hard to test, though. Can't really test the sun and the moon. You can just observe them.
I've never observed them like next to each other though.
Okay.
Ever, like no one has.
It's all right.
But then why do
When
you
the moon is next
Have
to
you
the
ever-
sun,
have
then
you
you
ever
observe its
observed
dark
them?
side.
Have you ever observed them beneath your feet?
No, but I like people that are alive. Like I
Fine
talk
with
like
me,
when
then.
it's dark here.
All I'm saying is they're above our heads and they're moving in repeated patterns throughout the course of a year.
I got you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
So whatever they're doing, however they're doing it, I don't know, but I can see what they're doing roughly.
Well, but you. Oh.
They're moving above us. Above us, moving. Yeah.
So like I got you.
A what?
No, like I get you. Like I understand what you're trying to say. I just don't. I've never seen. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the Stellanellian eclipse debunks the globe story of how the lunar eclipse works, because in the globe stories they have to be in alignment, the sun, earth, and moon, in syzygy,
Well, because
they call it.
Right, because that's what casts the
Like
shadow.
they're in
That's
a
what I
straight
assume.
line.
That's what-
Yeah, but then if you imagine you've got those three in a line, and then the earth is in the middle, but then you move the earth down so that it's more like a V configuration. Yeah.
And what's causing the moon was just it's like
darkening. Obviously, what's causing the darkening of the moon is not Earth's shadow caused by the syzygy of its position between the sun and the moon, because that geometrically doesn't work.
right. I agree with you 100%. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. What would be
So the moon.
what it
So the
is.
moon is a good. The moon, yeah, it's a mystery, right? I mean, people throughout the ages have speculated on the moon, how it works, what it's doing, why it's doing it. But I mean, the mechanism they tell us in the globe story isn't working, so must be something else.
Because
Either,
but that's only like once every 30
culture-
years or something. You're saying is whenever we could see the
Well,
sun
that's-
and the moon, and there's a
pretty-
shadow on it.
That's pretty regular. That's pretty regular in the grand scheme of time that we've, been here on Earth. So,
Well,
not an uncommon occurrence.
yeah, you're right.
And even if it happened once, it would be enough to show that their story isn't true, right? So,
But I've never heard of that until now. I have to look
yeah. Well, this is the whole point in this channel, right? Because you're going to hear about things that you're never taught in school, you're never going to hear on the media, You're not going to even hear about them in most, like Reddit and all these kind of internet forums. Like, this is
Well,
something
like, can I ever see it
propagated
though?
widely. Unless you're like a real astronomy nerd, you probably won't hear about it. But the reason they call it the impossible eclipse because it's impossible on the globe model.
But it happens.
Yeah, it happens because the Earth isn't a globe, and there's not syzygy between Sun, Earth, and Moon.
No, I get that. I'm agreeing with you. I'm trying to figure out what's causing the shadow then.
Well, let me know if you ever figure it out. Some of the ancient cultures spoke about a third body that's invisible unless it passes in front of another body.
We just haven't figured them yet.
Culture, they called it Ketu and Rahu, maybe. But like the black sun, the idea of the black sun, you might have seen the symbol of it. Like almost like an occultic symbol.
What's the black sun?
Black sun is this idea that there's essentially a third body up with the sun and moon, but it's not visible to us unless it passes in front of one of the other bodies, like the sun or the moon. And when it passes in front of it like a lens,
we've seen this then.
You can see that circle kind of come across it. It's interesting. If you ever watch like little optical lenses being passed, like circular optical lenses being passed in front of each other slowly,
right?
They kind of resemble
I get
what we see when it comes to it.
I get that.
That's speculation. I don't know. I'm
just
telling you some speculation from the ancients, right? I don't claim to know. I would like to know. Some things, part of this topic will teach you limits to our knowledge, right? There are very real practical limits to what we can actually know. So we have to think very carefully about what we can know, what we do know, what we might know in the future.
So then you would agree that like the things that I've seen, then I could use as like that's where I'm coming from. Because I've seen like the eclipse or whatever, but I could never.
Yeah, if you've actually seen something in reality, that's of course something you should consider and try and understand what's involved in that observation.
So then you've seen. So yeah, I'm trusting you. Like when you're like, so you've seen the third, like the black sun or whatever. Because I would want to see that. And I guess it would.
No. I'm not claiming to have seen a third body up there. I'm saying this is what some older cultures on Earth thought about when they described the eclipses, rather than the shadow story that we have today. I'm not telling you.
Well, that still happens though. Like we have like. Oh, sorry, hold on. We've seen it though. Like you and I have seen the stuff that happens though, not like what they're saying.
Yeah. We know the eclipses happen, but there's a difference between observing the eclipse happen and understanding exactly what physical mechanism is at play there.
My understanding is that the sun would be casting light towards us, and the moon and the earth is blocking light source, and so
But then we have something like the Selenelian eclipse, which shows that that's not the case because the darkening of the moon is appearing even though that geometric alignment is not there.
Well, that's something I've just heard from you, basically.
Well, you can just Google a Selenelian eclipse, but yeah, it's a known phenomenon.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. I did not know. I seriously did not know.
Yeah, so it's not very common knowledge, but it is interesting.
So then, I still try to figure out if there's a light. So it doesn't even have to be a light source causing it. The moon is actually its own. It's just creating its own light.
Yeah, it could just be its own light source. I mean, if we as human beings on Earth right now could create a light that looked like the moon and replicated its phases, which we can, there's no reason to assume that an entity that created all of this couldn't do the same thing with the moon.
Like if we're gonna, I guess, yeah. If we were the entity that created the universe, we could make the moon cast the light on us.
Yeah, well, we're in a building, remember, and the building has light.
Right.
So the builder could make those lights do whatever it wanted it to do. for whatever reason. I would say they seem to just be there mainly as a calendar, the guide on top of the energy they provide, right? Guys, the sun movement is giving us the day and night. The moon's movement is tracking the months, and the star's movement is tracking the years, like the seasons. So we know when to plant, when to harvest. Just like a giant clock in the sky for us.
Well,
rather than places that they've told us that we can go to, like their Disneyland. That light in the sky, there's Disneyland. You can go and play golf on it and drive
but you
a
just said
buggy
it's
on
a ball. I'm trying to understand that.
Say what's the ball?
You just said right now in English that it's a ball in the sky creating light.
Well, I'm saying that's the story that they're telling us.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood then. Never mind.
I mean, whether or not, I'm not saying it is or it isn't a ball. Like whether they
Well, you're saying
were or
it is.
not balls in the sky, it wouldn't necessarily mean that the ground that we are on is a ball. There's no logical reason to assume that would be the case. Like in the same way that in your bedroom ceiling you might have a spherical light bulb hanging from the ceiling, that doesn't mean your floor is a sphere.
Right, but there's just one light bulb, and there's not a light bulb like in my basement that I can't see.
I didn't understand that.
Well, there's another light bulb then that would be a shadow on my other light bulb? Or where's the... I don't get the analogy, I guess. I'm just not understanding.
Well, I'm just saying that whether or not the lights in the sky are spheres, which you don't actually observe, you just see it, basically. If they were spheres, that still wouldn't mean that the Earth, the ground beneath our feet, is a sphere, any more than having a spherical light bulb in your bedroom ceiling would mean that your bedroom floor is spherical.
Right, but the light would still be a sphere.
Well, the light bulb might be a sphere, but the floor would not be in that analogy.
I got you. But then how would light come up on the other side of my... Like, how would I be able to see the light from that light source and like someone that can see the light still on the other side, or wherever they are?
Well, the light is above us and moving, so it moves across the Earth, and wherever you are on the Earth, eventually it will come to you, and eventually it will leave you.
But like, how can I see it and then someone else not be able to see it from the same planet? That's what I'm trying to then in this analogy.
Well, you can't see forever. Light doesn't travel infinitely through air.
Right.
Yeah? It's like if you light a candle on one end of like a massive field, you're going to light up the other end of the field.
Right.
Right. Light has a range.
But it's like the sun, though.
Yeah. Even the sun.
Depends how many candlelight power it is, though.
I mean, I don't get the candle.
So one candle is just one candlelight power, right?
But like the sun's like more than one candle.
Yeah, it's really bright.
Yeah, the sun's obviously brighter than a candle.
It's probably more powerful than the most powerful flashlight.
Yeah, it's really bright.
I would agree.
Or like it's a flashlight spherical. If it's
Right. So we're already dealing with how powerful the light is, because we understand that the amount of light is not going to be able to cast all of its light through an ever-extending medium like the atmosphere. Eventually, that light is going to diffuse so much that it's not going to be visible. And if you move far enough away from the light and the light source is a particular angle in size, eventually it's going to be too small for you to see anyway. But we're already dealing with...
And how far is the Earth? Like, if we're standing on the Earth, then... Because I'm like saying, I can talk to people that can see the sun,
right,
above us, right? But I go outside right now. I'm like,
this is gonna come in specifically to how we view the world and how light sources cast our light on surfaces.
Right.
We're making the claim, first of all, that the light source, the sun, moves. It moves around the Earth, going from one location to another, where the observer is. So, for example, you're in America, I would assume. Doesn't matter because the sun's going to... Yeah. But the sun's going to come from the east. It's going to rise from the horizon being the limitation of your view across that surface. The sun, because it has a large angular size, is going to be visible to you as soon as it starts coming above the horizon. I want you to imagine that we've got an arc, much like a protractor, surrounding us when making this observation.
So the sun comes above 0 degrees. We're going to measure the sun's path in degrees as it does so. 20 degrees,
Then
45
so it's just
degrees.
coming above the edge.
Yeah, well, no, it's just coming up as a formation of perspective. So the sun isn't actually changing its height above the surface. What you're doing is, because you view the world in this way, it appears to come up and then be
Right, but then
directly over you. Go on.
No, so the shadow part then, like we keep talking about, like that's what the moon. Like, what's the why? What? There's a shadow on the moon because of the Earth is what I was trying to say. So I'm trying to figure out what's casting that, I guess. Because I can see like the moon doesn't disappear, like almost ever for anyone on the Earth. But you're saying the sun does? Because the sun is like an energy source that like knows like creating energy, but like it disappears, but like the moon, you can see. Or is it like, or what's creating? Well, the moon you're saying is like its own source, but it can just turn on and off. But the sun does too.
It's kind of hard to determine because at the moment we're going through what it could be. We can't actually verify it. It can be the light from the sun, or it can be its own light.
Right.
Can't verify. We would have to know what they are, and now we're off into the realms of speculation. Is the sun that we see the actual sun, or is it just an apparent location? Is there another sun that's projecting this image, for example?
Right.
We also see the world, although we have two eyes, but with this vantage point, we have binocular vision. So even though we have stereoscopic vision, we have two eyes. At these distances, we're just having one viewpoint, monocular vision. This is why when we're talking about, are these things circular? Are they spherical? Is a three-dimensional claim. We can't view that three-dimensional.
Well, no matter what, it's three-dimensional.
Well, we can't verify any claim. These are things that are up in the sky that we can't get to, right?
Well, like if the Earth was still just a flat plane, that would be three-dimensional. I'm just trying to get that part. I'm confused.
I don't know if anybody's told you, but you're roboting a little bit. I don't know if your connection.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
I'm sorry about that. I guess I hear you fine. I'm having to get ready for work. I'm going back up to work here in a second. I can hear what you said just fine. I'm listening. Yeah. That we're not actually three-dimensional, possibly. We just be, because even a piece of paper is three-dimensional.
Yeah.
I didn't get that part, I guess. But I got you. I understand what you're going for. I put a couple of cheeseburgers in the air fryer. I mean, have that for breakfast, I guess.
That's a lot of calories. Are you at a calorie deficit?
It's crazy. I can't believe you've done this to me, Zero. That's wild, dude. No, I got off work super late, and
I mean, it's
really
everything
sucked.
your body needs to be awake and like function for sure.
Well,
God bless.
Forgot
I
it's
mean,
already 6
enjoy.
o'clock.
Enjoy. I have a friend. He's like a bit of a health nut / bodybuilder, and he eats a dozen eggs a day.
Wow, in this economy and these food prices, that's like just order a steak.
It's almost $3. That's insane.
I mean,
that's,
I don't know.
That's
It's
$3
not
right
that
there.
expensive. I feel like you got to be kind of poor if you think that's too much to afford like good food.
$3. $3
No, I think
in
they're
eggs
higher
is
than
like
that.
380, 384, I think.
How can you not afford good food? Like, what are you spending your money on?
Well,
Well, I suppose the average price is $3.
Did you say Nazi memorabilia?
shut up. Troll.
Yeah, California, it's $6 a dozen.
It's pricey sometimes.
They're $6? Where are you going? I mean, you gotta be going to like Whole Foods or something. Shit. That crap, sir. That's
Hawaii,
crazy.
it's $9. It's almost $10 a dozen.
Well, it's because it takes the extra and you have to fly it there. Or how well, that's not we're gonna get back into it.
Wow, that's pretty expensive.
And that is more expensive than where it is here.
Yeah, the national
Here,
average is $4.64.
Yeah. So a dozen eggs. So if a dozen eggs, fine.
I prefer organic free range eggs.
If gravity is
I feel like
making
I could just tell you that.
if gravity is making everything speared, why are chicken eggs not speared?
There we go. Yeah, the egg.
Flat egg theory. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke.
No, it goes back to a real callback where Don Patet did Angry Birds in Space, and people asked him or he said, "Don't ask me how I got these eggs up here." And you're like, okay, why shouldn't I ask you?
But do you ask?
Those tax dollars do good work.
So confused. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, here, I'll get the video for you.
Yeah, you guys need to look into NASA. That will open your eyes.
Well, but not less not more than an hour ago. One of your friends told me to trust NASA because
I said if you trust NASA. It's an if. If you trust NASA, then trust NASA. If you don't trust NASA, then don't. Because my take is that here you gotta watch this video, like 4 minutes. It'll burst your seams, dude. This is literally what they got people gobbling this shit up. Like this is actually on a space station.
I'm trying to get dressed and eat this cheeseburger at the same time, which is hilariously awkward.
A cheeseburger for breakfast.
Well, I have a weird schedule. I guess you could say it's breakfast. Yes.
That's all right. Yeah, but NASA, I mean, when it comes to their space cartoons and videos, I mean, we've got hours and hours and hours of bloopers from them, like green screen malfunction, harnesses, hairspray, all kinds of things. Scaled models.
You say hairspray?
Yeah, like the female astronauts when they're trying to show their hair floating in space. It's like the hair is stuck in the one position, like upright, with hairspray. Hilarious.
Is it because of the hairspray? Or what do you mean?
Yeah, they're using hairspray.
Oh, they're not okay. They're not being women and putting on hairspray. You're saying suck. Make hairspray. I literally thought you were saying something else.
When you see women in these zero-G planes where they fly the plane up and then drop it down quickly, and people get like weightlessness, so to speak, and they're floating around. You see women's hair and it flows all over the place like water. It's like flying all over the place. But in these NASA astronauts,
well, that's because they're actually moving, right? It's not the same.
Nah, they're supposed to be in a weightless environment, so their hair should be flowing all over the
No,
place.
they're imitating. They're imitating what was on Earth.
With hairspray, so their hair stuck up like Bart Simpson or something.
But they're not. But they're not. Okay, all right. I got you.
Maybe more like Marge Simpson's a better analogy.
Yeah.
Funny stuff. But yeah, hours.
I'm not really a big Simpsons guy.
Again. alright. I'm sure someone can post the memes in chat.
I like Family Guy.
Yeah, Family Guy's decent. It made some flat Earth references in the past.
See.
Refreshing to have a new person who doesn't immediately spiral. Well done, Vince.
I don't think.
We appreciate it.
I'm a little pissed that you won't let me turn my camera on.
That's alright, you'll get over it.
I won't, actually. That's why I'm never in here.
That's alright. Maybe start an OnlyFans or something if that's what you're into.
I have an OnlyFans
No, I'm not.
link in my profile.
I'm not asking you for money. I'm just like, if there are not 25 people in here, right? Then I feel like
your mustache.
Yeah,
My
dude,
my
the reason-
OnlyFans link is in my profile.
Okay, check this out. Okay,
bro.
it's been explained.
I would
to
not
me
suggest
multiple
looking on.
times. No one wants your
Yeah.
camera on, and
Well, no, you have the option to disable it. Sucks. Like it's like it's a feature of the program we're on.
yeah, except for it limits
So
the
it's
room
a
to
disable
25.
feature.
Right. So, but I'm saying like, so if it's not at 25 and like I'm monitoring it, like if it's at 24, if it's at 20, then
People don't have the option to turn it off.
no, they
It's
Well, no, they
just
have the-
it's just in the way for me. It's actually annoying.
everyone has the opportunity to turn it off.
Oh, I don't. I go into settings. There's nowhere in settings. There's
And,
nowhere
you
on the
right
screen.
click on you right click on
Doesn't
the video
work.
and it says hide video. Yeah.
Ben, you were able
That's
to
why it
have a
doesn't work.
perfectly decent conversation without it, so why do you need it?
Oh, because I like.
The point is you don't need it. You were able to have a good conversation without it. So.
But I could have a normal conversation with it.
Dude, no one wants to see you twerking. Okay.
What?
There's no exceptions to this rule.
We don't need to see you eating your breakfast cheeseburger.
No, I get that it's like a power thing for you. I get that. I'm saying.
Okay, use that. Okay, fine. It's a power thing. Do you understand it now?
Yeah,
I understood it before.
We're the Hitler.
Okay, then why do you keep triggering about it? You've got an answer.
That's the most honest
it's
thing
the first-
I've said on this VC so far.
All this
Like I am-
disabling Discord cameras makes me feel like a real Mussolini.
No, I didn't. No, I
It's
didn't.
like if you ignore,
Alright, bro.
you've ignored every answer we've given you. Don't turn your camera on. We run the room. We do want to
didn't-
limit. Okay,
My camera wasn't on
Pay attention.
for an
okay?
hour. For an hour, it hasn't been. I didn't
Yeah,
mention. I
and
didn't
you
bring it up.
wanted to turn it back on. You were told no. No should be
Right, and I-
easy to understand.
And so I didn't turn it
If
on.
somebody tells you the word no, I
Right.
mean, little kids. No is like no. in,
Right.
like,
So you
80
understand that
languages.
you said no. What you're describing is what I did. I did not turn it back on.
Go on, Vince. Vince is good. You've managed to go a whole hour without flaunting yourself on the internet.
Yeah.
You'll survive.
Right. So I'm agreeing with you, and you're just being rude.
No, but the
Yeah,
thing is,
yeah,
though, then you
talk
added
about
your
it.
own answer, and the only reason why is because people are power tripping. Fine. If it gets you not to turn your camera on, use that answer.
Okay. Well, that is you said it the answer because there wasn't another reason besides like you just don't want to see me.
I'm fine if you add an answer that gets you
Well, no,
where you should be. Use that
I don't want
answer.
to see you at this time in the morning, Vince.
I'm
Right,
wearing a nice
It's
shirt and
not-
tie. My hair's done. I'm getting ready to go to work. Cadillac.
Okay.
Nice view.
Exceptions to the rule, and it's not up for
We don't
debate.
need to see you getting ready for.
No, it's not. You're right. It's not for debate. That's. I didn't bring it up.
So we can end the
With his
conversation.
tie on without his trousers on.
So we can end the conversation about it now. Move.
Yeah. No, I don't know why I was asked about it.
Come on. All right. Bye.
How much did you guys pay Politics to keep the server up?
Nothing.
Actually, they pay us.
That's
We're the
interesting.
top channel on the server.
Yeah, because you have
They
bots.
pay us. You don't know that?
There you go. They understood the assignment.
We live stream, yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
guys
we
have
live.
bots.
You don't know how
and-
many. You don't know how many dozens of viewers they get. It keeps the server alive.
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, politics.
I
pay
would
us-
pay
pay us
Dewey to
a
ban
hefty
this
fee,
fucking
you know?
subject.
Well, go do it.
We've got.
Follow the
How much would
logic.
you pay? How much?
I
Wait,
will.
wait. How much would you pay?
Like 25
$12.
grand.
What was that?
25 grand.
25.
You
I can do
pay
it for $12.
25 grand to stop hearing an opposing opinion. Now that is triggered.
No.
I
To
mean, you don't even
forcibly,
have to
no,
be
to
here.
forcibly
It's
put you.
voluntary.
Sorry, I'm not trying to
It's
talk over you.
voluntary that
but-
you're here.
But we're also like you have a latency thing because you're far away, right? So I'm not trying to talk over you. Don't think I'm trying to do that. But no, I would do it to specifically send you to the places where you could like harness all of your hardcore power, turn all of your arguments into diamonds, and come back without like utilizing mod powers to like silence people that have.
Well, that's why I can't turn my camera on.
Yeah.
So why
Like,
why
Vince-
is it that you want to silence an opposing opinion? Why is that?
Because why can't Vince like show himself on camera?
Like, why
Because
should
you
you
think
be
you're
able
gonna
to
get
silence
25
someone
people
else?
in here.
I did say that it wasn't up
Why
for debate.
why do you think?
Why we
But they
followed
silence people all the time.
He
Not
literally
even
said
surprising.
Jedi, or was it not Jedi? Or no, it was somebody else. It was Tutor. Like Vince specifically said, like if it gets close to 24 or 25 people, he'll literally turn it off. So like you're
Oh
giving
my God.
you're
This
like
again.
you're not even allowing him
Soft
to
power.
have a responsibility
Why do you
over
think?
himself.
I've stated why twice. So there's no
Yeah,
exceptions.
we're not talking about the camera thing.
Yeah,
Well, no,
this
he is
camera
talking about the
shouldn't be
camera.
that triggering.
It just doesn't make sense.
God.
to me.
Take it away is by mutual blocking.
Let go of
No,
the
but I'm
fucking
not
camera
triggered
thing.
about it.
No one cares about it. Why do you think you could? I'm interested more in the psychology of the guy who thinks that he could be entitled to silence people with a different opinion than him.
Yeah, me too.
Wait, what do you mean entitled? I can be entitled to a lot of things if I pay money for it. If I'm the person, if I'm a person,
opposing opinions.
no, you're not. You're
That's
not.
what you're doing about my.
You're not an
Well,
opposing
this is the
opinion.
point of the trial.
Like, okay. I mean, if
that's
we want to
psychotic.
get, we can get back on
Psychotic.
subject if you like, because like I don't know like how you.
Well, you're the one who brought it up. You're the one who brought it up. You're like, I would silence you all if I could. Why? Why don't you just prove the globe instead of being a pussy?
Why don't I just prove the globe instead of being a?
Yeah,
pussy?
that would
Is what you
silence
said?
the argument. That would argue. That
No,
would
no, it
silence the
wouldn't.
argument.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it would.
It
Yeah,
has been
No,
done
it wouldn't.
multiple times in here.
yeah, if we had proof that the Earth was a ball, we wouldn't be sitting here saying it's not a ball.
There's plenty of proof out there, but you guys don't agree with
Okay,
it.
what's the proof? What's the proof?
Salat imagery.
Okay, so have you seen
Oh,
pictures? Have you seen pictures from the southern hemisphere?
We're going to beg the question on the ball by playing hemisphere. Awesome, let's go.
Yeah, you're already assuming a ball.
Well, okay, fine. Have you seen pictures from below the equator?
Below.
Is the equator a
Yeah,
thing?
again.
Lower than like?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
summer right now
so
below the
so
equator.
south of the equator. Do you want me to use like more terms
right,
so you can understand?
Alright,
Say bottom,
photos of
say
what?
below.
You've used two
Photos
that are
of what?
flat Earth.
So, do you
So-
agree that there's an equator?
Yes, that's-
on the. Okay,
yes.
so you agree
That's
that, right?
We can stop there. So
That's the
a
middle
flat
point I
Earth.
was talking about. Yeah.
Do you
Hold on,
agree
hold on.
that there's a point south of the equator?
Yes. So now two flat Earth proofs. The equator
so-
being hold on. The equator being the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, an angle being a flat Earth
So, but you
measurement.
can go from the north to the south one in the
Hold
other
on.
direction.
Hold on. So south is also a horizontal bearing. So two flat Earth measurements. One, Polaris to give you the equator. Two, south, which is a horizontal bearing. 180 degrees away
Oh,
from
this
north.
opposite case of Earth, if we can use those measurements.
So once you're south of the equator and you look through a telescope, right, or a long exposure camera at the South Pole, right, towards the the outer rim, I guess, or towards the southmost point, you do realize that the stars start to coalesce around a single point, right? They move in a clockwise
That's because of the
motion.
lens, probably.
Oh, which lens? Because I have a little bit of photography experience. Do you think every camera is a fisheye lens? No, it's not. Far from it.
No, I'm on your side, guy. I'm on your side, guy. I don't know.
I'm still waiting for the globe evidence. Where's that?
He's just about to step into his third piece of flat Earth measurements. Measuring
Vince.
how the
Well,
sun.
so basically, you have
There she is. What's up?
you have these stars.
I'm driving
right,
to work right now.
around a
Hold
single
on.
point that are moving a certain direction, right? Clockwise, counterclockwise, and then above the equator or north of the equator, if you'd like, you have them moving the opposite direction.
Yes.
How does this work without the planet or the plate shearing itself apart? It doesn't make sense on a flat plane.
Do the stars move from east to west?
Well, but you'd be able to go from one point on the other side.
Simple question. Do the stars move from east to west?
Do they move from east to west?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Is
Okay.
south a horizontal bearing?
Is south a horizontal bearing?
Yeah,
I don't know what you mean by that.
180 degrees
It
away.
doesn't make
from
sense.
180 degrees away from north. It's an azimuthal angle. So south is a horizontal bearing 180 degrees away from north. This is a flat Earth measurement. You're
literally saying that because you're facing the opposite direction.
Oh, dearie me. Haven't finished, dude. Do you want me to finish?
Because if you looked the other way where you're standing, then you'd be able to reach the other point going opposite direction.
How about you literally let him finish what he was trying to say, chaps, and the next one that butts in over Jedi, I'm muting permanently.
The point has been proven.
So all of these descriptions are regarding a flat Earth because they're all horizontal bearings. You're also going to be talking about vertical bearings, specifically to Polaris. I can't see Polaris anymore because it's gone beyond 0 degrees. It was at 90 degrees above me at my zenith when I was under it, but as I moved south, a horizontal bearing away from north, it declined in angle in the sky. The equator is the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. So when you go south, which is still a horizontal bearing, and the stars are moving from east to west, which is a horizontal bearing, by the way, then it's because you've turned around that you see a clockwise and anti-clockwise rotation.
Wrong.
Well, no, it is correct.
How does anything on a flat plane move away from you? How does anything approach a 0 on a flat plane? That just doesn't make sense geometrically.
Okay, so this is again how we view the world, and I tried to give you a description by viewing something like Polaris. So when you talk about 0 degrees, that's because you've moved away from Polaris, which was at 90 degrees. 90 degrees being an angle where the vertical line intersects the Earth at the GP of Polaris and intersects the horizontal plane to give you 90 degrees. As you move backwards, you measure an angle. The star appears to descend downwards towards the horizon as you move away from being underneath its position. You measure this. This is latitude, by the way. These are measurements of Polaris to give you circles of equal altitude around that ground position. So when you say equator, that's a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. The minimum elevation angle, because you've moved south, which is a horizontal bearing. Everything you've been talking about from this point is going to require a flat Earth to measure.
This is a non-answer. You didn't answer my question. I guess maybe
why do things appear to go anti-clockwise? Why do things go anti-clockwise?
To make my point, I'll have to show it diagrammatically. Anyone, it's pretty much common sense. Picture you're on a flat plane. and a sun or a star that's above you is moving away from you, it's never going to go to 0 degrees. It doesn't matter how down it goes.
No one
Doesn't
says
make
it goes below 0 degrees unless you're at altitude.
You just said that.
No, I said it goes beyond 0 degrees.
Yeah,
it goes below.
it's never going to even reach 0 on a flat plane.
Can I get back to my point real quick?
It's how we describe sunrise and
because-
sunset.
Because you basically said
which
that
only makes sense
facing.
if there's a horizon blocking it.
You said that facing 180 degrees away from the north would cause this, right? But they're not facing 180 degrees away from north. They're just looking up, right?
When we go south?
What?
When we go south?
No, when at any point south of the equator, you can be facing east, you can be facing west, you can be facing south, or you can be facing north, right? But when you look up to the stars, right, you're not facing directly towards Antarctica when you're measuring the stars or the point at which these things turn. You're looking up. So that's the difference. It's not that you're facing away at 180 degrees that cause these things to turn independently. Because like if I see a airliner, right, and it's passing overhead and it's going from left to right, and I turn around and I look at it again, yes, now it's passing right to left. You are correct. But has that changed? Has the actual implementation of that aircraft changed? No. So when you're facing, right, a certain direction, it doesn't matter. When you look up, you can see it crossing the sky. So in the southern hemisphere, you're watching the stars go counterclockwise. When you're in the northern hemisphere, you're watching them go clockwise. The only way that this would work out with a flat plane is if the northern hemisphere or anything north of the equator were turning in a certain direction, and the south and everything south of the equator were turning in the other direction. And the reason why we know that's not true is because these continents aren't shearing themselves apart constantly.
Yeah, we got that, but the stars aren't moving in opposite directions. And you are facing north when you say that they're going counterclockwise.
They're not the same stars, by the way, Jedi.
That's because we haven't finished the observation yet. You've inserted south of the equator. So they go in a different direction as opposed to north of the equator when we face north, which is what I'm fucking doing.
No, because on a flat plane, they would all be moving the same direction.
Yeah, east to west.
Yes, and they're not south of the equator.
They do move from east to west south of the equator.
No.
Yes, they do.
They do, except when you face south, it's coming from your east is your left side now. When you're facing south.
Well, we're not
left
talking
to
about
right.
where you're facing. We're talking about looking at stars, right?
So looking at stars, where you're facing.
So you're looking up. You're not looking down.
You're facing up. Yes.
Yeah. So when you're facing up.
So we're facing now. You said we weren't facing.
They've nearly got it, Jedi. They've nearly got it. You're doing an awesome job, man.
When you face north, it's right to left, and when you face south, it's left to right.
No, that doesn't change it.
Yes, it does.
Because on a flat plane, do I have to draw a picture?
What? This is a good question. Why do people in, for example, Australia, why do they see a different set of stars? Why is that?
It's specifically
because
oh,
there are
sorry, go ahead, Jedi.
Stars. Yeah, I know. There are different stars. That's the simple question. Simple answer to that question. Why do people in this location, when they look up, see different stars? Because there are different stars above their head. They can't see the.
But why are they rotating in a different direction?
Rotate what?
Yeah, why are they rotating in a different direction? Because Jedi, even if you are in the south, even if you are in the southern hemisphere, okay, sorry, like, should I shut up? Because the guy who said that if I talk over you, he's going to mute me. But I started first.
You said different direction. No, they go from east to west.
So you're saying if you're in the southern equator, below the south of the equator, and you look up at the sky and you're facing north, they're going to be going clockwise?
What, the stars that I can't see because I'm facing north?
No, the stars that you can see because you're looking up.
No, that's still going to be going from east to west.
What? Well, but they're different.
Still
Even
going
if
from
you're
east to west?
You're facing north.
Yeah, north.
Okay.
And they're going east to west relative to north that you keep talking about. As in when you face south, they're going east to west. When we're looking south, you're talking about north, east, south, and west. So within that reference frame, yes, they're going from east to west. Doesn't matter if you face north, doesn't matter if you face south. If you're
Right.
talking about north, south, east, and west.
So if they're going
Now you're
east to
now
west,
hold on, I haven't quite finished. Now you're talking about relative angles to you, the observer. You're saying clockwise, anti-clockwise. This is dependent on you facing north or south.
No,
If
it
you
doesn't.
face no, yes, it is.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
if you
it does.
turn,
Let me
if you turn
explain.
around, if you
Haven't
turn
quite
and
finished.
look north, and you're in the southern
Why won't
hemisphere,
why
they
won't
don't
let me-
instantly start turning clockwise. And then if you don't turn back towards south, they don't start turning counterclockwise. That's not how it works, Jedi.
Dude, it is how it works. You just won't let me
No,
finish.
they go east to west. They do.
That's right.
I have an actual. All go east to west, like Jedi stated. If you're facing north, stars are going to rotate counterclockwise, appearing right to left. If you're facing south, they're going to appear to rotate clockwise or left to right. If you're facing east, stars are going to rise in front of you and set behind. And if you're facing west, stars are going to rise behind and set in front.
Yeah, but he's the
Really
one
simple.
who's saying that if you are in the southern hemisphere and you face north, that they're going to be going clockwise. That's not true. They're always going to be going counterclockwise.
I didn't say that.
No,
I said
I said they're all going to go east to west.
Yeah, I said they go east to west.
Yeah, but you said which way you're facing.
You
I said
interrupted.
if you face north in the southern hemisphere, they're still going to be going counterclockwise.
Still going to be going east to west.
That's still counterclockwise. That only works on a round
Yes.
planet.
No,
You've just
it
admitted
depends on
that the world is round.
No,
I just admitted
depends on
it.
the
Yes, you
direction
have.
you're facing. If you're
hold on, it's not.
Listen, hang on. If you're in the north and you're looking north, they're going to be counterclockwise. If you're in the north and you're facing south, they're going to be appearing clockwise.
Yeah.
Same. When you switch, yeah. If you're in the south and you're looking north, what's the difference?
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, whether or not you're in the northern hemisphere, right, or the southern hemisphere, they're always going to be going the same direction, right? And if you pass a line that literally says, oh, they're going from clockwise to counterclockwise, there's something that has changed, right? What has it
Your
that has
direction.
changed? Is it either the direction you're facing, or is it the direction that the planet below you is moving?
So you're
Because-
thinking you're facing north, in the north,
Right.
and you walk backwards.
No.
At some point, you get to the equator, and the stars flip.
Yes.
Oh, you don't have to cross a line. I'm 29 degrees south, and I can look north. I see stars moving from my right to my left. Then I face south, and I see stars moving from my left to my left to my right. I didn't cross any line. What are you talking about?
No, but around a point, not necessarily from across the sky. Of course not. Like, that would be stupid. So, like, if you look at Polaris, right, from the equator, you're gonna see the stars going from one side, from east to west, right? If you are in the North Pole, you're gonna see them going east to west. If you are below the equator, then you can't see Polaris, and you actually have to point towards the South Pole, and you're going to see.
But I still see stars in the north move from my right to my left.
Well, sure, yeah, of course. But like, if you don't have a focal point, it's really hard to tell, like, where the rotation is, right?
What a fucking moron!
Oh god,
this is good.
Yeah, look,
someone's got
power
this later.
Power. If you're arguing for the globe model, you are getting that model wrong in the way you're like. So when you face north, stars come from the east and set in the west. Yeah,
So that means if you're facing north, they're coming from your
Oh
right
yeah,
hand.
because that's the way that the
and
Earth
setting
is
your left.
rotating. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Now, if you turn around
Mm-hmm.
180 degrees and you're facing south now in the northern hemisphere,
Okay.
the stars are now rising from your left hand and setting in your right.
Yeah, but they're still coming from the east
So-
and they're still setting
because
in the
you're-
west, right?
Yeah, that's right. But you've
Yeah, because
changed
that
your
hasn't.
orientation.
Yeah, but that hasn't changed, right? But also,
That's
you
right.
cannot.
You're changing. You're changing your orientation.
Exactly.
You're facing south in the northern hemisphere.
So why is it that when you
The
say-
rotation won't flip if you change your orientation, bro. If the
why
rotation
is
above your
it?
head,
Why
it's
is
never
it?
going to change rotation.
Why is it that you
Brit
can
said it.
look? Why is
Yeah.
it that you can look north in the southern hemisphere and see the counterclockwise stars, right, going around a single point
You can see that in the north
without
too.
Polaris,
You
without
see that north
Polaris.
of the equator. What are you talking about?
I'm talking
We
about.
don't have
I'm
a
talking
single-
about south of the equator right now.
In south of the equator, we don't have a pole star regardless.
That's
Yeah, but you do have. You do have. Wait,
the same
that he's
either
right.
side of the
You
equator.
don't
It
have.
doesn't
You don't. You
change.
don't have a pole star at the South Pole,
A
right?
North Pole
But there
star.
still is a consequential point, but between all of these stars that you can see,
So you're
even on
saying
the
that we
other
can
side.
only. So you're saying we can only tell the rotation is if we're looking south and viewing them rotate around that central point.
Well, but how come if it were the same stars, right? Then you would be able to see Polaris, but it's not. So that's
No.
the interesting part, right?
Due to the degrees, yeah.
Well,
I think,
mean,
Crit
not due
brought
to
up
the
a good
degrees.
point.
I'm thinking
I
right
think
now,
Crit-
based off of a flat Earth, unless the star was too far away to see, or you weren't in an area with light pollution, then you wouldn't be able to see it. But however, like when you're down there, and even if you're
No,
looking
that's
north,
no.
the coalesce of the fucking stars are around a south point because that's basically
It's not a
where the
coalesce,
world
dude.
that's where the world is spinning.
Coalesce
Right.
means come
It's
together.
spinning. It's spinning around that
Sort of
point, which
spinning
is the
everywhere.
South
Crit
Pole.
brought up a good point, yeah. If you are facing
Yeah.
the North Star when you're in the northern hemisphere, according to yourself, yeah, and you were to walk backwards, right? You said that at the point where they cross the equator, that these stars are somehow going to flip at that point. That's not going to happen. You're going to keep
That's
walking
right.
backwards. Polaris is going to leave your view because you're too far away. Yeah, it's at 0 degrees, and the stars are still going to appear to keep rotating counterclockwise. Keep walking backwards. It's not going to change. Yeah. Turn
That's
around.
right. Crit made a great point of that. Yes.
Yeah. So you're
Yeah,
incorrect
but
to
that
say
would-
that walking
but that would
backwards over the
only
equator
work-
that they're going to flip.
Yeah, but that would only work, right? Imagine you could speed up time, right? And so like you see every star as a streak. And you're slowly walking backwards as you see Polaris start to disappear. And as Polaris starts to disappear, you see those stars and they become basically lines that are perfectly straight lines above you. Well, not perfectly, but like
Yeah, here we get it. You're
basically
imagining
they
an
turn these
axis,
things.
right?
Yeah, and then you
You're
slide
imagining
back,
that line,
you
right? You're
slide
imagining a
back
line
and they
between
start getting
two central points
Are
in the
people
sky,
allowed
right?
to just like talk over other people?
Yeah, I know.
before
It's
I'm
so
done?
frustrating though because we've heard this before. It's
I
like because
mean-
you're imagining that there's this that this somehow represents an axis of rotation of the ground but not below you when you've literally just used the surface as a reference for the elevation angle of those any celestial object in the sky, man.
So what?
I don't understand what your contention
They got
is
some
here.
big
Are you
monkey
saying
back
that
there
things
cranking a
things
thing
above
so
a
they
plane
communicate
can't
with other-
appear to do certain things? What is it you're getting at?
No, yeah. Well, I mean, every time I get close to it, you guys like laugh about it, and you joke amongst each other. So I guess I'm, whatever. I'm done now. I'll let you guys be retarded for now on.
Ran.
See you next time, boys.
Try Monday.
Wah, wah, wah.
I have a question. If you look at the stars in the
hemisphere, how the surface look like?
Surface of what?
He ran.
Surface of the ground of the earth on the south hemisphere. How look like when you look the stars?
Hey, where
Well, you're
where
not
did
looking
he
at
go?
this.
I was just about to show him. Damn it. Can you guys help me unpack this? Because I feel like this argument works on both models, right? Doesn't it? Kind of.
No,
What are you trying to?
no,
What are you
no.
trying to
This is
share?
what I tried to point out with the guy earlier. So everything that you
What are you trying to
describe
draw?
about everything that you describe about the stars, especially within this argument, you're making two claims. One, how the stars appear in the sky. That's an elevation angle measurement, which is going to require a horizontal plane. And when you look north, south, east, or west, which are horizontal bearings. Now, we're already measuring and utilizing the flat Earth before we've even started talking about anything. We're going to talk about the stars. We're going to be measuring our angle above the Earth. If we talk about which way we're facing, that's a horizontal bearing. So it's already a flat Earth. You can invoke a model after this if you want to, but you're going to be taking flat Earth measurements to describe a ball even. You don't need to go on from this point onwards. Flat Earth measurements.
Yeah,
right?
don't go on. He's gonna say nah 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 nah.
No, it's just flat Earth measurements.
No, it's not. Dude.
Oh no, no, they're not. They're
Come
not
on,
flat.
man. Come on, man.
It wouldn't really work
Just
on
a
both
hint, just a
models.
little bit of the skepticism you guys apply to the schools. Just a little bit of that.
Yeah, as on Rick's diagram that you streamed, it wouldn't work on both models because on a flat model, the celestial sphere would have to be magically tilting for the observer
On which model? But
60 rotation miles.
Ambo, you're comparing something. You're comparing something with the model which nobody claimed.
What's the right model? What's the correct model?
I'm describing the model as a meaning of the concept that the Earth is flat.
In the model of the Earth flat, how the surface look like?
It looks flat, fairly.
Okay, in the model of the globe Earth, how the surface look like?
It looks approximately spherical.
That mean curved.
Yes.
That mean what we need to look. Where we need to look.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. That means surface or the stars.
Both. You could test it in both.
No.
Yes.
No.
Because
I don't
these
know
two
how,
models.
Rick. I don't know how in this diagram you're gonna have a constant east direction.
Yeah, east is this way. I don't know. Like, can you see like what I'm trying to draw? Like, this is a cross plane. East is that way. West is like we're looking across the north to south, right? And direction of stars come from east, and then set down in the west, right? So west being like in this direction off the. I don't know if this helps. What I'm trying to.
This is the celestial sphere, basically.
Ambo,
Yeah,
can you make any example of any rotation which cannot work if surface is flat?
Yes, the rotation of the celestial sphere. This would be an example.
Yeah, but can you tell me if surface is flat, any kind of rotation which will disprove that surface is not flat?
Yes, the rotation of the celestial sphere with two poles. A flat Earth cannot explain these two poles in the sky. This would be an example.
That means if you have flat surface, you cannot explain why the rotation is doing that.
You're kind of roboting. I don't know if it's because of my connection, but yeah, it wouldn't work. On a flat Earth, you wouldn't have two poles of rotation.
Okay, we have that rotation. Can we check now surface and realize if it's really not flat?
Is this that guy roboting for everyone else, or is it just me?
Do you understand my question? Let's say that in the ceiling, you have the ceiling and you have rotation of the, let's say, lights on the ceiling in the one direction. And you have another example. You have the lights going in another direction. Then you have example of, let's say, spiraling all that lights going in every direction. Can you tell me which one? Can you tell me which one of that rotation will cannot work if surface down it's flat?
Sasha, you'll probably have to go through that again, mate, because he dropped out and then come back.
I'm asking him. He can put on the ceiling 10 examples, 10 different rotation. Can he give me one rotation what cannot work on if down the surface is flat?
I am having a connection problem, but from what I heard, yes, I can give you the rotation of the sky doesn't seem to match a flat plane.
Okay, great. Let's put it like this. Let's go to Salt Lake, Bolivia, on that flat surface, and let's see which rotation will change that surface. Can you tell me which rotation will change that surface? No?
Fewer lines, but
I had to listen to your argument again from the live stream because my connection was really, really bad. And the surface cannot be changed using the rotation, but the rotation can indicate what shape the surface is. So that would
But surface cannot implicate what surface is. Only rotation can implicate what surface is.
yes, the rotation of the sky could implicate what the surface is.
Can
and the
surface
shape of the
indicate
surface-
what surface is?
Yes, it can. It also can. And
What,
these
what
two
can
have to
indicate?
be matched.
What can indicate better? The surface can indicate better what surface is, or some lights can indicate better what in the sky what surface is.
Both can indicate in
What
the same
can
way
better?
because
What can better?
let me fucking finish.
I am
Let me
asking you
finish
what
2
can
words in a
better.
row.
I didn't ask you for both.
One doesn't just indicate, right? It's not an indication. It's
Yeah, I would say that both indicate equally because I believe that the law of non-contradiction is true, and that would indicate that
You
one
believe or other
that
seven?
would indicate that an observation of one cannot contradict an observation of another. So if I look at the sky, it indicates a spherical surface. That means the surface will be spherical, and the observation of the surface cannot contradict that.
Okay, that means if you go to Bolivia and we watch the sky, that surface must be curved.
Yes,
Well, but it isn't.
it is.
But it isn't.
But it is. You cannot see the bottoms of the mountains at the opposite side of these Bolivian plains.
Yeah, you cannot see the drop over distance in 40,000 miles squared. Yes, that's correct.
You can. This is exactly how a drop over distance.
No, you cannot. There is a 40,000 miles squared of elevation drop of 1 meter. It's called flat Bolivian salt lake. It's not called curved Bolivian salt lake.
And how did you exactly measure that you have no drop?
There is no drop over distance. What every sphere has.
That's a claim, not evidence. I can give you evidence in the form of observation that you cannot see the bottoms of these peaks at the opposite side. They look like.
I'm telling you, there is no drop over distance in reality. I'm not what you are talking about. What examples you are talking about?
But when you look at the photos from these Bolivian salt flats, you
When
will
I
see
look
some,
at reality,
you will see some mountains at the opposite side of them,
Is it
peeking
Bolivian
from
salt?
above them, and you don't see the base of these mountains. You only see
Embo,
peaks, and they look like islands.
I'm questioning. Is it South Bolivian Lake? Is that a photo?
No, it's a place that you can take a photo of.
Place. Okay, let's move for another place. Hungarian plain. That's not the Bolivia. That is in Hungary. That also does not have the drop over distance. It's a big plain with not elevation change, a little bit, you know.
How do you know?
It's going from Hungary and taking 7 countries, you know, and it's big.
I know, I've been there, but how do you know it doesn't have any drop over distance?
Because of elevation profile.
Elevation profile is already in reference to an ellipsoid, so it won't change.
Yeah, elevation
value.
profile with the distance. With the distance, you are changing elevation profile, not the base. You know, the base is always 0.
No, elevation profile is usually already mapped relative to an ellipsoid, so it already includes the drop over distance.
Yeah, according to the sea level. Yeah, if you are in the middle of the continent, for example, you could be 10 meters above the sea level. You know, that is not possible on the sphere.
Yeah. Sea level is also referenced to an ellipsoid.
You cannot be 1,000 miles from the sea level and be 10 meters above the sea level on the sphere. That's not possible.
I know.
Elevation change of land, right, is referenced against horizontal established from sea level.
No, it's referenced in relation to an ellipsoid or a geoid or whatever.
No, it's literally in the field referenced against a horizontal plane.
It is vertical angle measurements that give you these elevations measured by the surveyors there account for curvature over distance. So they already incorporate the drop, and this pure value that you get, for example, from Wikipedia, if you Google how high the mountain is, it already takes into account the curvature.
No, they don't. You can see the bike, you know, races. They show you the elevation profile. The base is always 0. The only elevation change.
If you go to any surveying book, to the
if you go to any bike race,
about leveling,
if you go to any bike race, you can see the elevation profile. Just the base is 0 and only elevation change.
Again, if you go to any surveying book, to the part about leveling,
if you go to bike race,
to the part about leveling, you will see something called a correction for curvature.
You go to Wikipedia, or if you take a bike and change and install that app for elevation change, and you can see for yourself when you ride a bike, your elevation will change, but 0 will be the base with the distance. You can go 200 miles all the time. Elevation will change, not the ground, not the base.
Since when are bike race surveying measurements?
Not surveying, yeah, bike race.
Since when are the measurements of any sort?
Yeah, from the sea level, the mountain, the hill, whatever, in the middle of the continent, 10 meters above the sea level, 1,000 miles from the sea level. There is a drop 1,000 miles.
What does this tell you about the shape of the sea level?
That telling me that there is a sea level 1,000 miles away, and then I'm 10 meters above the sea level. That telling me.
But that also happens on the globe.
Yeah, if I'm on the globe, that will tell me that on 1,000 miles it will be a lot of drop. I think something like 5 miles for sure. That means I cannot be 10 meters above the sea level. I should be 5 miles above the sea level.
And how that drop would exactly manifest itself in a bike race? Do you think that people aren't?
It will manifest like it will. I will answer to. I will answer to. It will manifest like every sphere has. That means on the basketball, if you put the finger on the top and you go down, you will feel that drop over this distance even.
Why would you feel it?
Because did you ever take a sphere in your hand? Did you ever have sphere in your hands?
Yes, many times.
Do you know that it's curving, from the top to the down? It's curving all around. The same thing is with the big balls. Small balls, big balls, the same thing. Doesn't change. But your perception of big ball is too big, is it? Because basketball has the radius, correct radius. The earth also has correct radius. That means 1.22 miles. You cannot go with the fingers and then you realize, oh, look at this basketball is 200 meter big.
So you told me something obvious, which is that a sphere is curving, but what I asked isn't if it's curving, it was how would it manifest itself by curving?
In which
How would you
rate
perceive
basketball
that?
is curving? In which rate basketball is curving?
Basketball is curving, but how would you know it's curving if you're
Rate.
traveling
What
along
is
it and
rate
you're
of
getting
the
pulled towards the center of the
basketball?
basket?
I'm asking you simple questions. Does basketball is curving like, let's say, on 10 meters or 1 centimeters?
My connection is bad. I would have to re-listen to it in the live chat. I mean, in the live stream.
Is it important how big is the basketball? Could be bigger or that size what it is?
It would be I don't even know what would be your method of determining if it's curved, of how you'll perceive it. So you firstly would have to tell me, and then I would answer if it would make any difference. I
How
don't
you
even
will
know.
know if something
Measurably deviate, right, from horizontal.
But when you're doing a bike race, you don't have a fucking theodolite. You don't do measurements. You just ride a bike.
How you were trying to measure changes in elevation? Remember that part?
Yes, but that was a previous example. He changed it to a bike race for some reason.
So you're going to measure change in elevation with change in elevation? It's reference to change of elevation? You're going to use something that doesn't deviate in elevation, horizontal.
You're going to use horizontal, but if you just used horizontal as a baseline, then you would get an error. That's why you have to mathematically correct for a curvature, subtract a given value, and then you get the actual value that you read in some data like Wikipedia or whatever. That's why pointing out these numbers doesn't really mean anything, because it isn't a pure measured angle. That data is just after all of the corrections, including curvature.
Angle? What angles?
An altitude angle or a depression angle.
Right, so that would be the height something appears to be angularly, right, above the surface.
Yes. Above the horizontal, to be more specific.
Horizontal, the surface. Yeah, the surface.
No, the horizontal.
You're going to be using the surface as a reference to, right? You're seeing how far above that thing this other thing appears to be.
No, you could do it in two ways. You could measure relative angle of one mountain in relation to another, or you could just use horizontal and in relation to that horizontal.
What's going to be your reference for horizontal?
A spirit level, usually.
Spirit level.
Yes, a spirit level. This is what theodolites or total stations are equipped with.
That means nothing curved. Everything is level.
No, that just means that you have a bubble in a small water tank, and it tells you a direction of buoyancy.
Oh, okay. That means geometry is coming to the nuclear science now.
No, buoyancy isn't nuclear science. It's classical dynamics, like from.
What is 1 mile? Is that the nuclear? What is 1 mile? Is that nuclear science?
It isn't nuclear science. It's just.
Oh, okay. Then what? Why buoyancy?
Because buoyancy is in the opposite direction than gravity.
And buoyancy changed to 1 mile.
The direction of buoyancy would change throughout 1 mile, indeed.
Okay, if I see 10 miles of the surface, can buoyancy change to 10 miles of the surface?
I don't understand the question.
You don't. I ask you why you put in the nuclear science now, because we are speaking about distances. and the surface.
If a concept of a bubble going up is nuclear science for you, I don't think this discussion should take
What
place.
is the concept of the surface? Does we need the buoyancy for the surface?
The concept is horizontal, which is 90 degrees from
Does
vertical,
we need
and
buoyancy for the
buoyancy is the
surface?
reference for the
Does
vertical.
we need buoyancy for the surface?
Yes, you do. You need buoyancy to
Okay,
measure
that
the
means
surface.
if I want to measure the surface, I need buoyancy.
Yes, because you need some baseline for measuring it.
Okay,
And
thank you
buoyancy.
very much. I think that everybody heard. That means, people, we need buoyancy if we need to measure something. Did you get it?
If you want to measure the Earth at a large scales, where you cannot just put a tape measure directly at it, then you need some virtual baseline, and
Like
buoyancy
for
provides that
example,
baseline.
if I'm on a balcony, I'm on a balcony now. I see one hill now. It's approximately on 5 miles. I cannot tell you. That means I need to count on buoyancy now to measure that mountain is on 5 miles. That hill, not mountain.
Well, you would if you wanted to measure that from scratch instead of just
Oh,
using
I
data
cannot
from
tell my
data.
wife, look, I cannot tell my wife, look, I'm in Coventry. That maybe it's Hinkley, and that hill it's in Hinkley. And my wife tell me, no, Sasha, you didn't account on buoyancy. That could, maybe it's not Hinkley. Are you saying that?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, my wife is biochemist, even scientist. You know, I need to ask her. Does I need to ask her? Does I need to invoke now buoyancy? Because I'm asking her, is it that Hinkley, that small town with the hill? And she's saying, no, that could be Hinkley on 5 miles, Sasha, but maybe you didn't account on buoyancy.
You're now talking about distance, not the height. This is a completely different thing. Although you could triangulate the distance
I'm
using a
speaking
right
about the
angle
place in
triangle.
distance. I'm speaking of a place in distance in reality on the sphere, you know, and you are telling me that I need to account that measurement with the buoyancy.
How do you think distances are measured?
Then I'm on the balcony. I see the reality. I'm in town. I see another town from the balcony. And can I use that like a measurement, or should I need to invoke the buoyancy?
And that wouldn't be a measurement. That would be just looking at it. It won't tell you anything.
I'm looking at it. I'm going to my computer to see on Google Map where is the distances. Is that good measurement?
So when you're using Google Maps, you're not measuring it. You're using measurements that are already made.
I cannot
And they
use the
were
Google
made.
Map. That means if I take a car and go to one street, and if Google Maps show me that I will go to 100 meters that street, that means that that's not correct measurement.
That would be a correct measurements employing the technology that was already made using a globe, which is GPS.
It will be correct measurement if somebody else from now take a car and go to that Hinkley town, you know, and I'm asking you, are you going this way, following the Google Maps? Should be that a correct measurement to arrive there 4 miles, 5 miles.
Yeah.
With the Google Maps, you know, in the car.
Yeah,
And
I
we
guess
are connected, and we are connected on Discord and speaking, for example, now. And he's going there, you know, and I'm asking you, are you there? Yeah. Did you pass these streets? Yes. Yeah, it's telling 4.5 miles. Yeah, great. Did you account on buoyancy? I asked him, and he said no.
No, because this is a completely different method. You're talking about deriving a distance to something using GPS, where you don't have to do any work by yourself. You just read a reading of a mechanism that was already established by some people in America.
Listen, is this not good measurement? I'm on the balcony watching
is
the
a
town.
measurement.
Another guy is taking the car with the GPS, and I'm looking the GPS. We are going and making all together. Is that not a good example of measurements?
It is a good example of measurement, but this isn't what we were talking about previously. We were talking about measuring a height of something, an elevation profile, and this isn't using GPS.
Still in that town with the distance, you know.
Using
And we will see
triangulation.
how that drop over distance has that, you know, hill.
What? I think you're babbling at this point. Either I'm stupid or Or you're speaking nonsense.
Are you seeing yourself like intelligent in invoking the buoyancy for the measurements?
Well, for the type of measurement we were talking about previously, yes, but then you suddenly shifted to a completely different type of measurement.
No, in the beginning I was speaking only about the surface. You were speaking how the ceilings and something in the sky can tell us what the surface is. And I ask you, what is the better way, the surface itself to tell us the how the surface looks like, or the sky? And you started the both ways, and you come all this story to the buoyancy now. And I'm asking you, what, and you are finding yourself like an intelligent guy. What the fuck has buoyancy to do with the measurements?
Because it can give you an established baseline for measuring the drop from something. A drop isn't something just objective, it's the drop in relation to something, and in this case it would be the horizon.
What is dropping? What are you talking about? I'm watching the hill from the balcony. Nothing is falling. Nothing is falling.
Yeah, it isn't falling because you don't have any reference, you're just eyeballing it.
Man, I want to observe the surface. I'm not watching anything to fall. What are you talking about?
You would need to have something that establishes horizontal and a precise angle measurement device.
Okay. Is that sea level? Is it good for that?
No, a sea level doesn't have anything to do with it.
How we can establish horizontal?
Again, using buoyancy from a spirit level.
We cannot establish horizontal like this watching the horizontal.
How would you watch a horizontal? That statement
How you
doesn't
will
make
establish curve?
by establishing a horizontal and checking if the land drops from that horizontal over distance. If it
And
deviates.
is it dropping over distance?
Yes, it is.
Where?
Everywhere where we make the measurement.
Where?
Where?
Where? Can you say where precisely?
Yeah. Well, one of these measurements was made in the Baltic Sea from Poland.
Okay, where?
I don't remember the name of the town, but it was somewhere in the Baltic Sea, in the Gdańsk
But
Bay.
not in Santa Barbara, not in Bolivia and Salt Lake, not in Suez Canal.
Not in
not
Bolivia. This is just a random example from YouTube.
Yeah, but not in Hungary, not in Suez Canal, not in Santa Barbara, not
Well,
there.
You haven't measured all of the places on the Earth either, and you claimed all of the Earth is flat, so you will also
But in Baltic
extrapolate
Sea,
something.
in Baltic Sea, yes, there it is.
You also do the same thing. You just take a finite number of observations and then you extrapolate it on the entire Earth. It's impossible to measure all the places on Earth.
Okay, let's do it like this. Can we post all that examples of the drop over distance, and I will post that examples of not drop over distance, and we will see how much there is examples of drop over distance and examples of not drop over distance. Okay, MBO?
Okay.
Okay, let's start it. You start first and I will after you. And we go one by one, okay? Video by video, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Firstly, Jesse made a lot of measurements on that. He's a veteran of drop over distance, so he would contribute much to that.
You can't use Jesse. Yeah, hold on. You can't use Jesse because he ends his whole thing with a question. He never gets to an answer. You're looking for answers, not questions here.
He just makes measurements, and
Yeah, and
measurements
then
are
he asks, "What is the path of light?" The question is about the path of light, not about the Earth. So
Exactly, and we're not interested in what he did. I'm more interested in how we got the values in these figures to begin with.
Yes,
That's how it must have been gained, right? Through extrapolation and measurement and inference and interpretation of measuring other things that isn't the surface, right?
Yeah, you're in the category area if you're using anything from Jesse. He's talking about light, not the surface of the Earth.
No, he's definitely talking about the surface of the
No,
Earth.
he asks at the end of his presentation. He asks, "What is the path of light?"
Yeah. I
not
haven't
the
heard
surface.
about. I haven't heard that particular statement, but from the context, it was probably because the path of light in that observation would have to be so ridiculous for the Earth to be flat and match it that he asked this as a rhetorical question.
No, that's a
MBO, you
full
said you
king
have
caboodle. But he never
But you-
presents his answer. That's the main problem. If he does have an answer, let's see that. Let's see the answer, not the question.
Yeah, the answer would be slightly bending downward at usual conditions.
Bendizontal?
Bending downward. This is
Yeah,
what is
you call
predicted
it
from usual
bendizontal?
conditions. No bendizontal. I don't know what that means.
What's what Bev says when when people say like, does it bend? Yeah. Is it also horizontal? Yep. Bendizontal.
I don't listen to Bev. I find him really annoying.
MBO examples, all that you said everywhere. That means every video with 10 miles, 66 foot drop everywhere, all the time.
Yeah, I just posted 2 examples from Jesse. I can post more if you want.
Not Jesse. Every time, everywhere, 10 miles, 66 foot of drop everywhere, all the time. Only when conditions are not good, maybe somewhere, you cannot see. That's okay. When you can see,
Yeah, Jesse didn't get a Nobel Prize for measuring the Earth. Okay, there was those values already existing. Is this how those values were derived originally?
No, he's just confirming them.
No. No, we're looking for the discovery of it to begin with.
But you don't like
through
the discovery.
through that method, through a direct measurement.
But you don't like
Either
the
it's been
discovery
done or it hasn't been done, and those values are not qualified. Hasn't been quantified.
Again, you won't like the discovery because essentially people originally discovered the Earth is spherical because of stars, and you don't like that.
Whack on the keyboard, keep looking shit up and
Think of
posting
it,
it.
guys. Think of it
And you
like
don't like that method not because of some specific reason, but because of simple like dogma. It doesn't have any
I
rational
don't have
reason to
dogma.
reject that.
I don't have dogma, dude. Like, think of the thing you're doing. It's like a labyrinth. So dodge that bad stuff. Do the good stuff. Dodge the bad. If you see bad, run away. Trust me, it's better.
What I'm talking about is that it doesn't make any sense because the original reason why people believe the Earth is a globe is stars, but flat earthers already rejected any discussion on that topic. So why are they still asking
Stars?
for the original measurements?
Okay, which
They
word
already decided to not accept them.
Yeah, which
No.
word do you see as
On a
flat
bigger scale,
Earth?
Earth is flat. That's the truth. The globe is the globe, and ball, and that's. I get it. I get what you're saying, but it's important that the Earth is flat. How are we supposed to know then what we are doing? When you're outside. It's kind of serious. It's not willy-nilly.
Hope you all liked my cur puns.
Is that Dell? Are you back, dude?
I'm just here for fun.
No, I mean earlier. Did you leave and then decide you weren't going to come back anymore?
No, dude, I'm just over the way that what's his face mutes me every time I talk.
Well, are you on topic or not on topic?
I don't know, man. I generally start talking when the room's been silent for about 10 minutes, and that still pisses him off. So what do I do?
We'll
Stay
just
on
stay
topic and you'll
stay
probably
on
be all right.
topic. Yeah. Is the topic? Do you understand the topic of this room to be something other than flat Earth? Did we lose contact? Del, are you there? Hello, Del, you there?
Who are we talking to?
The Del. He was here a minute ago. It looks like we lost contact again.
Well, he's still there, but whether he's busy or something, who knows?
But even if the original method of establishing these values is something that you reject, how is the original method relevant to an ability to then verify it? Even if someone
Hold on
claimed
a
to
minute.
have like a
You said everywhere was proof of curvature. The only thing you've come up with is Jesse, and now you're making excuses to back Jesse. You should have hundreds of videos, hundreds of photos to drop on us. Please go and get them.
yeah, these videos were an example.
Jesse is not an example. Jesse's also known for being a liar.
Yeah, he also doesn't have an answer. What he has is a question. He has questions, not answers. So when we're looking for answers, you would want answers, not questions. Questions would be more looking for answers. What we're looking for is the answer, not the question.
From what I remember, if you want diverse sources, Beth was also a person who measured job over distance with the Blackpool Tower.
So we're back to
No, that's a failure. Have a look at the distance from where it was taken from. You shouldn't be able to see the island at all in the background. Next.
What was the math for that? That he shouldn't see the island?
Due to the distance of it, it should be hidden completely behind the curvature that's not there.
Show the math.
Work the bastard out yourself. Get off your ass.
Okay.
Instead of whinging at us about how we're wrong all the time, prove it. Must be bedtime. Have a good night, ladies and gentlemen, or a good morning or afternoon. I'll catch us all later.
All right, good night.
Walter Gieslin also measured the drop over distance. This is the third source already, if you don't want only one person, along with Jesse Kozłowski and with Sondli. They did what's called Rainy Lake experiment, where they had a set of observation points in the lake that were supposed to be perfectly lined in one line, in one plane, if the Earth was flat, but traced a curve in reality. So there's already 3 sources and 2 measurements from one source, so 4 in total. Fourth measurement that was made by a debunker called Science It Out with a theodolite. I only have a few of them because I'm limiting myself just to measurements, because that was what was requested, where we actually measure values. If I were to expand to observations where you just look at things and then extrapolate something from them, then the list could expand to basically any long distance observation photo showing things being lower than you would expect them to be. The peak Canigou one, for example, where there's a sunset and you can only see the very, very top of the peak. The one in infrared with the Pyrenees mountains taken from Alps, or was it in reverse? I think it was in reverse. It was the Alps from Pyrenees. I also personally took a photo like that where I was in Italy and there was an island, Corsica. I think it was Corsica, and I took a photo of that Corsica and compared it to a 3D panorama model of how this Corsica would look like, and I noticed that it was basically just the top of that Corsica and the entire bottom was hidden. I can also send that. The one with also Blackpool Tower, the Ranty one, that's also a good one, but it's also just an observation, not a measurement. Here's the observation that I took, the one with the Corsica island, where there's firstly there's the photo on the first image, then there's a simulation overlaid over it with the globe prediction, and then you have the flood prediction. When you compare it, the silhouette is basically just the top of the island, not the entire island itself. And it's hidden at the globe predicted rate because it was just generated at normal settings, and at normal settings the software just assumes the globe. I had to edit the settings for it to assume flat Earth, because these panoramas work of globe, because the globe works the best in reality. If you want to talk about observations, I sent this with long distance observations that were supposedly a proof of flat Earth. They were originally used by Father Side, and then a guy took them and made analysis of them. It isn't essentially a measurement, it's just an observation, but it also shows drop over distance. First was made by Jaran, and another one by some random French guy that isn't even a part of Flat Earth community, so two additional sources. If Jesse is a problem.
No, why? Okay, why do you think Jesse's a problem? Where did you get that from?
Well, that's what you told me, right?
No,
that he
no.
only
I said
gives you
if you're
the...
looking for answers, do you use answers or do you use questions?
I don't even need any answers. I just need to have data, and Jesse provides that. I can look at data and then use my own brain and get to my own conclusion. I can just ignore Jesse's answer completely and just look at the numbers.
No, his question. You ignore his question.
Yes, I can ignore it.
Okay.
I can just watch the video, look at him measuring it, him taking the video of it to confirm that he's actually doing that, and stop the video at that moment. Don't give a fuck about the ending, and take a calculator and see if it matches the predictions.
and then what? Answer the question or ask the question? You got a question, an answer or not?
Well, you could do it both ways. You could say that it answers the question, is the Earth flat? And the answer is no.
What the path
Or
of
you could,
light? What's the path of light?
yeah, you could also continue it by applying to some other factors like bending of light, and then you could ask another question: what
So
is
now you
happening
got
with the light?
bendizontal. So with bendizontal, do you see the curve of the Earth, or do you see light bending?
You see, both is a false dilemma.
It's both. It's not just
Yes.
one or the other.
Yes, regardless if
And
the
how
Earth
do
is
you
flat
know?
or not, if the light is bending, then
How
you
do you
could
know?
see. Then you would see
If the
some kind of
light
distortion.
if the light bends to match the curve of the Earth, how do you know if you're seeing the curve of the Earth or not?
Because I can take the readings of the air conditions and calculate how much light bending I would expect from that and account for it.
Yeah, if it matches the curve of the Earth, then how would you know?
It doesn't match the curve perfectly.
Oh, it doesn't now. Okay,
It never did.
never. You can't.
It
Just
it
can't.
makes the Earth appear as a bigger ball, not as a plane. That's where the 6 of Earth's radius comes from. It's a sphere of 7/6 Earth's radius. This is what the Earth is usually observed as. When that guy that started the discussion comes back, tell him that I requested from him to send me on DMs or here and ping me the videos or photos showing it isn't dropping over distance, because this was what we essentially wanted to do. I was supposed to show the measurements showing that it does drop, and he was supposed to show measurements that show that it doesn't, and we would compare the numbers of these measurements. But I guess he got bored about the conversation and left in the middle. And honestly, I don't blame him.
You're guessing what? What's your guess?
That he got bored of the conversation because it kind of diverted to another topic.
No, it's the same topic.
Jesse.
Yeah, so
No,
you got a guy who did something. He told you why he did it, and you use it for a different purpose, and then you don't give the answer anyway.
He didn't say that this is what the purpose of the measurement was.
What's the purpose then? Would be to what? Answer the question or not answer it?
To test if the Earth is flat or not, if it's spherical
No,
or
it's
not.
about light. He's talking. The topic is light.
No.
Most recently, the path of light.
If she actually said that, I'm trusting you that he did, then this was just a rhetorical question, because again, the path of light, to explain it on flat Earth, would be so ridiculous that the question answers itself basically. But from the context of the entire debate topic, obviously he's talking about the shape of the Earth, because this is what we're fucking discussing all the time.
Yeah,
So
he
you're,
doesn't discuss that. For
he
him,
does though.
yeah, no, for him, that discussion was settled 2,000 years ago. If you ask Jesse, hey, Jesse, when was the globe proven? He'll say, like, whatever, 3,000, 4,000, 2,000. He'll tell you in the thousands of years ago, this discussion was had and it was settled. Right now, he's talking about the path of light. Completely different topic. And he doesn't know the path of light. So he's looking for answers on how the path of light works on the globetard. Nothing to do with the flat earth. Jesse is 100% bought in on the globetard, not the flat earth.
How about we just ask him? How about I just text him? He always responds.
Yeah,
And
more power to you. Go have that debate. You can talk about bendy Zontal, and he can talk about how light goes in straight lines.
I don't really think he said that ever. I think you're imagining that for some reason.
Yeah, he drew lines. If you see it, he goes, "This is the path of light," and then he drew bendy lines and said, "How could this be the path of light? If the path of light is straight, how can it bend?"
So do you think his argument is that the light doesn't bend?
No, his argument is the Earth is a globe, and he doesn't know the path of light. He's confused about it. It's up in the air. It's a possible debate topic that you can have. You could do this. Or you could talk about, hey, which way does light bend? Or you could talk about flat Earth, even though he thinks this was settled thousands of years ago. Thousands. Like literally thousands of years. This is basically like, hey, Jesse, do you want to talk about the invention of fire? He's like, no, dude, we got like nuclear reactors and shit. Like fire being like the primary source of energy, that was like thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago. Now he wants to talk about nuclear power and solar power and all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah, but because something was already discovered for the first time a long time ago, this doesn't prohibit you from independently verifying it
So
sometime
go
later.
check with Jesse about like, hey, why do you think that something that was settled thousands of years ago doesn't need to be independently validated again? And he might give you the answer to that or not. I mean, it could go both ways.
I mean, you could also say that the path of light was already a long time ago. Refraction was
That's what I'm
known
saying.
since
So if you can
centuries.
convince him, that would be some powerful stuff. Here's a guy who says you can never be convinced. The best you'll ever get is 99.9%. So if you could convince him that he's wrong, that you can be 100%, that would be some powerful stuff too.
I mean,
They'd be like, hey, Jesse, who convinced you that you could be convinced? Embo. Really, how did he do that? By using your own logic. He cited what you said back to you. And then notice what happened next. You wrote down the results and you tested it and you got to a conclusion that was either A or B. No gray. There's no in the middle. It was either true, 0, or 1. complete Boolean expression. So this is why a lot of you guys are confused about how computers work. Because inside your worldview, it can't be. It's not possible for it to only be A or B. It could be A plus B, A with a little bit of B, A and C. Like there's always these boundaries between reality and fantasy. So if you could get to some place where you know, and you know 100%, and you got Jesse to get there, that would be like, holy shit, now what? What happens next?
I have no words, just one quick question. Did you talk about this with Jesse, or did you just pick? Did you just kind of discover this lore based on his videos and your own interpretation?
Well, how about come up with an answer? What do you think?
I think the second option.
Perfect. Now use that. See, I like when people come up with their own answers. That way, if they deny the answer that they came up with, it highlights, well, what's the point in talking to you? You can't even follow your own logic. Why would I present anything to you if even internally it's a big empty, it's a big like empty space? You don't know for sure. You just drew upon some kind of conclusion.
Good
Yes,
morning.
good morning. You could reason based on a conclusion, but not all of the conclusions, not of all inferences are equal, because they could be altered by many factors, like some biases or some lack of mental capabilities sometimes.
Yeah, so instead of someone saying they don't know, they know and they don't know at the same time, which is why it's going to be interesting to have you talk to Jesse.
Yeah, that's why it's the best option. You can just talk to Jesse, ask him what he actually meant instead of making some weird theories, especially because of these factors that I just mentioned.
Be like, what is your path of light?
No, I'm not talking about asking him for path of light. You can just ask him, and I would just do it now. What was the purpose of the measurement in the first place? What was it determining the path of light or determining the shape of the Earth? And I don't really think he would agree with you.
So yeah, then he ends with a question. So here's the purpose. The purpose is determining the shape of the Earth, and his purpose was bunk. He didn't get there. What he did get to is a question about light. That's where he ended up. So you could say, hey, you're well intentioned. You got all the well intentions of the whole universe behind you. You've got all these things where you intend on solving world peace, but what you ended up with was asking the question, why are Americans or first world countries, why are they so fat? What's going on? Why do you have people, this is just an analogy, mind you. So your goal was, your intentions, you set forth an intention, and your goal, let's fix it. What do you want to fix? World hunger. You're tired of seeing people starve. Today, right now, today, people will starve to death in the world somewhere. someone's going to die today from starving to death, and you wanted to solve that, and your method to solve it ended up asking the question, how is it possible that person A is eating themselves to death and person B is starving to death? And you could say, well, the question's hypothetical. It already has an answer baked into it. It doesn't matter. What matters is what your intention was inside your worldview, mind you, not mine. Mine would be like, hey, what did you come up with? What answer did you come up with? That'd be my worldview. I'd ask you, what's your answer? And your worldview would be, well, the answer is you're not supposed to ask. You're just supposed to know it. And you know it because if there's a question on the table where you can only be, at best, 99.9% sure, you could just mark that off as you're sure enough and then just take it to the bank.
I'm crying right now. This information gave me a deeper understanding about reality.
Yeah, now you can use it or don't. You pick.
Thank you, but I don't think I will.
Literally choose your own adventure. So now you've got a deeper understanding. Hey, adventurer, do you turn to page 17? Or do you just throw the book on the ground and pretend like none of this ever happened? Over. Start back over. Start from page 1 for some random reason. Because you didn't like the way the story was going. So pick a new story then. The Embo story. The story of Embo.
Do you think the Embo Earth will become a plausible alternative for the flat Earth globe models?
No, I don't think. Yeah, I would say your ability to articulate is very poor.
I agree with that, actually.
So you could be right. Let's say you've got an inside track on the nature of creation, and you're right. It doesn't matter because you'll never be able to articulate your position well enough for anyone to agree or disagree with you.
Yeah, and you also have the opposite effect where the position is really poorly defined and defended, but the person has good rhetoric skills, he can articulate it well. That's why there are people like Nathan Oakley or Quantum Eraser.
Yeah, or NASA. They just point a gun in your face.
Yeah, dude, what you're saying is quite true. Anyone who's sufficiently skilled at communicating can get anyone to believe anything.
Bless America. We landed on the moon. I saw it on TV.
Yeah, NASA. I believe that NASA's position is true independently, separately from what they are saying because of the evidence. But assuming it would be hypothetically false,
so God
I agree
did
that
pick
they
America.
would.
So God
I
did pick
agree.
America to win the space race?
I have no idea. Probably no.
Well,
I don't
that's
think this has
NASA.
anything to do
NASA
with
was
God.
like, God bless America. God loves capitalism. Yeehaw!
Okay, I was talking about NASA's position on the shape of the Earth, to be more specific.
And their position is that only with God can you explore space because the Earth is a globe. And what's even better is you can trust God to pick the right side because that's the only thing you can trust. You trust in God.
I think you're confused in your role or in your own lore. Wasn't NASA supposed to be driving people away from God?
No, they drive people towards God. Their version of God, not your version. They'll even
Yeah,
tell you.
that's important though, because God's not in the world. They want you to worship the world like it's God.
They wrote a book. I post it all the time in text chat. The astronaut wrote a book about how you can find space Jesus. Like it's on sale right now. Like it's like 80% off or some shit. It's like Prime or Amazon Prime deals, whatever they call it.
So is this God supposed to be some alternative interpretation of the Abrahamic God or some completely different type of God?
Yeah, go ask them. Say, hey, when you talk about finding space Jesus, are you talking about space in Jesus? Or are you talking about not space in
Well,
Jesus?
Why would I ask them if you're already an expert in that topic?
Well, I didn't write the book.
Just
They
ask
did.
you.
Yeah, the astronaut wrote the book about space Jesus. I didn't write that book. Say, just like you would go to Jesse for the source, you could go to Jesus or go to NASA. You could say, hey, Jesus, did you talk to an astronaut in space? And see what Jesus tells you. Jesus could say, no, that wasn't me. And you'd be like, hey, NASA lied. Or what if Jesus tells you, oh, by the way, oh, you heard about that? Yeah, that's true. This like these astronauts went to space and I like talked to them about America and stuff. And you're like, cool, dude. Like, can you sign this book that the astronauts wrote in your name? And he's like, no, I can't sign it, but what I can do is I'll answer your prayers about trying to figure out what the path of light is. I'll give you that answer instead. But you really have to believe in it. You can't be 99.9%. You got to be 100%. You got to make sure that you believe with all your heart, in all your soul, that there is no doubt in your mind that, and I will, and maybe not, maybe he might be a hard ask. Because this is where, like Bill Nelson, the current director of NASA, he knows God is talking to him because God told him to come out of retirement. You know, Bill Nelson's like, sure, God, why should I come out of retirement? Because God said, well, if you want America to come back to the moon, you're the one to do it. I grant thee supernatural abilities. And he's like, challenge accepted. And he'll tell you about it. I mean, all over the internet, Bill Nelson talking about how he talks to God and knows that God's speaking and what God is telling him. How about this, Bill Nelson? Can I talk to God too? Or is it just you? Is it only you? Or is it other astronauts too? You know, Bill Nelson's an astronaut, mind you. So you've got an astronaut, retired politician, talking to God about returning America to the moon. And he seems like you can't talk to God yourself to ask him to verify the story. But you can talk to Bill Nelson about it. So send him an email. Be like, hey, dude, on this date here, you referenced you could hear God. What did God sound like? Was it high pitched? Was it low pitched? Was it like a hum that you deciphered? Did God speak in English? Was it kind of a telepathy thing? Did he like beam the thoughts into your mind? Was it like a magic 8-ball? You like shook it, and all of a sudden it just appeared? I mean, what exactly did it look like? Like describe it. He's like, yeah, watch as I go to the moon. You're like, okay, I see what you're doing here. This is just more ethnocentric jingoism. You're not talking to God. You're pretending. This guy's a phony.
Have you ever talked to God?
No, I think I've listened to God before, but I don't think I've ever talked directly to God.
But so you still would be able to hear his voice if you listen, right? So you will be able to
No, more like a
know what
message.
would be.
A message that was sent.
Yeah, then why do you require from that guy to know all of these properties, like the pitch of the voice or whatever?
Well, you need you need a prophet. A prophet would decipher the word of God. You ever heard that before? Someone who's a prophet?
Well, there's many people who claim to be.
Yeah, like is Bill Nelson a prophet?
I don't think so.
But he thinks he is. Is he lying to you?
Either lying, I think, or he's just schizophrenic or whatever, and interpreting the
bullshitting,
signals in some way. That doesn't have to be correct.
He's bullshitting because it's a grift. He wants a job, a cushy government job at the highest level. I mean, say if you were to yoink that, be like, okay, how about this? If you're literally doing the word of God, can you do it with volunteer funding? Or do you have to use it? Do you have to literally use tax dollars to do it? Enough people follow you? Like with other prophets, did they require this level of deficit spending? Or is it just you? The only prophet who required massive, back-breaking federal deficit spending. All the other prophets kind of just winged it and just made it happen. You, on the other hand, need some sort of you need to get your while the getting's good. You gotta have these $1 million, with these like $1,000 suits, expensive dinners and luncheons. You got a big cushion, on your desk chair.
How do you know that all of these things are what's supposed to be the requirement for him for God to speak to him? Maybe he was already doing his thing, NASA was already like sending rockets, and then God spoke to that guy, but it's just like a side thing.
Yeah, the side hustle.
The requirement. He's just helping them in what they were already doing, right?
It's like a side hustle. Like fund NASA via super chats. That's like every time they want money, they gotta fire up their YouTube, and the only funding they get is via super chat. And then let's see how much God's talking. Let's check it out. Let's compare government talking, which is like $26 billion a year, and then let's see God talking. Are you able to spread the word and get people to agree with you? My take is that if they actually had to like do a bake sale or super chats or stuff like that, people wouldn't even tune in for entertainment purposes.
I'm sorry, but I have to leave for dinner or whatever. I have been already sitting here for a long time, and this doesn't just go anywhere. This discussion.
Yeah, well, take it to space. Take it to. You could take it to space. You could take it to Jesse. You could take it to Jesus, space Jesus. You can take the conversation any direction you want. It just matters, like, at the end, did you come up with an answer or did you come up with a question? It sounds like here you're coming up with another question. That you're here and you want to know why the conversation didn't conclude. When, that shows a contradiction here, when you think the conversation actually concluded 2,000 years ago. So 2,000 years ago, the conversation ended, but today, for 14 hours, no end in sight. To quote
Would
Jesse
you,
Peterson, amazing.
Before you leave, Embo, would you agree that there's something analogous to a theology in what you believe?
In what I believe?
Yeah, like it's a theology without a Bible, sure.
And
The Bible and their stories.
I guess you could. I guess
You
you
got
could
Lunar
call it
Bible.
an. I guess I would agree that everyone has like an ideology that motivates what you're doing. I wouldn't say an ideology has some things in common with religion, but not all things. If you want to generalize religion to some more generalized definition, it would be basically synonymous.
Analogous. I said analogous, not synonymous.
Yeah, probably. Like the fact that I believe there are some values that are like more true than some other values that someone else could imagine, and that this value should lead humanity to better.
No, you're missing my point, but I don't want to start a new line of inquiry because you actually want to go, but maybe next time.
No, but if you want to like to say to ask me if I believe like in some superpower or some god or whatever, then I would say so. If you want to get that analogous with theology. Because this depends on how strictly you use the word religion. Some people that think about religion negatively want to accuse of other people of having religion as if it was a bad thing. They often use a very generalized definition of it, like for example that it's just something that's important for you. I've heard flat earthers using that definition, for example.
Right, but I'm thinking about what defines a theology without needing to have the reference point of religion. How is it done? How is it communicated? What does it engender of the proponent? And it's a one-to-one with heliocentrism. It's a theology without a religion because you decry religion and replace it and say, I don't need to call it this, but I'm going to do all the same things anyway.
How do you understand the term theology? Because I don't think heliocentrism matches any definition of it that is known to mankind. I think theology is relating the properties of God, of the higher power. Or what are the properties of that power?
Once again, you keep asserting that I'm trying to make a synonymous comparison. It's an analogous comparison, but I'm not going to continue with you because you keep saying you want to go.
Well, he only wanted to go because he thought the conversation wasn't going anywhere. Maybe he wants to stay now if he feels like it's going somewhere.
Yes, if it's going to be more interesting than speaking about space juices, then why not?
Well, here's the thing, man. Like, I don't make a business of going into churches and decrying their faith to them. But if you're not willing to admit that you're operating off of faith, then, like, how am I supposed to have this conversation with you? I want to get to the same level of understanding before we have the conversation. That's all.
But the problem is that you don't want to strictly define the word. If you don't define how you understand the word, then I have no basis that I can answer you if I believe in that word or not. Because I know I have already my understanding of the word theology, I gave you my response assuming this understanding, and you said it's completely irrelevant. So that means that you have to understand
Yeah, no,
this word completely in another
it's
way.
irrelevant because it's reductive to my actual premise, which is that there's an analogy found in the methodology, not the definitions themselves.
No, in methodology. No, I don't think. I don't think the methodology is analogous. I think it's in fact completely polar opposites because science, the goal of science is to take observations
Dude,
and
do you
then
know
draw
the
data
band
from.
Rush? Have you ever heard the Canadian band Rush?
No.
If you look up the album 2112, you'll find it's written about the future of humanity where science became the religion and a man finds a guitar from the ancient past and he tries to bring music back, but the science killed the music and the artistic expression to make everybody a New World Order agent agenda. Now, they put that album out in 1975. It'll teach you a lot about what I'm trying to say to you about the religion of scientism.
If you want to call science a religion, I think that wouldn't match the definition of how it's currently understood, and you would need to expand it to fit your narrative. Because in how religion is understood, it relates to some supernatural being and how this being interacts with humanity and what are the properties of that being, and science is completely not that thing. So you're probably
hold up this guy like Eratosthenes like some kind of prophet, you know? There's one point I could make about it. Like he said very little and his experiment proves nothing, but you still treat him like you deify him. Yeah, like he's your John the Baptist for working out the earth as a ball. Just like John the Baptist was our agent for working out that this is the Son of God. Yeah, it's the same story with different words. What don't you get?
Yeah, then you would have to basically redefine what religion means, because this isn't what religion means for in any dictionary and in any public understanding. This is basically what I already referenced, that you want to expand the definition as basically like something that is important to someone. So
Yeah,
if the
like all you're doing is conflating what I'm saying is something else, so it's become very unproductive, and I won't be continuing with you tonight.
Okay. Yeah, for how I understand the word religion, even if someone is, let's say, praised for discovering something, that still doesn't relate to religion, because religion has to be about something supernatural. It's just one of the many factors that it could have in common with religion, but there are also factors that doesn't have in common with religion, and that makes it a religion. Like simply being, admiring someone for achieving something is just natural human quality. Religion has in common with that because it's just one of the many things that involve that. But this doesn't mean that all of these circumstances in which it happens is religion. In religion, you admire someone for communicating with God or being sent by God. But according to your logic, if someone's kid achieves something good, something great, like for example finishes some college or whatever, and the parents are proud of them, this is religion because one person is proud of other person's achievements. This isn't how logic works. If you want to redefine a word from how it's publicly understood without giving your own definition, so I basically have to guess what you mean, and then you get mad at me because I'm responding to it, assuming the definition that is publicly known, and this doesn't lead to anything. Like, for example, I could ask you if you believe in unicorns, and then you say no, and then I laugh at you because you don't believe in unicorns, because I have my personal understanding of the word unicorn as grass. I think that the word unicorn means grass, so you don't believe in grass. This is basically what you're doing. You have some weird, some crazy alternative view on what religion means. I respond to you how, based on how religion is understood by literally everyone besides you, and then you get mad at me because it doesn't match your weird definition, which is basically admiring someone, I guess. I could admit that science could become an ideology, and for so many people it has, because ideology is like the set of values that you think is important, and that people should have priority in them for the society to develop properly. And indeed, science has become like something that people think should be prioritized for like many people. But I wouldn't go as far as calling that religion, because religion, in all of the cases, yet had that supernatural connotation. And this is basically how it's distinguished from like just normal ideology. So I would admit that you have a point, but maybe the words that were used don't really match it properly.
Because science is a method, right? Natural science.
Yes, it's a method.
Yeah, it's a method.
But you could have science could be more important or less important to a person, so you could have some emotional value in that method. There are people who like basically praise science for like giving people technology or whatever, progressing society.
Well, science doesn't care about your feelings, basically, does it? Not that it cares, it's just a method.
It doesn't care about your feelings, but how people perceive science would determine if it's going to progress or not. If people don't care about science at all, scientists don't get proper fundings, then there will be no discoveries.
If we don't support this science thing, it's never going to get off the flat ground. Well done.
Yeah, he just doesn't know what science is.
I do. I simply
Do you think you can
that
do science on like stuff in the sky, like the stars and stuff?
Yes, you can.
Astrophysics.
Yes, astrophysics is a branch of science. I think that you basically did with science what you did with religion, which is redefining it with completely different definition than how the entire rest of the society calls it, and then getting mad at people for
It
using
sounds like
definitions.
you'd rather argue semantics than the facts.
Bro,
Yeah,
I didn't get mad at you at all. I just said I'm sick of you conflating everything that I say when you ask repeatedly for the same point of clarity and I give it to you 3 different ways and you conflate it the same way 3 times.
what's the proper way then?
Listen to the information, absorb it, think critically, logically.
I did that, and I guess I failed. Maybe I'm stupid.
Yeah, you failed miserably. It seems you have a response for everything without actually listening to someone's point. That's just me, though. Seems like blind defense of something that's imaginary to me.
Science isn't imaginary, it's just a method.
There's the conundrum. There's science, and then there's pseudoscience.
How do you differentiate science? Then how do you make a difference between science and pseudoscience? How do you
There are
determine?
things that are proven with real science, and there are things that are imaginary theories, pseudoscience.
Pseudoscience is what's claimed.
Sorry.
Pseudoscience is what's claimed to be science that hasn't gone through the scientific method. That's what pseudoscience is. So science is what's gone. Scientific evidence has gone through the scientific method.
Okay, what is an example of science that went through the scientific method?
Testing things like, or experimenting on things, or observing things like buoyancy and density, and then you have the pseudoscience version where you have a cause, which is gravity, a theory, but there's an effect, which is gravity, which is a theory, but there's no cause. You can explain these things with buoyancy and density, and you have a cause, and you can test it and repeat it, but you can't do these things with gravity. Therefore, gravity equals pseudoscience.
You can test it with gravity though. Gravity makes a simple prediction.
The other issue I wanted to raise, right, is that science is meant to be, by its very definition, fallible, yeah? But you treat it as if it's infallible, which is how people treat their religion.
Oh
yeah, then I could agree with that some people do that.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
when I came in and you explained it to him when I came in, you were explaining that to him, but he just hand waved it and switched points. Yeah.
It sounded to me like he wanted to say that science is literally a religion.
No, people that don't understand science and defend the wrong things, i.e., pseudoscience, don't understand science. And once people like me identify that these people aren't listening or unable to change or grasping onto their religion, there's no need to talk.
Yeah, man. It's like I told you that I think it's analogous, and you were like, what do you mean? Do you think it's synonymous? And now you're saying, oh, so you think it's literally the same thing? You're degrading with your perceptions.
I.e., he'd rather argue semantics than facts. Yeah, I said it earlier.
I mean, I think what you truly fear is being perceived as silly. Yeah, for people to look at you and go, well, that's a silly person with silly beliefs. Well, welcome to our world. Yeah, how's it feel? See you later. Too hard for you to even think about and stay to hear.
Get rid of that ego, maybe absorb some information, maybe think for yourself, maybe have it in your mind that the governments or the people that are lying to you are not out to help you, and then maybe you can absorb the information critically.
Is it such a bad thing to be perceived as a silly man with silly beliefs? Like, does that hurt you somehow? I mean, most people think I'm a silly man with silly beliefs, and you know what? It bothers me not a whit. Because I'm not, like, confronted with my own subconscious when people point out the gaps in my belief system because I thoroughly vet them and make sure I have as little gaps as possible.
Well, there you have the psychology of it, because that's my main focus right there. The problem is people egos get in the way, and they think about how the majority will feel about them following something contradictory. Yeah, it's a psychological issue, 100%.
If you care
But
about
who
how
are
other
silly
people
men
perceive
who
your
sincerely
beliefs, then
believe?
you're
If you watch the Mars celebration conference that they put on when they apparently landed on Mars, it's an hour and a half worth of silly men making silly comments. Literal.
A bit of my point of view is they're 100% laughing at the people who blindly follow them, because they know they're lying. They know that you're dumb enough not to catch the lie, and they know that your feelings will get in the way of you listening to anything contrary to what they say is the truth.
Right. So they manufacture suspension of belief the same way a movie does, by carefully crafting your psychological and emotional receptivity to the humor.
That's psychology talk right there. I love it.
Well, yeah, my mum is an honors graduate psychologist, so people look at me and they think that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'd like to see you prove that.
I love it. I love it.
Jungian or Freudian?
Trying to state that there's working Freudian psychologists just shows that you haven't been to university. Sorry, bro, not an accusation.
No, it's just a question. Did you study Freudian or
Well,
Jungian
nobody
psychology?
nobody studies Freudian psychology anymore. The only thing we use from Freudian psychology is the superego, the ego, and the id. And even then, only very sparsely when we default to not having any other data to work with. But basically, the entire Freudian model was thrown out in the 60s. It's one of the many fallacies that they'll unteach you in the first month of psychology at uni.
100%, especially in general psychology. Yeah.
So you don't know, so Jungian or what? So
So
Jungian.
close to Jungian, but there's so many branches of psychology that it's not set to one static model. You can be a neuropsychologist, you can be a behavioral psychologist, you can be a developmental psychologist. Yeah, it's limitless. It's all human expression. You can't encapsulate it.
Well, no, I just had a question for you. To the guy who's talking about what they teach in uni. Why do you trust what they teach in uni about psychology and not physics?
Here's why. Psychology is the only scientific field that states, right? We don't know what consciousness is. We don't know where it comes from. It appears to function off of the physical mechanics of the brain, but that doesn't account for its causation or exactly its function. So what we do is we study behaviors and we take vast quantities of data and compare them to find trends in that data. Right? It's very hard to make conclusive claims in psychology. What they do is draw inferences. It's very different to psychiatry, which is I consider a bunk science that tells you that people's brains are broken so we can physically fix them with drugs. Yeah, they're diametrically opposed, and until you understand that, you won't understand the broadness of the field of psychology.
Well, that is funny because I do work in medicine, and I would probably hold an opposite view from you, I guess. So it's pretty funny.
So, do you work in medicine or psychology specifically?
Medicine.
Yeah, there's a difference. He just explained it.
Yeah, but it is funny, right? Because you trust the professors in school to teach you about psychology and not about how things fall down.
Once again, yes, science, you can relate to things in the physical, natural world real science, testable, repeatable, and then there's pseudoscience, unprovable theories. Yes,
And
there's a
like
difference.
you're making a bunch of assumptions about me, namely that I believe anything that any teacher's ever said to me. When did I tell you that?
You just told me that in uni they said that it's bunk.
No, I
Or it's bunk.
explained what psychology is and how it works. That doesn't say a goddamn thing about what I believe as a human.
Who told you that Ford is bunk? Do you believe Ford is bunk?
Yeah, just ignore him building up the straw man. Yeah, no need for logical fallacies. I don't think you grasp the conversation at this point.
It's pretty simple, bro. He said
Yeah,
Ford is
yeah, I
bunk.
understand your
I
argument,
presume he
100%.
believes
I'm not
that,
trying to be
right?
rude. I'm
And I
not trying to
presume
be
he
rude.
believes that because someone told him that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude. I understand your argument, but part of his explanation of psychology was it was the answer. It's the answer you're looking for.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
Yeah, when you have emotional connectivity to the argument, yeah, things like this happen. Yeah, you want to question people and figure out. Yeah, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, you need to. Yeah. You want to question people, right? Including your psych professor at uni. You should question people, 100%.
Different paradigm, but yeah, I get it.
I mean, pretty much every teacher I've ever had, be it from a young age to the age I am now, I've made it a habit to try to find a question they can't answer because I don't see them as authority figures. I see them as a bunch of people who read a bunch of books and learned how to remember exactly what it said in those books. That's all it is.
So why is psychology an exception?
It's not. You use your discernment, your logic. You know, thinking as a living human, as a living individual. You know, your brains. You can discern what's real or not. It tells you in the book.
Yeah, in the book. Yeah, exactly, in the book.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're reaching for straw mans. Are you listening? Yes, you can use your discernment to discern what is telling you the truth or what is a lie. Yes, obviously they're lying to you. Figure out what's real. Yeah, use your common sense. Don't
Yep.
just
The
blindly
physics books are lying, not the
silly
psychology
people
books.
because it sounds silly. Yeah, use your brain for a second.
So interestingly, this is what happens anytime you have a psychiatrist and a psychologist in a room together. And I don't think either one of us are actually what that's defined as, but we're proponents of each school. And this is what happens if we're in the same space. He'll attack me and I'll say, no, I'm not going to engage you, but you'll continue to attack me until I just, shut up.
Then I point it out and he'll just reset and try it again later.
Yeah, I mean, you get
When I
exactly
mentioned
what's going on. Dude. I'm
um,
quite grateful that you're able to form all these rebuttals that are like, it's like you're reading out of my brain what I want to say to him, but I don't just have the strength right now.
The thing is, yeah, I do have a psychology degree. That's why.
when I brought up psychiatry, that was just I just thought it was funny. I don't really have anything against psychologists personally. The reason why I brought it up is because I'm just curious about why you guys flip flop on your epistemology all the time. College is a scam. Unis are lying to you. They're all Jews, except for the psychology professors,
So
right?
it sounds like a bunch of logical fallacies right there. I don't recall hearing Jews at all. I don't recall hearing that word. Number one. Number two, that's not the argument. The argument is discernment. You're a grown man. You can figure it out for yourself. You know that for the most part they're lying to you. Start from there. Start from there. Figure out what's true and what's not.
Okay, let's figure it out. Things fall down. Things fall down, and the force with which they fall down seems proportional to mass, right? We can do that ourselves, right?
I don't know that it would.
of the priestess self-evaluation when coming to things like this or contrary subjects or anything contrary to your own belief. I believe that self-evaluation is imperative because if you don't understand something, one thing that most people can't do is say, I don't know. One thing they always do is answer for things they don't understand. Self-evaluation is very imperative. That's all I have to say.
Self-evaluation, guys. Self-evaluation.
Yeah. So we don't do things like Hugh does.
Yeah. Self awareness is a big thing, dude. Checking yourself. Yeah.
Self-awareness, exactly.
Yeah.
Why does it take more? Why does it take more effort to lift a 20-pound dumbbell as opposed to a 15-pound dumbbell? Why is that?
I guess I have time. Repeat your question.
When you're at the gym, or fuck the gym, when you're in a field, you see two rocks, a big rock and a small rock. Why is picking up the big rock harder?
Because it's heavier, I'm sure. I can deduce that.
Why is it?
Yeah, that's what answer were you expecting?
Why is it? Why
I
is it heavier
understand
though?
his mind right now, so I'm just gonna let him. Yeah.
Why is it heavier? Because it's bigger.
Why is it heavier?
Because it's made of the same stuff and it's bigger.
It's made of the same stuff, right? Stuff. What is stuff?
And what was the other part of that?
It's bigger.
Well done. Okay, carry on.
Right. So if it's made of the same stuff and it's bigger, that means it has more of that stuff. That's all that means, right?
So it's heavier. Yeah, so it's heavier. Yeah.
Yeah. So the force that's required for me to lift an object seems to be proportional to how much mass there is in the object, right?
Oh, well, now you're going off into concepts that you can't prove. Okay.
No, these are just inferences from our own observations, right? I'm not talking about any Jewish scientists here. I'm not invoking any Jewish mysticism here.
Why do you keep saying that word? We're on a subject. Why does that matter? Why do you keep saying that?
I was talking about Jewish people. What the fuck?
No, we're gonna get to that, right? Because you guys are gonna talk about Einstein and the fake stuff, right?
You said you guys. I don't. You're talking to different people now. Maybe you have a misconception and you believe that all flat earthers
Let's
believe
get back
something.
to the topic.
Oh yeah. I'm not done. It seems like you believe that we all believe something when you're speaking to individuals with their own minds. Maybe you should ask them what they believe and then go off of that instead of straw manning people or using logical fallacies in your argumentation.
Right. Is it safe to say that the upward force required to lift objects is proportional to the mass of the objects?
No.
What's mass?
Why not?
What's mass? What's mass?
Mass is a collection of molecules, solid molecules.
No, that's matter. That's matter.
At this point, we could just end the conversation and show him that he
mass?
doesn't know what he's talking about because I see his streamline of questioning. I know where his head's at. I know he's getting at. I'm sure you know where he's getting at. You brought it up already. So there's no point. I mean, he's just an Agent Smith. There's no need to talk to him. He's not going to absorb the information. He just has questions for us flat earthers based on his beliefs on what we believe. Yeah, we get it.
Look, I'm just curious, guys. So what is it? Why is the big rock heavier?
No, that's not curiosity. You're not listening.
If it's not mass, what is it? I'm curious, guys.
Yeah, so you want us to explain it. That's not curiosity. You're not listening.
Matter. M-A-T-T-E-R. Matter. That's what I said the first time.
What's matter?
Amount of stuff in a thing.
We definitely don't talk to people who have to make multiple accounts because they're assholes on the constant. Yeah.
Who's making multiple accounts? I use the same account. Numpty.
Maybe it's the owl.
Why is the big rock
Maybe
heavy
the
on
owl who just felt the need to speak up when no one called out anyone's existence.
Is that all you do is yeah?
Downey. Oh, Downey, you're on the auto ban list, bro. Sorry. Someone get this guy out of here.
Are you still salty?
Precisely.
No, it's just that you're now on the auto ban list because you constantly instigate. So
Who instigates? I just try and converse with you guys. I'm sorry you have like the self control of a
Yeah, you can
4-year-old.
say that you're trying to converse, but your actions prove
there's you
otherwise.
instigating.
You have to do things like make other
There's you
accounts.
instigating.
Yeah.
Is that why you like drop slurs, dude? Don't worry.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a mod. I'm just saying.
Are you still mad that I like smacked the shit out of your friend like a few days ago?
I don't know. I've been on vacation the last
No,
few days.
I'm talking to the other guy.
He talked to me. Yeah, no, I'm not mad, but you are on the auto ban list. So the second the mods can get to
That's
it, then you'll
okay.
be gone. So bye.
That's okay. I'll just beat the shit out of y'all till they get here. I know that y'all are terrified of like somebody with like above like an 8th grade understanding.
Or from y'all straw man logical fallacies? Which one?
Oh, nobody's strawmanning any.
No, it's just an
Okay,
indication.
so reasonable
What he's
conversation then.
Yo, Flat Earth Ranger, one sec, bro. What he does is he records the whole conversation, and then
I
he
don't
tries to
record
bait
it.
you into saying,
Y'all
"Yeah, you do.
record
You did
it.
last time."
Y'all record
No,
it.
I know. No, I know you do.
Y'all,
You
yeah, it's
recording?
live.
No,
Yeah,
you want to
it's
know? Yeah,
live.
it's live. I just take a snip of y'all's video and I send it to Discord.
The point is, Flat Earth Ranger, don't let him bait you into saying some TRS violation because he'll just send the recording.
I know this guy. I know these people 100%.
No, but I'm just saying that's his game. Don't fall for that. That's all I'm
Oh,
saying.
I didn't bait you into saying the F word. That just came out of your mouth because y'all say it all the time on 24/7.
But you're an instigator, and you should already be banned. And I don't know why the mods listening haven't banned you yet. But when someone does, that's fine.
It's fine. Let's see if he has some meaningful conversation. I know his game 100%. 100%.
Sure. Okay. As long as everyone's clear, then we can proceed. But he needs to be gone.
Yeah, if you say so, dog.
Yeah, you're on the autoban list. Bye.
Yeah, I think you're just salty that you got in trouble. It's okay. Control
Yeah, it's a
yourself
new
next
day.
time.
It's a new day. Do you have some meaningful conversation? Apparently not. You're muted.